They now expect commercial operation of the plant to be December 8th. Correct. Is that right? So that's about a week longer than the last time, but I would caution you that the commercial operation date doesn't necessarily mean the same thing as the ability to get the grant. There's a different timeline there based on different definition of that for the Treasury purposes.
So it's gone from November 15th to December 2nd to now December 8th.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of their seeking the grant, is that a January 1st deadline they're under?
To get the grant, and our attorneys can address that in more detail later, Mr. Mayor. Our understanding is that by the end of the year, they need to meet that particular deadline. So also tonight, one of the things I'll talk about a little bit is the right of first offer, and that making that offer potentially keeps options open for GRU in the city as we go down the road. So I think if you've seen in some of the past presentations, there's a potential to save customers money. And certainly the commission from this point forward has to use the best judgment, or your best judgment, based on the information that we've been able to provide in this fairly condensed time frame. So to kind of review the timeline, we actually have a new date in here that I didn't put in, but it is the 7th. So we're pretty much on the schedule we had hoped to accomplish. You're going to hear more about the 1603 grant today. Some of that was just due to the way the meetings fell and the time that we had available to talk about GREC. So we're going to try to present a lot of information relative to that today, in addition to updating some of the other information that commissioners have requested since the last meeting. Certainly, we need to understand and be aware that in approximately 2 weeks, at the 22nd, that is the timeline that either we have to make an offer or not. So the decision certainly is coming quickly. And we would like to ask that we be able to get all the information out tonight. And I do certainly expect questions as the presenters go through, but we'd also like to make sure and get the bulk of that information out for the commission, and then certainly be glad to answer any questions at that time. So,
and I want this commission to make room for citizen participation in this meeting as well. So I hope we keep that in mind as we proceed.
Okay. So as I mentioned, the right of
I'm
first...
sorry, we have a question. Commissioner Chase.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that it may be appropriate before we started to, since we can, to talk about Commissioner Botcher's email a little bit. And I guess the reason is that, as I read her email, I can't say I didn't share many of the same thoughts. And, I did something for the first time. Instead of looking at numbers and risks and everything, her email came in, I believe, on Saturday. For the first time, I actually prayed about this weekend, because I don't know how to make this decision. And one of the biggest challenges I'm having is the last little diamond on that thing right there. And, I don't know if we have enough time to get all the information we need. I don't know if at this point any of us need any more information, because I forget how she put some of the things in there, but it's just, ultimately what I got out of the presentation the other night was that, we're pretty sure that we will probably ultimately maybe end up better, we think. And I think we have some significant issues and challenges in our utility right now. I actually don't think this is the biggest one. I think I read her email having struggled with it myself. And, I would just be very honest with my colleagues that I'm not really sure what else that I can hear or see or think that ultimately is going to be something that comes down to a gut call that, I'm just, at this point, not sure I'm prepared to make. And the last thing I would say is that, I thought about this a lot, and I thought about it last week, and, I'm prepared to ask, I guess with the support of the commission, but I asked myself one question over and over, and that was, who the hell in their right mind would want to buy this plant? What publicly traded company would want to stick this thing into their portfolio right now with all of the other things around it? And the answer I came up with time and time again was, it's only us and them. And so we've been in this interesting back and forth. I mean, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've worked a lot together in a lot of ways, but I keep going back to the same question, who would really buy this thing right now? Because I think the shareholders of a public company would have a heck of a lot, well, I said heck, sorry, more concern over some of the things that are going on right now than the current owners. And I think that's got a way into it. And so for me, I would be prepared to ask that we ask GREC if they would extend that deadline. And here's why. Because we're in this thing together, no matter what, and we're both in it on the grant. So to be clear from my understanding on the grant, if the grant doesn't happen, regardless of the ownership, we will be paying more for our rates. Is that's built into the contract, I believe, right? The contract was believed to have the grant, and so the numbers were built into it. So if the grant, for whatever reason, doesn't happen, is that the case? I guess Mr. Mayor would ask Mr. Hunzinger that we'd be paying more for our rates.
Mr. Mayor, to answer Commissioner Chase's question, that is provided for in the contract. At this time, there's no reason to believe that they will not qualify for the grant. But
Right.
in the event that did happen, you're correct.
Sure. So, and that's the reason I asked that is because, no matter, who owns it or how, I agree. I think that things have fallen in line and we're achieving these deadlines, and I think that the grant seems realistically achievable, and we all have a vested interest in it. The reason we're here today, and the reason that October 22nd date is up there, has nothing to do with the grant and everything to do with supposedly the deadline for benefits of tax equity financing, of which, we don't really have those benefits, but in order to sell this plant in the structure that GREC would like, they could potentially find a buyer who could, and so, that gives them, a little more upside. And I've said at the other meeting, I'm just ready to, I'm personally ready to do what I would do in my real life, and that's talk. And so we're having these meetings, and we're thinking about these things, and we're guessing what, I've done this so many times, you guess what the other side's thinking and what they're doing. And so, maybe asking them for an extension would either send a signal that, maybe they don't have a deal imminent, maybe they don't have a buyer, who knows? But, I've come to the conclusion over the weekend that the only two parties that probably for some time makes sense to own this thing are either them or us. And in sharing some of Commissioner Botcher's thoughts, like the way she did with us, I started thinking that, maybe now's just not the time. We've budgeted for the next few years. We've kind of planned where we are. We can figure out the grant, because the grant works into our rates. And then we can figure out, maybe a time in the future, something we can work on, but it would have to be something creative. It would be something that we work on together. It would be a lease purchase option. It would be something that says after 5 years, we'll buy it or something. But, I'm just personally increasingly feeling like the value of this plant, I don't know what it is. And it goes back, basically the value of the plant is what we all know the value of a house is, what someone will pay for it, period. You can do all the analysis and those bell curves and all the other stuff. It comes down to one party throwing out a price, another party accepting it. And so I'll certainly, try to continue to keep an open mind and listen, but, I just feel this kind of overwhelming weight of this date and this decision and this maybe. And so I agree that ultimately what we're saying is that, if we make an offer, then we have 30 days to kind of work on something back and forth, and that could open the discussions. And I guess I'm just saying that, we could perhaps open those sooner, if that's something that they're willing to do. But, I watched, so I'll end it with this. I watched a movie this weekend that was probably why I ended up, kind of being more thinking about this instead of analyzing about it. And the movie was Life of Pi. And I feel like we're the boy and the tiger. And we're out there, and somehow we got to figure out a way to get to the island together. And so I just figured at least I'd start by expressing my thoughts, as Commissioner Botcher had. I'm not speaking for her. I just didn't know if we wanted to go for 3 or 4 hours with some of us that might already kind of be leaning in maybe one direction. And with that, I'll close.
Thank you. You sure it wasn't gravity that might be more appropriate? We'll turn to Commissioner Poe, but I do think this is a good opportunity because for some of us, the last couple of meetings might have helped clarify matters. For others, for me, I'm probably even more uncertain now or less confident now than the others. And so so I guess my point is, I can count votes. If we're at 4 or more against this move, we can save everyone a lot of time. We certainly want to hear what's been put together, but we also don't want to, stare at our feet for 3 or 4 hours if we're not going to make any movement. Commissioner Poe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I had some, I think, very similar thoughts to yours. First of all, I just want to be clear myself and make sure everyone else is clear that may be listening. This October 22nd date, Mr. Hunzinger, is tied to our contractual obligations. I'm looking at Ms. Shalley too, but I mean, it's not arbitrary, it's a timeline. So we certainly could ask them to move that. They're, under no obligation to do so, and I think they've given us every indication to this point that they have wanted to shorten that time frame, not lengthen it, and so I'm not unwilling to make that ask. I think I know what the answer is going to be with a relative amount of certainty, and so we would need to have a plan B. I wouldn't want to leave today our only action being let's ask them to extend it, and then once we get the reply, then see what we do next. So sort of parallel tracks, work on a plan B. So why I am still interested in trying to find an offer that we can build consensus on in this commission is because it does allow for that 30-day window that we could negotiate with them and work out something that we felt was in the best interests of our ratepayers. I think, if we say no now, that's no, and that's it. So the last point I want to make is that I very much agree with you, Mayor Brady, that if it is clear that there are 4 people that are not willing to proceed at this point, let it be known and let's move on. I agree that I don't want to sit here spinning our wheels if there really is, we already know that outcome. So I'm going to be very clear that for my position, I want us by the end of this meeting to be able to give direction to our staff that we would like to proceed with them putting together an offer and what the parameters on that would be. I would like to get to the negotiating table on what that final deal may be, and that is my preferred route. But again, if I'm one of 1 or one of 2 or 3, then let's figure that out and start talking GFT, because that's going to be a lengthy discussion as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners want to weigh in at this point? Seeing no lights, we'll turn it back to you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as the commission's mentioned, certainly the right of first offer is just that, and it does allow to keep that option open in future negotiation. And certainly the commission recalls that, I think once before, the vote was to keep that alternative available. So in other words, not accept the offer that Greg had put on the table. The right of first offer can really be looked at as the ability to get to the negotiating table first. And, one of the questions that we've been asking ourselves is, what's the downside in making an offer to keep an option open? So you might want to think of it in those terms as well. Certainly, Greg does not have to agree with or accept whatever offer we make out of hand, but they do have to negotiate, and I think that's a key point. And as I mentioned, and some of you mentioned, it may be a way to get the third party involved as well. What costs would there be if we did go down the road? Well, certainly staff time, and we've used a lot of that up lately. We're glad to do more as needed.
All right, we have two questions. We have Commissioner Chase, who hit his light first, and then Commissioner Wells.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, I might as well, because this will help me in framing my thinking. I hadn't necessarily thought of the ROFO as a way to just open negotiations. So that's why I was, I guess, saying that potentially we can open them a different way, but I get that. Do we have a legal opinion or a legal reading of what the obligation on the other side is to negotiate? Because I think it's just a legal opinion. I don't think that, business folks, utility folks necessarily would say what that is, but, if that's, what is the obligation by the other party to negotiate for 30 days? Because I think that in my life, I've had differing views of good faith with a number of parties on the other side of the table from me. So is there
So that's a question to...
I guess the city attorney or anyone else here, if so, I would say, let's play the prices right and be that guy that bids $1, and let's negotiate.
All right,
And
Madam
again, I know
Attorney.
we need to go more than $1, but.
We've gone from movies to game shows. Madam Attorney.
Yes, and again, the duty to negotiate in good faith is on their behalf. You all could submit an offer for $1, although they're likely to say, that's not reasonable, and no can do. As far as the contract provides that they have to negotiate in good faith exclusively with the city. So some things we can glean from that are they can't be out showing our offer to other people, trying to shop the offer during that 30-day period. But again, they do need to sit down honestly at the table with you, look at your terms and conditions, hopefully respond with some areas where they could potentially have some movement and others perhaps not. But as long as it's in good faith, meaning they're making every attempt to come to an offer that would be reasonable for them, and we're obviously doing the same. But at the end of the 30-day period, if you can't reach agreement, then that's it.
Okay. So in other words, they couldn't say no. If we come, because ultimately what we know is in this public forum, if we were to make an offer, we would have to discuss what it is, right?
Correct.
And this is what it is, and a number, maybe with other variables tied to it, something. And so you're saying, but they couldn't say no.
They could come to the table and say that dollar amount that you've provided simply isn't enough. But there are other things we like about the deal, so maybe if you can come up on the numbers, again, it's going to be a negotiation. So.
Therefore, opening the 30 days. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could follow up on that. Nicole, do you have the contract in front of you?
Yes.
I seem to remember a word like required to negotiate. Could you read that clause?
They shall negotiate in good faith exclusively with the purchaser.
Okay, that's how it's worded, yeah.
And that's a 30-day window. Okay, Commissioner Wells.
Yeah, I just wanted to, you'd use the word "and potential," sort of the opportunity to possibly interact with the third party. Are you referring to the theoretical purchasing entity that they are currently, they've indicated there is out there, or are you talking about the NewCo equity partner that we might, what were you referring to when you meant third party?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, good question, Commissioner Wells. I was referring to the party that they would be considering selling the plant to.
Are they under any obligation to provide any evidence that such a party even exists? I mean, other than asserting that they're about to sell the plant, they don't, there's nothing that they've shown that requires them to
Right.
demonstrate, is it?
Right, no, I think that's correct. And who knows what, what comes out on the wires, but fairly recently, I can't remember the publication, but it did mention one of the top 10 entities. They had a subsidiary of a top 10 company. And as I recall, that entity that was mentioned in what I read, and I don't know if it's right or not, but it was Southern Companies, which makes some sense since Southern Companies was involved in the Nacogdoches project in Texas as well. So they have familiarity with the plant design because, they own that plant. So that makes some sense that could be the other party.
But nothing about our contract obliges any third party
No.
to even talk to us, much less acknowledge that they're the third party.
I think that's correct, Commissioner,
And-
Mr. Mayor, and however, certainly it doesn't require that, but we would be discussing with GREC if we got to that point, and if the third party, for whatever reason, thought there was an advantage to participate, that may be a way to draw that party in, and you may see benefits for each of the parties in that matter.
Right.
I'm just throwing that out as an
And I get that,
opportunity.
but I'm trying to be a little more hard-nosed since I feel like we've gotten a pretty hard-nosed
Right.
business relationship thus far from the contractor.
Right.
And I don't see how we can bet on
Yeah,
anything less
no
than
guarantee we'd be talking to anybody but GREC.
And vis-à-vis the terms and conditions that we would be discussing for the next 30 days, in theory, whatever the good faith is, in some way, that would be doing nothing more than clarifying to that third party, using the Price is Right analogy, here's what that you need to do $1 better than in order to beat out at least what we'll offer. It's not necessarily what GREC will accept still, but there's nothing in this process that ensures any advantage in the negotiation to us in terms of the disclosure of terms and conditions. They're going to have full opportunity to know the full terms and conditions without any question prior to whatever year they want to take, or a day or a year. They don't have to take a year, I suppose, coming up with an alternative offer. There'll be no question on their part. They'll know our terms and conditions fully, and they'll know if they've got a better deal or not, at least in their own terms. Correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say that I know I would benefit if I could hear staff's presentation presented in whole, and obviously, to the extent that we have questions to a point, I don't think we should exercise reservation and not ask them, but to the extent that we have questions that change the topic or that take a long time to ask, I think we could consume the information better if staff were allowed to present through the end, particularly since tonight we're going to get to some more meaty discussion on the 1603 grant, which obviously is one of the things about which we have the greatest uncertainty.
I appreciate that. And how long is your, the presentation when you piece it all together? Do you anticipate it to be?
Mr. Mayor, with or without questions?
Well, yeah, like I said, yeah, hopefully we can just get through the presentation, right?
Yeah, well, probably the most meaty part will be the 1603 discussion, I think, because that's
Right.
relatively new at that level of detail. We do have some updates on the financial information. That's primarily revised rate information with and without the grant, and the metrics with and without the grant. So that should be fairly quick on that part.
Yeah.
Then we have a continuation of the risk discussion that we ended the last meeting with. We have some updated information from Mr. Painter relative to that same kind of analysis if the grant was not included, for example. And then after that, I think Mr. Stanton would wrap up with some additional discussions from like an operational view of the risk standpoint. So if you put all that together, probably between an hour and a half or 2 hours relative to that.
And, again, if I see a light from a commissioner, I'm going to recognize it. I would just ask that the questions we intervene with are questions of clarification as much as possible and not ones followed with much, before or after context. But again, if I see the light, I will recognize it. I would also say, though, if we get on to a point where we're done with it, let us know, because, for example, I have no problem listening to a very fruitful conversation on the 1603 grant, but insofar as that requires us to create this entity called NewCo, at this point, I can't imagine what I can hear that would change my position on going in that particular direction. And so if we're already at 3 votes and someone else really knows where they're at, then we could save everyone a lot of time. It's no disrespect to those who put that stuff together, but if 4 or more of the governing body have already said we don't want to go down that path, let's save everyone a lot of time and headache. But insofar as we need to get going, let's go ahead and
And Mr. Mayor, the staff provided us with these little protective shields that we can put over our button to keep the temptation away from hitting.
there you go.
I was wondering where you're going with that.
Yeah, there you
have to
go.
take your-
Okay,
I said, if you have a question, if you have something very important to say, you will be recognized. All right, go ahead, Mr. Hunziker.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try to get through the rest of what I have pretty quick, and then we kind of talked about the agenda. I got a couple things I want to point out there. So, many of you, as am I, we're certainly concerned about limiting the rate increases and saving money for customers. We talked a lot about that during the budget process this year and prior years. And I would just point out that there's potential now for significant savings versus the PPA. And we have to compare that to the incremental risk that would be taken on if an offer was made. So I think we tried to make that pretty clear as well. So more information on that later. I think as you saw in the previous discussions, we've tried to set that analysis up to be conservative so that the potential for more benefits are greater than for less benefits. Talked about this issue. And I understand certainly the position that the 7 commissioners are in relative to the responsibility of this decision. John and I have been working on this issue relative to GREC for virtually ever since we've been here, 5.5 years or so. And as I said before, it's hard to condense that into a short window as the contract would stipulate. So we're going to have more discussion on the 1603 grant shortly from some attorneys. Certainly my comfort level with this is greater just because I've been involved in it for a couple years. And just to remind everyone, the inclusion of the grant represents a net present value benefit of between $70 and $80 million with the counterbalance of the additional risk, as everybody's pointed out, that would be taken on relative to that structure. So one final comment before just get to the agenda here a little bit. This has really been touched on. Any ROFO can be made contingent on any number of factors, and there would be detailed negotiations to follow from that point before an offer would be blessed by the City Commission to be brought back. So one way to look at this is it keeps that option open as we go down the road, and the ability for this option to benefit customers. So I talked about the agenda a little bit. We do have the 1603 information, and also on the risk discussion, I failed to mention that Jeff Kopp, who's from Burns & McDonald, you met him at the end of the last meeting. He's available by phone if needed. If you have any specific questions for him, we can dial him up and have him call in. I think he covered his information. I believe that his presentation was emailed to you perhaps early this morning and included in the backup as well. But at this time, I wanted to mention the attorneys that we have here to help talk about the 1603. You've seen kind of some of the structure previously relative to how it could be structured. That's just one way. These gentlemen have a lot more detail, both on the tax side and on the like the governance and organizational structure as well. I think first we're going to have John Eliason. He's from Foley and Lardner, LLP. That's out of Washington, D.C. I'm going to let John give you kind of his brief bio. And then after John, Carl Lyon, who you've met before, and Carl's from Oric. So with that, I would ask Mr. Eliason to talk about 1603. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lyson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is John Eliason. I'm a tax attorney with Foley & Lardner, and I'm based in Washington, D.C. I've been practicing for 15 years, and in the last 2 years, pretty much my entire practice has been consumed with working with investors and sponsors in 1603 related matters. My practice has caused me to spend lots of time in the Department of Treasury speaking with the administrators of the program, and I think that I have a unique insight because of that on both how Treasury administers the program and the program details. My plan was to kind of talk about 1603 generally to make sure that folks understand what the program's intent was when it was enacted, and some of the details. But I'm very respectful of your time, so I suspect some of the stuff all of you have heard before. Maybe you've heard all of it, and please, feel free to help guide the discussion to areas that I may be overlooking or I'm spending too much time on. In the United States, there's pretty much no renewable energy project could get built without federal incentive. And the reason that is that there's still not what the industry would call grid parity. It's still more expensive to produce electricity from wind, solar, biomass than it is from fossil fuel sources. Historically, incentives have been in the form of an investment tax credit, which is an incentive that has come in and out of existence for many years, which is a day one incentive equal to 30% of the cost of your eligible property. So if I had a property that a solar farm, for example, that cost me $100 million to build, the investment tax credit would be a 30% credit on that amount. The other incentive that we've historically seen is the production tax credit, which is not based on how much an asset costs, but rather on the output of the asset. And the credit is not taken in year one, but rather it's taken over a 10-year period based on production. Now, after the financial crisis in 2008, a funny thing happened in renewable energy. Developers, sponsors, have historically not been able to take the benefits, the investment tax credit or production tax credit themselves, or at least in a way that's most economical, because they've never had the tax liability that they could benefit from a credit. Investors, typically banks, large insurance companies, would participate in these transactions for investment tax credits. After 2008 financial crisis, all the historical players in the space, these historical investors, also didn't have any tax liability. So there was really not a lot of interest in doing what is known as a tax equity transaction because they had no benefit for the credits. And the federal government recognized this and created the 1603 program. The 1603 program was created to provide for a federal grant, just a cash payment in lieu of either an investment tax credit or a production tax credit with respect to the facility. It has been a very, very successful program. It's been of a lot of interest to folks, because the other thing that the 1603 program did is it eliminated a lot of the complexities in doing a tax equity transaction. And I say that because under current federal law, you can't just sell a tax credit to somebody. Okay, tax credits typically flow with the owner of an asset. So if we had to have an investor take that benefit of try to capture that benefit of those credits, they had to be structured into the ownership. The grant, in contrast, didn't require any tax liability. So a sponsor themselves could take could take that grant, which then just provided another form of financing for that and really streamlined the process. In the last few years, I've closed several transactions with typically representing investors. So I'm kind of new on the representing municipality side of things, but we've done close transactions where municipalities have been involved, or municipal entities, and I wanted to talk about one of those briefly. We represented, and this is all public information, we represented Citibank, I guess it's a year and a half ago now, in their acquisition of a wind farm that was being produced by the Sacramento Municipal Utility District, or SMUD. SMUD is one of the top 10 largest publicly owned utilities in the country. That transaction is a transaction that was structured with Citibank as the investor, acquiring 100% of that wind farm, and then applying for the 1603 grant. SMUD as developed the asset and then entered into a power purchase agreement to provide a guaranteed source of revenue for Citibank as the owner of the wind farm. That transaction was structured as what's known as a prepaid PPA, which means that SMUD made a day one prepayment and basically bought the output of the facility over 20 years. Okay, the Treasury reviewed that. I was involved with discussions with Treasury about the structuring of that transaction and about the grant award, and that grant was awarded. I throw that out. I know that that there has been discussions of structuring this transaction, and I know that what has come up with this idea of creating this new co-entity, that is it's a slightly different structure than we used in the Citibank SMUD transaction, but I thought it was important to mention that one because to the extent that there's misgivings of how Treasury views transactions with municipalities. Mr. Mayor, would it be useful for me to kind of walk through some of the eligibility requirements for 1603, or is that?
Since I had a question about that, I guess it probably would. Yeah.
Sure.
And SMUD is the
Sacramento Municipal Utility District.
Okay, right.
Yes, sir.
All right. So they had, just because they had a private investor with them to get the grant?
No, sir. They brought in Citibank as the buyer.
Gotcha.
Okay, so in that transaction, SMUD issued tax-exempt bonds to make its prepayment under the PPA.
Gotcha. Okay, you mentioned that point. Commissioner Chase?
Just if you could address, most of my concerns have nothing to do with 1603 and everything to do with Florida law. So if you can speak to Florida law, that would be great. Thank you.
As it relates to 1603.
As it relates to the formation of that corporation.
Commissioner Chase is a great question. I am not the right person to answer those questions.
All right, well, go ahead with the criteria.
Mr. Mayor, I think
Yep.
Mr. Lyon may be able to address a little bit of that.
All right, well, let's do this right here, the eligibility criteria, and then Mr. Lyon can come and speak to the Florida, its application under Florida law.
I
Yes,
see you normally would. I don't need it for me.
Right.
now.
1603 was set up to, in large part, to mirror the investment tax credit. So the 1603 program also provides a 30% credit based on, or I'm sorry, 30% grant based on the cost of the facility. And there's really very few requirements that have to be satisfied to qualify for that. Basically, an eligible person,
we have Commissioner Wells.
I'm sorry. In your example, SMUD developed the wind farm and applied for the 1603 credit as a municipal utility?
No, Commissioner. SMUD developed the wind farm, and then SMUD sold it to Citibank. Or, well, I mean, it was a sale of a limited liability company, but sold it to Citibank, and then Citibank applied.
But the critical thing is, when they structured the pre-purchase agreement, to make Citibank want to buy this, because they could be insured of some revenue. I guess that was part of the structure of this. They weren't then buying it from the I want to know whether or not there's room for any adjustment in the way the 1603, in this case, has disfavored the municipal utility versus the structure that you just offered. And I think Commissioner Chase maybe asked it in the context of Florida law, but I don't think this is probably the right moment to do it. But I'm intrigued by they developed it and then took advantage of the 1603 grant through this structure. But they own the asset, whereas we had the other party develop the asset, and now we're negotiating a purchase of it, or would like to. Well, we've already handed them a great deal of value because of our pre-purchase agreement. Whereas Sacramento's negotiating with Citibank, much cleaner. They own the asset, and they can negotiate that deal based on, do you get where I'm getting at? The
think so.
apparent disfavor of the municipal utility in this situation versus in the case you just mentioned, which did not apparently disfavor the municipal utility.
Commissioner Wells, maybe I could provide a little more detail about that transaction, and then and maybe that will help or
Well, I think what
Only in
I'm
the
hearing
context of
Commissioner
what it
Wells
changes
getting
our
at
situation.
is he's seeing an apple instead of an orange, and we're trying to compare.
And I want to see what will help us in our situation. I'd love to learn more about the Sacramento situation, but I'm really only concerned about how can it help favor us now in vis-a-vis the 1603 grant. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to be I'm not trying to be abrupt, but I'm sort of like, I'd love to learn more about that, but I'm more concerned about how can we get some favor in this grant to what we're trying to do in the way that Sacramento did in a very different situation.
Sure. Perhaps what I should do is kind of go through the eligibility real quick, because that will really focus on kind of the issue. I think that, Mr. Mayor, what I heard you're concerned about, the new creation of new co, maybe we could talk about that for a second. Okay. The eligibility criteria under 1603 is fairly straightforward. An eligible applicant, okay, a person eligible to receive the grant had to have begun construction of the asset within a defined period, and to have placed in service the asset by a credit a termination date. And for Biomass, that's the end of this year. And then had to apply for the grant. Not everybody applied for grants, but a lot of people applied for grants because the thinking was a check from Treasury, the certainty of receiving cash is much better than having to deal with a credit regime. The issue when you apply for the grant, and this would apply to GREC, this would apply to anybody else who'd apply for the grant, is that comes with some restrictions. One of those restrictions is that you can't you can't sell the asset within a 5-year period to someone who wasn't qualified, who in and of themselves couldn't have been an entity that was eligible to receive the grant. The question on eligibility then is you have to look at the list of folks who are disqualified people, okay, who is not allowed to have the grant. One of those, which is the one that I know is of concern to the city, is it's clear that federal, state, municipal entities, including instrumentalities of those entities, are disqualified. Okay. Now the guy.
State, or say that last statement again.
Federal, state, municipal, government entities, City of Gainesville,
Yep.
or
disqualified.
or instrumentalities of those entities or agents of those entities are disqualified.
Okay, so
Such
let
as
me
our
ask you-
utility.
And so let me ask you a question. Without a big, long explanation, why? What's the rationale behind excluding public entities from the grant?
It comes from the investment tax credit days. As I said, the grant came out
I
of...
guess maybe, what's the purpose? Is the purpose to incentivize private investment in renewable energy over public?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what Congress was thinking when they created those rules. The statute itself makes clear that the grant was created to encourage renewable energy development.
Right, okay. Well, and the reason I asked the question is because if the purpose is to incentivize essentially the private investment in renewable energies, then the act of a public entity creating essentially a dummy corporation that'll have 1% really violates the spirit of the original intent behind that. But I guess we don't really know what the purpose was. I mean, it's always a crowd pleaser to say we don't know what Congress was thinking, but for whatever reason, public entities were specifically identified and said, you're excluded.
That's
And
not
so-
what I think he said. Actually, I thought he said it came from the investment tax credit. Was it explicitly in the 1603 law, or was it, as you described it, a holdover from the purpose of the original tax law days? Can you disentangle those two? Because I think that's critical to
Sure.
the answering his question.
It is in the 1603 statute, but it is also in the investment tax credit regime, which is where kind of Congress looked to create 1603.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Now, Treasury put out guidance when 1603 came out. For such a big program with so many, there's been something like over 200,000 grants that have been made. You would expect that there'd be more guidance that Treasury has put out, but I think that the sum total of Treasury guidance is probably under 50 pages. Okay, and it's not regulations, not administrative rules, really more published guidance. This is what the intent was here, and some frequently asked questions that they put out in 2 increments. Now, in that batch of information, the Treasury makes clear that a taxable corporation with ineligible shareholders can qualify for the grant. Okay, a taxable corporation. When I put my tax hat on, that's a taxable C corp, which just means that they are just viewed as a taxpayer, just like I'm viewed as a taxpayer, just like all of you are viewed as taxpayers.
Got it.
There's also, notwithstanding, there's this question, if you remember me saying that an instrumentality of a government agency is ineligible, so the question is like, okay, well, I have a taxable corporation. If it's owned by the city of Gainesville, isn't it an instrumentality of the city, and it's still ineligible? Once again, and Mr. Mayor, I meant no disrespect by my comment on Congress.
I can't figure them out either. I'm just
Yeah.
saying it still doesn't answer the question.
Yes, sir, I completely agree.
Okay.
In Congress, under a separate statute that relates to 1603, but is not under 1603, provided some guidance, and actually it's more than guidance, it's actually a statute as to when a government-owned entity, taxpayer, would be viewed as an instrumentality. Okay, and additionally, in the bond financing world, and I think that Mr. Lyon from ORIC will provide more detail on this because I'm not a bond lawyer. But in the bond world, there is a history of making decisions based on whether someone's permitted to issue tax-exempt bonds based on ownership. So if an entity is 100% owner of an asset, then they may be permitted to issue tax-exempt bonds. And if they're not 100% owner, then they may not be. So we have 2 things going on here. We have a universe which allows, there's a recognition that tax-exempt entities can participate in the ownership of taxpayers without violating this eligibility question. And we see from other areas of the tax law, which also apply to 1603, that there's different ways of structuring that. I'm going to take a brief pause there because people are shaking their heads and saying, oh
You might
no,
need
this
to
guy from
follow up on
DC.
You're like my first flight in an airplane.
All right, go ahead.
He's lost me to take off.
Okay, so we have this question about maintaining eligibility. My understanding, and I wasn't, my objective here, maybe I should back up. My objective here is that when y'all make your decision as to kind of what you want to do, I view myself as a resource to help you with the 1603 matters. I kind of wish that the government wasn't closed right now, the federal government, because one of the things that I'd offered GRU when they first called me is to me basically to walk over to Treasury and to talk to them on a no-name basis to see what they thought.
All right, Commissioner Wells.
When was that offer made?
Sir?
When did you make, you're saying that offer was made, or it was made now because you've just been hired now?
Sir, I made that offer, sir, but it was after the government shut down.
Okay, so when was that?
Wednesday or Thursday of last week.
We need to talk.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So I think that in looking at this option, and Commissioner Chase made this very clear that there's a lot of questions about there's a lot of uncertainties.
How about this? Because I see let's try and channel this, okay? So specifically to Florida, not the legal part, we'll get Mr. Lyons up here. I guess what we want to see is, how does 1603 make sense if 4 or more of us want to pursue that? What's your level of confidence that we would qualify and that we would actually get it? Okay, are you in a position to help us with that? Or does that go far afield of what your prepared remarks were?
Like everything else in the practice of law, do we have to get to the details, I suppose? But I do not see anything that I've seen so far that would suggest to me that you would not be able to maintain eligibility for the grant. Although, kind of when you get into the mix, I mean, maybe that's not there. I mean, maybe, to get there, I think it requires some kind of new co-structure. And if that's something that you don't want to entertain, then you probably aren't eligible.
Okay? And for the commissioners who are interested in that structure, this would be a good time if you do have a question for him that helps push them along. This might be a good time, Commissioner Wells.
The reason I was so interested in your offer of walking down to Treasury is that I've been thinking about this I don't know how long. I've been on the commission 3.5 years. I've known about the 1603 for a long time, and I've been interested in, isn't there room for clarifying to our benefit at least the intent of what was in here? And so I hear you're saying, talking with staff, essentially, kind of clarifying, but I also know there are other points of pressure there that can be brought to bear when a community has a question about the benefits and intent of something. That includes asking them to issue guidance specifically to a particular proposed course of action, or even, God forbid, asking one of our elected officials in Washington to put a clarification in the bill that reopens government, whenever that happens, that says hey, we were not intending to disfavor municipal utilities who took the risk and went out and did what you asked us to do with the 1603 grant. And when I hear an example of a utility notwithstanding the language you used, eligible applicant had to begin construction and place in service, and I just heard you say, and I hope I misunderstood, I didn't understand, SMUD developed a wind farm and then brought in a third party for their benefit of getting this grant. Those are like night and day. We went into this whole power purchase agreement in part to get eligible for this thing by having another party develop this asset. So I guess what I'm getting at is I would love to have a conversation with you about what language would help clarify this if it were issued by Treasury. What language, if it were included in legislation, would clarify this so that we who took the risk and did this would not be disfavored, which is my perception of where we're at today. And not by doing this extremely convoluted workaround, which serves nobody's purpose. It doesn't save the federal government any money. It just pays a bunch of, nothing personal, highly paid attorneys to create a structure that, frankly, a lot of good citizens could look at and say, you know what? That's a scam. Now, it may not be illegal, because as we can see from the last several years, scam and illegal do not go together. So I really appreciate it, and being an attorney, I'm not trying to insult you, because you obviously are, very thoughtful, well thought out what you're saying to us, and being very, doing a good job with that, and I appreciate it. But it strikes me that there's room for exploring that option. I kind of regret that I've said this in public, to be honest, because I know we're also faced with the situation that everything we said, is telegraphed to everybody else, and so there's probably people who have a real disinterest in us getting the 1603 grant through another means, or a clarification. But, you've heard there's some concern about that convoluted structure, and I get that. I also see that I don't see us winning this bid without that $120 million in the mix, honestly. I just think that's kind of like a pipe dream. Unless, maybe I'm wrong. There's a whole other conversation about bidding against ourselves. Unlike Sacramento, which negotiated the sale of that asset to Citibank and then gave them a power purchase agreement to make that work, they got to see them in how much should we offer in this in return for what asset we get from Citibank. Instead, we're dealing with a triple value, market value contract. That's approximately where we are. Maybe I'm being unfair. And now we're negotiating the purchase. And that is like, if I were trying to do that in the real world and then subtracting $120 million right off the top, I'd just throw in my towel and go spend my time at the beach where it's productively used. And so I'm looking from your expertise and from Mr. Lyons and from the staff at the utility and from everybody else that's on our side. And I don't know what I'm doing to the people who aren't on my side, because they get all the same information. Help us with that reality. Help us feel confident that what we're doing isn't kind of a scam and kind of a big risk. Because honestly, it doesn't sound to me like you're saying this is a big risk. And I'm sorry I'm talking and not asking a question. I'm sorry.
It's quite okay. Let me address two things in there. First, the question of guidance, getting additional guidance from Treasury. In my experience, Treasury, I don't see that there's really any incentive for the Department of Treasury to actually put out published guidance, like a ruling or something. I haven't seen them do that, and I don't think that they're going to do that here. The guidance that I've received from Treasury has been in the form of sitting down with Ellen Neubauer, who's the administrator of the 1603 program. She's the queen bee over there, for lack of a better term. Discussing structures with her, discussing government policy with her, and having her weigh in on what she feels is, what should work under the rules.
And it's likely or not likely to get their attention in a negative sense. Is that what you mean? Or is it someone else that would be determining, the IRS or someone else that would be determining, does this look like it meets standards?
It's her office that is making that decision, although that decision can be later reviewed by the Internal Revenue Service.
Right.
although the Internal Revenue Service doesn't have the right to disqualify something that Treasury has qualified, it's just that they can change the tax-free treatment of the grant award, which is
Okay.
nobody likes either, because
Right.
everyone's doing it based on a certain level of expectation.
So whoever gets it would then have to pay taxes on it.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Now, in my experience with working with Ellen Neubauer's department and her 1603 review team, is that the most you're going to get out of Treasury in writing would be an email from her saying, yeah, I think that this works, with a disclaimer down at the bottom saying, well, you can't hold us, this isn't
Yep.
official guidance, who knows, we're going to look at it when it comes through our door. That being said, is I have never seen her say, yeah, something works, and then later come back and there be any question in actually applying for the grant. Okay?
All right.
Regarding, sorry.
We have other questions.
he had another thought.
Did you get answer? Oh.
Well, did you want to
finish your
answer the
thought
risk
for
question,
Commissioner
or
Ross.
maybe you had something else?
Should I?
Go ahead.
Okay. Before getting off the guidance, you had asked this question about having something, a change in law, basically. That would be great. And I actually don't really view that there would be folks that were in the renewable energy industry, which would have an issue with that. But I think that there would be other people that might have an issue with that, about, expanding, spending at the federal levels or what have you. I've come to see in my experience, in my years of practice in working with structured transactions and project financing, is that the government kind of likes things a little fuzzy, because that gives them some ability to look at and to pick off transactions that it views as abusive, while still allowing some flexibility. To the comment as to ensuring that this isn't some crazy scam that's been cooked up by the folks in D.C. Or the attorneys that represent people, I go back to this idea that under current federal law, you can't just sell tax credits. Okay, so you can't just sell the ability to qualify for a grant. And that has created this entire industry of what's known as monetizing credits, about taking credits that one person earns and basically transferring them to somebody else. We're seeing that, it's been done for years, and in other credit programs, the investment tax credit, production tax credit, new markets tax credit, which is a program designed to encourage development in economically depressed areas. Which, interestingly, if you look at a map of the new markets tax credit program, it's pretty much the entire United States is economically disadvantaged, but then also in low-income tax credits and historic tax credit areas. These types of structures that we're talking about, and when I say that, I will reserve that I'm really speaking kind of more in a general sense, not specific to municipality sense, but these types of structures, they're not new. They've been used for years in these other areas. Courts have looked at them and improved them. The IRS has looked at them and has provided rulings on it. So I don't think that I don't think it should be viewed as I hope it's not viewed as a scam, because I'm like, this is what I do to pay my mortgage. But it's really, it's an answer to an incorrect way of setting up an incentive program, which should have really been, hey, you can trade these things, right? We just want things built, and you should be able to transfer the credits any way you need to get it built.
Right.
But that's not the rules that we have.
Commissioner Henson-Ross.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Did I understand you to say you're from Foley and Lardner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you developed a document maximizing Section 1603? Maximizing Section 1603 grant-eligible equipment 2011 planning opportunities.
Yes, ma'am. I think I did write that.
Wow, you thinking about it? I was wondering if you were familiar with the document, if you wrote it. I wanted to know if you wrote it after the interview with Neubauer or before.
Ma'am, I've talked to Ms. Neubauer on a number of occasions, and I've written lots on 1603.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You suspect you wrote it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we had asked you originally for the eligibility for 1603, and because I didn't hear the answers, I started researching it for myself. So I see developers that, and I'm just going to read it for my colleagues and you can confirm what I see. Developer establishes a wholly owned limited liability company to serve as the project holding entity and eventually the grant applicant, Project LLC. That's the first criteria I see here. I would, a nod or no?
Ma'am, yes, I mean, there's several ways to qualify for it, and that's.
Well,
and
this
yes,
is just a
that's-
base example, a
Okay.
base case.
Okay.
So and I'm new, just to clarify.
Ma'am, I'm new too.
Oh, good. So Project LLC would be like GREC, right?
Is GREC the project company?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Project LLC enters into a binding written contract with a vendor to manufacture eligible energy equipment. So I'm sure they did all that they needed to do. And you said something here to prevent the risk of cost overruns or scope changes causing the project to fall. There's a 5% safe harbor.
Yes, ma'am. So, when I first started talking about 1603, I said that you had to start construction in a certain time period. You had to start construction between 2009 and 2011 if your project was going to be placed in service after that time. And the 1603 rules provided two ways to satisfy a beginning of construction rule. One way was actually starting physical construction, shovels in the ground, starting to actually build. The other one was a safe harbor, which is known as the industry as a 5% safe harbor. Basically, a developer was required to pay or incur at least 5% of the cost of the eligible property in that 2009 to 2011 period, and that's what that's talking about. Is that's the way, that one of the two ways of satisfying the beginning of construction.
Okay, so you have some other criteria here. I won't read them all, but I'm pretty sure Greg followed all these things, and somewhere down below that, you have considered variations to the base case. And I'm looking at bullets of different variations, but your last variation is using a master whole code, like a new code. It's using a master whole code, a contract for eligible equipment. Is that what we're trying to do?
No, ma'am, I don't believe you are. So what happened, and this came up, was that 2011? Is there a date on that?
November.
November?
Well, you guys found it?
Yeah,
Okay.
November 22nd, 2011.
What was happening at the end of that? That was like, 2 months to go before you would no longer have eligible things, right? You had to have started construction between 2009 and 2011. So what a lot of developers did is they entered into contracts to acquire a lot of stuff, right? And we saw this especially in the solar, in the solar industry, is you had developers contract to buy lots and lots of solar panels and warehouse them with the idea that then they would allocate those into projects going forward to qualify those projects for the grant. And the way that was typically structured is that they would create a holding company, basically a purchasing entity, that would acquire those, and then they would later contribute panels into project companies that were building projects in an amount sufficient to satisfy that 5% safe harbor with respect to that particular project.
I see. So the example of what we're trying to do with new code is not in this document?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's all the stuff you hope Greg did before you look to buy, and I would expect that in any contract to purchase is that you would push that risk that they did all that stuff right on them. I mean, you're coming in, assuming you wanted to move forward, you're coming in with this idea that you're basically buying something that's eligible for a grant. You don't want to be surprised that, oh, they didn't do something right and they're not even grant eligible, right? I mean, there's a question as to, okay, we got to make sure that the structure that the city uses when they buy doesn't create an eligibility, but that memo and that discussion is really kind of on the beginning side. Was it eligible? Did it qualify in the initial instance?
Have you created a document similar to what we're trying to do with new code?
No, ma'am.
have you been involved in any business transactions similar to what we're trying to do with NUCO?
And it's similar, meaning setting up a municipal, setting up a corporation with this ownership? No, ma'am.
Whatever you believe it to be, yes.
Okay.
So you have not?
Not with a municipality.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to reiterate, I know I would best benefit from presentations if they're presented linearly. That's not a comment to you, Mr. Elias, it's a comment to my colleagues. I know I would get the most out of it that way. I also want to comment very briefly on the scam idea. The entity's actually going to pay taxes, all right? The federal treasury is not going to think it's a scam when they cash the tax check from the people that pay income taxes on their interest earnings. The local property appraiser is not going to think it's a scam when he cashes the check every year. I think it's not helpful language for us to use. You know, even if it represented reality, it wouldn't. But it's not where we are. It's not what we're doing. I think we owe this process a little bit more respect than that approach.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. And see, I know where you've left off. You may pick up from there.
And just maybe a response to Commissioner Hawkins' comment. So as a tax lawyer in these things, so my practice is basically, and it just happens to be the grant now because there's more grant deals than investment tax credit transactions, but I'm charged with structuring these transactions and providing, and as I said, I think I said before, I typically typically represent investors in transactions. These are transactions that they're looking for comfort from a law firm like Foley & Lardner as to whether the transaction will be respected. It's not a question on if it's a scam or if it's illegal. It's just a question as to whether Treasury will respect the transaction as it's structured, or they will say, well, no, we don't think that the ownership is sufficient for the NUCO or you know, whatever, that there will be a recapture. Regarding the level of comfort, typically, in all, you're never going to eliminate 100% of risk in any structured transaction. Typically, an investor will look at what's referred to as a should level of opinion, which is basically a should, which is not very high, right?
We're all tired.
We already covered SMUD, and I thought we were getting really close to something.
Well, but that's any investor looking at this, anyone that you're competing with, I guess, for an offer. I mean, that's what they're going to look for from their counsel is, hey, you know, should this work? And there's hundreds of billions of dollars of transactions close every year, based on that level of comfort. Okay. I really don't. I mean, I'm willing to answer anything. You know, I kind of like talking. So,
Commissioners, any further questions at this time? Commissioner Chase.
You started to say it earlier, and and I appreciate the position you're in. And if you just learned about this Wednesday, we've had a lot of meetings in general. But what was your task, or what was your ask, and what is the message that you were asked to kind of send us tonight? I mean, is it just kind of an overview of 1603 and whether it's feasibly reasonable that we could get it, I guess?
My engagement was to advise GRU, so by extension, the City of Gainesville, on 1603 structuring matters. So it wasn't to advocate for you to purchase a facility or not advocate, to not purchase it.
Because there's no question the current situation with the PPA and the current owners of it. In your opinion, there's no question that it qualifies in that regard. Like, just the way that it's structured
Meaning
now.
it's currently-
Meaning, we don't do anything. We're just, there's a PPA, and there's a company that built it, and, I mean, it was included in the PPA. We talked about that earlier, that, if we didn't achieve it for a number of reasons, that we may not get it, and therefore, that may affect the economics of the deal. But on the surface of that one, and I don't know if you've studied it enough to, and I'm not looking to tie you to an opinion. I know the partner over in Jacksonville, so I'll call him for the bill. But I mean, it's, the structure, the way it is currently seems to be completely fine with it. And you're kind of offering a view of if we were to try to own it and then structure it to some degree. That's what I kind of took out of this. And I didn't see, I think you did a really good job. I didn't sense you were advocating.
To kind of follow what Commissioner Henson-Rawls said, is that qualifying it in the initial instance, I mean, that's important, right? So GREC needed to have done everything correctly, and I have no exposure to that. I haven't seen what they've done, although that being said is, yeah, they probably did it right, or else, although I did see people do things really kind of screwed up too. But if we assume they did everything right, then I don't see any reason why, if nothing happens, right? If this is never an issue, and you just ask me, it's like, well, do you think that the grant's going to come in? Yeah, I don't see that there's a problem there. I think that the real question is, okay, so what happens now if you buy it, or if someone else buys it? What happens to the grant? Or if you decide that you want to go back to GREC and to try to renegotiate the current PPA, does that have any impact over the grant? I mean, these are all kinds of things to explore. That's kind of that's all in front of us.
Okay. And I did understand you to say that you were done outside of questions. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So I don't want to bug you. One other question I had was that I know you can't predict the future, but if there was, I think you summed it up nicely as describing the process, because I agree ultimately that, I mean, they want these things to be built. The federal government wants these things to be built and create incentives. So do you think that there is a way or a chance, sort of what Commissioner Wells was saying, that sometime in the future, less than 5 years, there could be a relook to where, because again, part of our kind of haste here for us to buy it is to do it before this tax equity thing runs out. But if we were to do this in 2014 or 2015, we would still have to figure out a way to structure this thing to get the grant. Do you think that there's a chance that they may become more lenient, or things may change?
We will have the benefit of just additional transactions that have been reviewed by Treasury, but the 1603 program it's an expired program. So when I say that, what I mean is that you needed to have started construction on this thing before the end of 2011. So I don't really see that there's going to be any additional statutory changes to 1603 dealing with it, because it's kind of in the past, right? It's like, okay, this program's over. The clarification, Commissioner Wells, that you might seek on a legislative basis, I think would be a clarification, quite frankly, to the investment tax credit. And the Treasury Department is supposed to be, they're charged with administrating the 1603 program the exact same way as the investment tax credits have been administered. So I think that's the angle, because that's a continuing program.
That was the question I had, which is, what is 1603? How does it look 2014 going forward? But you just answered that. So 2011, and maybe you said that earlier and I missed it, but since 2011, there haven't been any new projects, because you had to have started by 2011.
Well, yes and no. When I mentioned, it's complicated, right?
I understand.
When I mentioned these holdco where people were buying lots of equipment to qualify projects, they're still getting built, right? So, for example, I'm looking right now at three solar facilities for an investor that were qualified back in 2011. So they're just getting built now, and they're incorporating equipment from 2011 into these new projects, and Treasury, in their very limited guidance, they have blessed that. They've blessed that grandfathering, we'll call it, property years ago to qualify projects today.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming here, and last thing I would say, because it's another one of my ideas I'm putting out for the future, but, I mean, if you represent tax equity financiers, investors and things, I personally might be interested in a 99-1 where we're the one, and we find the right person who's got the 99, so stay tuned.
Thank you. Commissioner Poe.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Two things, and I did want to briefly respond to Commissioner Chase's query about what might be happening 4 or 5 years down the road. Quite frankly, that's a political question, because if there's any changes in policy towards encouraging renewable energy production, that's going to have to happen at a political and legislative level, and it's obviously very hard to tell what the climate will be for that, a couple years down the road. But I did want to, just for my own edification, I wanted to try to summarize your comments and ask you to correct me if I have misinterpreted anything that you've said.
Okay.
So it is your belief, based on other 1603 structures that you have participated in setting up or have observed industry-wide, that you have a relatively high degree of confidence that we would be able to structure a deal and be eligible for that through the mechanisms that have been described by GRU staff and some of our outside counsel?
That's correct.
Okay. And I just say that withstanding, I think that we're going to get an interpretation specific to Florida law and what barriers there may be there. But I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding you clearly. So thank you. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wells.
Just to follow up on that question. You've indicated that you've not personally been involved in that type of a structure so far? An earlier question kind of
With a municipality and this new,
kind of that's specific to this kind of a structure that we're looking to do.
That's what he said.
that's correct. I have not.
Would you be able to identify specific examples that have? You've indicated comfort with, from what you've observed, could you identify specific models that we could look at, either elsewhere in the country or specific to Florida?
If the question, I'm not sure I
That
understand.
sort.
If the question is am I aware of other municipalities doing a structure like
Kind of
this for the grant?
Parallel structure?
I'm not.
You're not? Okay. How about then maybe a little broader question? I guess I'm looking for examples of, kind of the way, I don't know, Commissioner Chase said it, of other entities that have helped set up such a structure, so that if we had somebody at the table, not just who, I very much appreciate your advice, but someone who's actually structured one, and then have your advice to look at it independently. To me, that's triangulating on it. Not municipal, but that you would say would be valuable to look at as comparable models, if not municipal. Are there other specific examples of that you could point us to?
Excuse my hesitation. It's
No, I
because it's
appreciate
really the municipal aspect of it.
That causes it to be.
It does. It's just,
Somewhat
it's not, yeah. I mean, my expertise is in the 1603 world and in kind of all the structures that I see in the 1603 world about moving benefits, moving incentives where they
Is
should
the
be.
analogy you gave with the SMUD example where Citibank was the actual other party? Is that the kind of entity that we might be doing with, obviously not saying we're going to just go contract with them, but is that the kind of entity that would actually be the counterparty to this kind of a deal?
And this is in the NewCo structure?
Well, I think you gave the example for, yeah, right.
So in that structure, the investor was 100% owner.
Right.
So what Treasury had to get comfortable with there is that the power purchase agreement transaction shouldn't be interpreted as a sale to a government entity
Right.
that was 100% government entity.
And Citibank, was that set up that other entity? Is what I understood with that example?
Yes, sir. So they actually, let me back up. When SMUD constructed that project, they did it in a project entity. So they created a special purpose entity to build it.
From the get-go?
From the get-go. And Citibank acquired
That
that
entity?
entity.
So they had already set up this entity way before for the actual development.
Correct.
And that was that, and they used a similar structure to what you're describing at that time?
They owned 100%.
Oh, in that case, it was just 100%.
Of that special purpose entity.
Did they actually then apply for the grant under that entity before Citibank even entered the picture, or did that happen at the time when Citibank was brought into the discussion?
I think Citibank had closed on their acquisition of that project,
At the
special
point-
purpose entity, before the grant was originally applied for. So for you, GREC applied, they filed a preliminary application, right? So then the question is okay, so who's the owner
Right.
when the final application is filed? And we've done plenty of transactions where the ownership of an asset has changed in that period, but not in the ownership of the asset has been acquired by a taxable entity in which a municipality is a majority owner. We haven't done that.
So if you were to point us to the kind of entity that we would be likely needing to interact with to evaluate the value of what we're doing, not just the 1603 aspects, but making sure that what we're doing with it is a valid purpose, which fundamentally is a different question. Is that the kind of entity that you would be pointing us to talk to? I mean, I don't even know what that kind of entity is. Is it a merger and acquisition entity? Is it a investment banking entity? What kind of entity is that? Not the 1% sort of stand-in or the
I think that it-
non-scammy structure. I certainly was not intending to, well, who's the actual entity behind this? It seems that's either structuring it or is the actual party that we'd be interacting with. What kind of entity is that?
Depending, once again, I mean, it's, it could be, typically what I see, maybe I should kind of stick with that, is, would be some kind of institutional investment entity that is comfortable with project financing and structured transactions and
Highly
and
complex transaction like.
Right, and likely has experience with the grant. I think that one of the steps to get there, which is not a legal step, it's really a kind of a financial analysis step, is just to fully understand what the financial ramifications are of going that route, about setting up a taxable entity, about having an entity that is a taxpayer, and just looking at that and making sure that there's a real understanding as to what the economic benefit or cost, right, is. That's not really my role. That's really more of a financial expert's role.
And taking for granted that we've got about a 2-week window of opportunity for trying to make a decision on our action at this time, would you expect that entity to need to be at the table already to at least be getting comfortable with all of the details and the valuations that you just characterized in order to make that sort of arrangement? Or is that something that you can see being put together? Well, maybe just leave it.
Maybe I could, why don't I try? I think that I don't have a good sense about kind of what skills internally you have to lean on, but I would suspect that any offer that was made is that I would think that it would be at a price that was not $1, right? So, because I would not want you to be in a
Not a trivial
position,
amount.
I would not want you to be in a position where someone could say you weren't making
A serious
you
offer.
weren't making a serious offer. I think that I would think that you would base it on looking at, like, contracted cash flows and, coming up with some valuation, but then you would put a big fat qualifier in there that said that it was subject to receipt of an appraisal and an adjustment based on an appraisal is reasonable to you. Because there's not enough time to get an appraisal now, and I would think that you'd want that.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Henson Rawls.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, let me see, can I formulate what's in my head? Sounds like you have no experience dealing with a governmental entity in this kind of arrangement?
In structuring a transaction like this?
Uh-huh.
That's correct.
So what gives you the confidence to believe it will work?
My experience in 1603 generally, my understanding of the rules and how Treasury has applied those statutes, and true, not in the municipal sense, I guess, but they've applied them in many
Not
ways.
just municipal, how about any governmental institution?
I have no expectation based on what the statutes are that they would apply them differently to a state agency versus a government one. But I'm not up here to pretend that I've represented 1,000 municipalities doing this. I haven't.
I'm just saying even one, because SMUD wasn't operating as their city, right? When SMUD sold to Citibank, were they operating as SMUD?
They're a government. Yes, they're a government entity, ma'am.
So you
But
have
I
that
was-
experience?
Well, I was on the other side of that transaction, so I was representing the investor in that transaction, not SMUD.
But you have that experience.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my question is that a municipality and that you had that experience even though you were on the other side?
What SMUD was,
At the risk of characterizing SMUD as something other than they are, I mean, they're a municipal utility district, so
Yeah, but I think I heard you
that
say
that's-
they set up an entity before they even started
That's
construction.
correct. That
So
is
they weren't
correct.
operating as SMUD?
They were operating through a limited
holdco.
liability company.
A holdco, sort of.
They set up a project entity to contract and to build the asset.
And in essence, made the sale. This company.
They sold, SMUD sold their project company, that's typically how these transactions are structured, even just absent even, grants or credits, is because it creates a nice little package to sell versus having to assign 200 contracts and, a bunch of assets. It's all within a limited liability company. So they set that up. I'm guessing on advice of their counsel to build the project in a limited liability company, which then served as the entity that could then be purchased by somebody else.
Okay, so I know that the world you live in is different from the world, definitely the world I live in. So you're saying City of Gainesville, if it had chosen to build this plant on its own, could have set up a holding company, some sort of entity, LLC, to handle this building and then sold it to Citibank. Is that in essence what you're saying they did?
Well, I don't know if Citibank would, I mean, but-
I'm trying.
no, yes, yes,
Jeez
yes, ma'am.
Louise.
Yes, ma'am. The City of Gainesville, and I meant no disrespect for that, I'm sorry.
It's not disrespect, it's trying to make things clear for the layperson who doesn't understand. I'm one of them, and let me assure you, I have over 30,000 more in my district. So when I try to make mud into clear water, It's so that people understand what, we've paid you to come here and tell us. So, when I don't understand what you're saying, I'm going to come at you until I understand what you're saying.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, so Gainesville could have set up a project limited liability company and built a project, but they would have had to have sold it to somebody who was eligible to receive the grant, or else it wouldn't be a grant-eligible project.
Thank you.
And in the SMUD example, that person was Citibank. And Citibank wasn't the only investor investing in projects. And SMUD wasn't the only municipality, or, sorry, government entity, utility district,
That's done that?
developing projects.
So other people have done that? Other municipalities or governmental entities have done that? In that scenario?
Developing,
Yes.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, let's see, who's up? Commissioner Chase and then Commissioner.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, to help maybe Commissioners and Rawls, we all apparently did our own Googling at one point, but I actually read the entire minutes of the meeting when SMUD voted to do all the stuff you're talking about. And so SMUD's attorney was actually, small world, I guess, but it was a gentleman named Jonathan Cole with Oric, who I think negotiated our PPA. And I don't think he's there anymore, but perhaps somebody at Oric may have, some insight into that specific deal, if that were to help any of the individual commissioners understand the deal. That was one of the things that caught my eye. So, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Botcher.
Microphone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Eliason, did I say your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for trying to make mud clear for us lay people. I really appreciate it. And so you came all the way from Washington, D.C.?
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely town. Thank you for coming to visit us here in Gainesville. I hope while you're here you'll dine in some of our fine restaurants downtown. What I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is that based on what we're trying to accomplish, there has been no other situations or cases where something exactly like what we're trying to do has been done yet. And so there really has been no test for it. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of it being done. And if Treasury's doors were open, I would ask
We'd know.
Treasury if it had been done, but I guess that's correct.
Yeah, that's the situation we're faced with, and we have to just make the best of it.
Yes, ma'am.
The remainder of my very brief comments are not for you, Mr. Eliason, it's more for my colleagues. This is one of the reasons why I have this sense of unease and this sense that we are forging new ground. And if this were the only component of this grand, huge deal that was brand new to us and our only area of uncertainty, I probably would feel a little more confident, because it sounds like, based upon what Mr. Eliason is telling us, that at this point it does appear that if we were to create NewCo, that the grant would probably still stand. But that isn't the only part. And so that's why I sent the email that I did, because I'm still not convinced that of all the areas of uncertainty, that any one, if we were a little more certain about it, would carry enough weight in my mind for me to continue supporting moving forward with an offer to purchase the plant. And because even if we were to be completely assured, guaranteed, if you will, that the grant would stand, I still have some very serious reservations about what it would mean to us to create a NewCo, based on the comments from the city attorney the last time we talked about this. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
Okay. Well, and we've concluded, it looks like I don't see any of the commissioner lights, so thank you for your presentation, Mr. Eliason, and we can move on to the next piece. I think our attorney
we get
from
his
ORC
contact
is going
information?
to...
Yeah, I've got it.
Yep.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. General.
While Mr. Lyons approaching the podium, I wanted to give you a little more background on why Mr. Eliason is here. So I think we mentioned at prior meetings that we were looking to get a second opinion on this topic or on this issue for the commission. So you saw the letter information that Mr. Riddle from ORIC sent in probably within the last week or two. I can't remember exactly. But so this is was to get a second opinion. So Ms. McNeil's been working with Mr. Elias, and we've tried to work that into the time frame. This is actually the first time I've met John, so I appreciate him coming here, and I've certainly learned a lot as well. And I think they being Shayla and Mr. Eliason, had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Shalley late last week as well. So I just want to give you a little more background that, we hope to give you that second view, and I think Mr. Eliason did that.
Okay, thank you.
And so the primary one is from Oric.
I'm not saying either one's primary, I'm just
Right.
saying.
No, but I mean, the one that we'd had before, you're basing it was on that,
Correct.
the Oric. That's all I
Yeah.
was asking. Thank you.
And we do appreciate your perspective, Mr. Elias.
Thanks. Y'all are asking really great questions. I mean, I know it's a tough decision, and I'm honored that, you guys you engaged me to help you through it, and I'm a resource available to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lyons?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, I am not a tax lawyer, but I am a municipal lawyer, and at the risk of treading in where angels fear to go, there is one transaction that has been done that is a good precedent for this, and that was a Minnesota Joint Action Agency. It was similar to FMPA here in Florida.
I don't think you state your full name for the record. Sorry, you know how it works.
Carl Lyon, Oric, Harrington, and Sutcliffe.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
As I was saying, there was one transaction with a Minnesota Joint Action Agency, very similar to FMPA here in Florida. It did a transaction where it formed a NUCO, just like what we're talking about here, which applied for and received a grant on a renewable energy project. I was not involved in the transaction. Some time ago, I saw the official statement that under which securities were issued to finance the transaction. It was a little different from the transaction we're talking about in that Joint Action Agency owned 100% of the stock of NUCO, and they relied on another method, basically appointing a voting trust that would elect the directors, and they felt that that was enough to insulate it from being considered a municipality in that transaction. The structure that we've discussed here, we think is more conservative than that, because we are not owning 100% of the NUCO. But that is out there. It's the only one that I know of involving a municipality, but it's out there. It applied for and has actually received the grant. There are other transactions that have been done by other tax-exempt entities using a NUCO. They don't, they're not like this exactly because they were not municipalities and they didn't have to overcome that problem. But they were tax-exempt entities that could not directly do it, which formed NUCOs to do a transaction. I was involved in one of those for a tax-exempt electric co-op out in Texas.
All right, and I think, where we really need your guidance and advice is as it relates to Florida law and, how such a thing would be put together.
Right. If we want to preserve the grant, I'll talk a little bit about the structure and how that relates to Florida law. If you decide you don't want to preserve the grant, there are other structures that can be used. But if you want to preserve the grant, we do need to form a new entity, which would be, as Mr. Eliason said, a C corporation, a taxable corporation, which Gainesville would be the dominant owner of, but which would also have another owner that would own 1% or more of the stock. Let me digress a minute and say we've been approached by one financial institution that has indicated that they would like to play that role, and they had their counsel talk to us about the structure,
and their counsel thought the structure worked. And that was neither Oric nor Foley. At any rate, we would form this new co. The issue under Florida law that we're faced with is the Florida Constitution, I believe it's Article 7, Section 10, has a prohibition on ownership of stock in a private corporation by a political subdivision. That section of the Constitution was amended back in the 70s to specifically allow ownership in private corporations if it involved, or laws allowing that for electric projects. And the Florida legislature, pursuant to that amendment to the Constitution, adopted an amendment to, I believe it was Chapter 163, that specifically authorizes the investment in joint projects. The issue we have under that is whether or not this arrangement we consider a joint project. Now, I was bond counsel at FMPA when we took up the issue under that amendment in a validation proceeding, and because it was the first of its kind and there were constitutional issues, we took it all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court basically validated everything we were doing there. That was not exactly what was being done here. We also were bond counsel to you and to JEA in two validations involving an entity called the Energy Authority, TEA. The second of those validations was very similar to what we're dealing with here in that TEA was proposing to have as participants in its projects electric co-ops and others which were not municipalities. Now, they were not, this differs a little bit from that in that those co-ops were not owners of TEA, but were rather participants in the projects with them. We successfully validated that. We think that this transaction would require a validation to make it clear that under 163, this is an electric project. It is clear 163 says electric projects may have other owners so long as the full possession and use of the output goes to a qualified utility, which would be GRU. But we would want to do a lower court validation just to confirm that the court agrees that this fits within that project. We think we would be successful in that validation. Any proposal we made to do a transaction based on this structure would have as a condition a successful validation. If we could not get the successful validation, then we would not proceed with the structure. On the structure, what we're talking about in an offer here is not something that is firm or tied down. And the issues that Commissioner Butcher has raised and others have raised about the uncertainties are absolutely correct. There are a lot of uncertainties right now, but our offer would be conditioned upon resolving those uncertainties. It would be conditioned upon our being able to go in and do due diligence on the fuel contracts, due diligence on the O&M contracts. It would be conditioned upon the project having passed its performance tests. It would be conditioned upon the project operating satisfactorily up until the point of closing. If the project had problems, went down, those would not meet the conditions to our closing. So we are talking about getting answers to all of these questions before you would have to consider whether or not to make an offer. If what we found out in the diligence didn't look good, if you didn't like the fuel contracts, if you didn't like the O&M contracts, then we could say we won't do it unless we don't have to assume those contracts, or we won't do it unless those contracts are amended in the way we desire, or we won't do it unless you give us some kind of compensation to make up for us taking over what we consider to be unattractive contracts. So these are excellent questions. They're exactly the kind of questions that you should be interested in and you should be demanding answers for. This process where we make an offer and then have a period to negotiate with them is the way to get the answers to these questions. And if you don't like them, you don't authorize a contract. We can also condition, this is a little more unusual, it's done sometimes, we can condition a closing on successful financing. I think Greg will say, you guys know more about your ability to finance than we do, so why should that be a condition? But if we want to say the only way we'll do it is conditioned upon successful financing, we can do that. I know it's a concern as to what type of control Gainesville would have over this special purpose NUCO. I believe that you can have, and we'll show you what type of control you will have, but through membership on the board of directors and through the contracts that Gainesville will have with NUCO, we think you can have effective control over the project. Through those contracts, you can decide whether or not the project should be scheduled to operate at a particular point in time. You can have control over how much money goes into improvements to the project. You can have approval over budgets. There are all kinds of controls that can be worked into the contracts involving this project. And before you're ultimately asked to vote on whether or not you actually want to enter into a contract, you'll have all those answers. But there's no way you can have those answers before you decide whether you want to make a conditional offer so that we can go forth and negotiate with Greg and get the answers for you. It is also quite possible that as a result of those negotiations, Greg may suggest, well, we'd like to do this with you, but we want to do it a little bit of a different way. There are all kinds of things that come out of the conversations once the conversations are started. We might find a way to say to Greg, listen, we've offered to pay you X, and in doing that, we weren't considering we would receive the grant. If you want to take some risk on the grant, we can pay you more, and maybe we'll split the grant. You can get this percent, we'll get that percent. There are all kinds of things that we can try to do, but we can't do it until we get to sit down with them, and making this conditional offer is one way to get to sit down with them. I think Commissioner Chase suggested earlier that maybe we could just sit down and say, listen, will you extend the time period and talk to us about it without us making an offer? We could try that. I don't know whether they would or not, but we can certainly, the contract requires them to sit down and negotiate with us if we make an offer.
Okay, let me ask you real quick, because you talked about trying to, work with them on this, the issue of the grant and the risk involved if it's not getting there. I guess my question, if not for you, for Mr. Hunzinger or our attorney, is in the existing PPA, does it not spell out, what exactly the financial terms are if they do not receive the grant?
That is correct.
Okay, what is the financial cost or penalty, or can we get that?
It had a specific increase in price. Maybe Mr. Hunziker remembers that. I don't remember the specific number.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't remember that number specifically. I know initially I think it was something like $8.10, but it's now multiplied by a factor of something like 1.03. I can find that for you. But I think what Mr. Lyon, Mr. Mayor, is trying to approach is that I think it's a fairly good assumption that they're going to receive the grant. What he's talking about is how can we, city/GRU, benefit from them getting the grant? So if the grant's going to the benefit of the project, then that should reduce what, for example, we would have to offer if they got the grant.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked the question, Mr. General Manager, is it seems that there's a super high probability they get the grant, so under just sticking with the existing PPA, there's a good chance it's there. But even if it's not, that number that you're saying spread out over all of our consumers still might be less of an impact than if we move away from the PPA, try to structure our own deal, and perhaps we do or don't get the grant. In other words, the cost might exceed the cost under a new scenario might exceed the cost under the worst-case old scenario of the existing PPA.
I think there's a presentation yet to come that will examine the cost if the grant is not obtained.
Okay, I have some lights here. Sorry, Commissioner Wells and then Commissioner Chase.
Just to understand kind of the modalities of how this process works. Oftentimes when I would be in a situation like you're describing, where I'd be making an offer and then I'd have some time to negotiate, essentially the front offer is not the best and final. It's an opening offer that I think you've characterized a little bit, that there is lots of opportunity during that mandated period in the agreement, for which you would then be able to essentially make your best and final. So I'm asking, I guess, is instead of October 22nd being truly our extinguishing of first right of first offer, isn't more accurately, that's extinguishing our right to make any offer, but that by definition, I mean, it's been joked about $1, but let's just say that's not really the serious thing, but some number that is a serious, sincere, valid, I don't know what legal term you would use, entitles us then for a month of discussion, during which time, and right up until the end of those 30 days, presumably we are entitled to make our best and final right of first offer. Is that a fair understanding?
That's a fair understanding. I think our initial offer has to be a good faith.
And I take that for granted. I mean, I don't think any of us are really looking to do anything. I mean, I think we've done a lot of debate over that question in the past, and I think we demonstrated adequately that we were acting in good faith. Now, it's also true that in the various interactions that we've had with our contracting party for the last several years, this is not the first time where we have, maybe not even the word tiptoed up to an offer, but we have been here before in a staff role, not as a commission.
That is correct.
That's a statement of fact, am I correct? And I want to be cautious about what I know what I'm not able to say, and so if you think I'm getting to where I'm not supposed to be saying something. But that has been a part of an effort, a valiant effort, I will say, by all of this staff, and including our contracted folks, and I think that included you, for like a year to work out what we called a pre-purchase agreement, but whatever you want to call it was sort of a renegotiation of the original terms of the agreement. I mean, maybe it wasn't a renegotiation, we were just simply trying to get a discount up front if we paid up front, and if that was desirable by our contracting party. Correct. That's one of the elements that kind of are inherent in the valuation of what we're seeking to get out of this. So all of those things could theoretically be on the table again for at least the next month, because it's all about what are they willing to accept, what are we willing to offer, correct?
I think that's correct. I think once we get into the second portion, the 30-day negotiation period, I think we can talk about it.
As long as you're starting out with a valid and what was the phrase you used? Good faith offer.
That's it.
Okay. I'm trying to get something so I feel more comfortable. I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Let's say one other thing that I think may have happened since we were last in negotiations with them, and this is nothing I know, but just suspicion that they were out trying to enter into some kind of a transaction on this project. And I think they may have found that their idea of the economic worth of the project may not have been accepted in the market the way they thought it would be when they were talking to us last.
That's very diplomatic of you.
And I very much appreciate that, because I guess what I'm getting at is that there's nothing wrong with saying that there were in fact numbers being tossed about in the various conversations we've had in lots of different settings. Is that a fair statement? Is that okay to say?
That is okay to say.
And that's where you're getting at. We kind of have a number that they had, and they kind of have a number that we had. In some setting, those numbers were out there. And therefore, It seems a lot less onerous to get us into a conversation for the next 30 days than perhaps we entered this conversation 3 days ago, 3 long days of discussions ago. And maybe we shouldn't be quite, I mean, maybe this is a message you would be offering, that we shouldn't be afraid to make an offer. Now, whether or not you're comfortable, as you said, with all of the fuel contracts, O&M contracts, operating conditions, sound and noise solutions, other due diligence, all open to conversation. If you're comfortable with the financing, whether or not we're going to get a term that we feel confident we can get. I'm sorry. No, my apologies that you're... Do we have some water for this gentleman?
Let's get him some water.
Well, you got a lot up here, but I don't think I'm able to offer it to you all down there, can I? And we've even got cups here,
Button protection devices.
although everybody wants me to put it there, I
Yeah,
know.
well, it hasn't worked all night.
No. But I guess maybe the fundamental message I'm hearing from you is, don't be afraid to make an offer. It merely gives you options. It obliges you to very little. Maybe nothing, maybe even, other than good faith, 30-day discussions.
That is correct. You make an offer, you've got a condition that you're satisfied with the diligence.
I guess
If
that's
you're
the
not
key.
satisfied, you don't have to do anything.
And I guess the key thing is, the gentleman said earlier, a big fat condition, but I guess that was on, even if a sale went forward. At this point, making an offer just needs to make very clear that there are these other variables that are going to have to be discussed for the next 30 days before we come up to that big fat condition. I'm using the very technical language of our honorable tax counsel. Okay. But don't preclude from that some way of capturing the federal money. Even if at the end of the 30 days, we're not prepared to pull the trigger on that structure, or they're not prepared to accept it because they may not feel confident that that's going to do the number.
It should be on the table for the discussion.
Keep it on the table. Is there anything that shouldn't be on the table?
Your shoes.
I'm sure there are, but I can't think
Okay.
of them right now.
That's my mom.
I'm
But
not sure.
but I hear you saying really that other than putting a number, I mean, I guess we would be obliged if we put a 400 number or whatever, or 200 number, a dollar, whatever the number is, we would be obliged to meet that and of course, accept that we were giving up the existing power purchase agreement or whatever else that we,
Well-
that's not today's decision. That would be at the end of the 30 days.
Right.
At the end of the day, we could say, unlike our current power purchase agreement, we could throw up our hands and say, we're not doing the ROFO.
We can.
That would be our right 30 days from now,
Correct.
notwithstanding anything else that we'd offered at that point.
As long as the offer we make is conditional, which it will be, you don't have any obligation to actually make a purchase.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, and
Thank you.
at the risk of sounding crass, by going in this direction, this idea, well, we just need to make an offer, there's no harm in that, is the customers of GRU will continue to stroke checks to consultants and lawyers and everyone else to keep it going, and I have yet, I mean, with all due respect to everybody, I have yet to hear a scenario where the benefits clearly outweigh the costs, yet. And I hope we get to it at some point, but I've heard a lot of talk, a lot of complicated language attempted to be boiled down, but at the end of the day, there's yet to be a presentation of do this, and we can give substantial relief to our ratepayers by moving in this direction, and while not incurring significant risk. And so hopefully we'll hear that, but if we don't hear that, then there's really no need to make an offer for the sake of making an offer, and for the sake of just letting more meetings continue and more gyrations and punching of the calculators, you know. At some point, you cut the rope. So, Commissioner Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, I mean, Mr. Lyons, you captured in a different way what I think I started off with tonight, which is I'm not sure if there's anybody that would buy this thing right now other than us. So I think that's an important point, though, and obviously that's, once again, in anything, in a negotiation, that's just all a guess, right? So until you hear it and we talk somehow. So whether it's through the right of first offer or not, I do want to go back to the right of first offer, because I could tell you what I felt overwhelmingly last week was, I just couldn't say whether I would never make an offer on this thing. I'm just not sure I'd do it by the 22nd. And you know what? I guess I probably didn't make it to negotiate. And I clearly don't want to offer $1. I just get that on the table. But everybody got the point. So, couple quick questions from just a process. Now, Commissioner Poe said that we're in the 60-day window according to the PPA. I understand that, but the only reason we're there is this supposed hurry for the tax equity benefits before it goes commercial. Could you just confirm and explain that briefly? What is the timeline on the tax equity side that is out there, or is there one?
It depends to some extent on the structure that is used. If they were going to do a lease transaction, which at one time they were contemplating,
Closer to the microphone.
and which I'm not sure whether they're
Can you speak
contemplating.
directly in the microphone?
A little closer, yeah.
If they were going to do a lease transaction, which at one time they were contemplating, and I'll ask Mr. Eliason to correct me if I mess up on some of these tax areas, because I think this is exactly the area he's in, but you have a period of 90 days after the plant goes in service in order to do a sale leaseback and transfer the maximum tax benefits to the person purchasing the asset. If you're actually selling the asset, not doing a leaseback, then I don't believe there is the same issue with respect to whether you do it before or after commercial operation, or how much before or after. John, do you agree with that?
That's why we have two microphones.
That's actually for karaoke.
Oh, we can do a duet.
Yes, exactly.
You haven't heard me sing.
Only if you can harmonize.
I think that the thing that the tax equity investor is looking for in this idea of this timeline would be if they were going to qualify for a certain type of depreciation benefit, you have to be an owner of that asset before it is placed in service, which means before it goes into, basically is ready for commercial operation. That it doesn't impact the grant, and what I've seen, a lot of investors don't really put a whole lot of value on that depreciation benefit. So I'm not sure if it's a red herring or what. Mr. Lyon is correct that there are definitely structuring, and it's statutory, but there's structuring mechanisms for allowing someone to come in after it's been placed in service in a lease transaction. That's that 3-month period. But it's really, it is limited to that leasing structure.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, the reason I'm asking this question for me, because, I mean, this get on the table, this is something that's been in my head for about a week or so now, but if you took that aside, if you set that aside and assume for a second, maybe the market isn't there, you know, I mean, I've called a couple people, I did my own research like we all do, and I'm to understand that the tax equity market for biomass is not nearly what it is for wind and solar. And I was told that there would be a surprise and a reach to suggest that there might be a tax equity appetite in biomass specifically in the numbers we're talking, whatever the range is. So if we set that aside for a second, we still go back to this timeline, this deadline that Commissioner Poe or someone else asked, what I thought is a really good question, which is if we let that expire then we literally, according to the contract, as we all understand it, lose our ability to potentially, unless they change it, but to make an offer for 360 days or whatever it is, for basically a year, assuming we didn't come to a transaction because they then have the right to go out to the market. Is that true?
We have a right to make an offer anytime. I mean, nothing would stop us from going out and offering to purchase a Brooklyn
I'm
Bridge.
sorry, yeah, they're not obligated to listen.
That's correct.
Okay,
They are not
okay.
obligated to listen.
And bargain in good faith and all of that.
Yeah,
Right.
they're not obligated to. Okay, so why is this important? Because, again, for me, set aside tax equity now, let's talk about grant. We're all vested in this thing together, right, to have the grant happen. And the only importance to the grant, as I understand it, is that it has to be contemplated in whatever offer we have. It's $120 million, so it's a lot of money. So if it goes into 2014 and we're still talking about buying it, we're still talking about structuring something that qualifies. And if they've already gotten the grant, then we can just work something potentially that they keep it, and we structure so they don't have to, I forget it's clawback or payback provision or something. It's pro rata 20% for 5 years, something like that. Okay, so here's my question. Does the 60, it must not have to be closed, because all the things we're talking about doing, what is the magic to purchasing this thing? Because I'm still trying to contemplate how we could possibly close this transaction by the end of the year.
I don't think we can close it by the end of the year.
Okay, so what is the obligation so the grant has no obligation to commercial operation date, it's just who owns it?
Yep.
That's all a tax equity issue, the commercial operation date, is it? Okay?
Well, that's, the date of substantial completion is the earliest they can put in their final application, but it doesn't really drive the transaction.
Okay, so it wouldn't have to be closed, and so and then the last thing is the grant versus the, I'm sorry, John
Liason.
Lyson, talked about the ITC. He talked about the kind of difference between the ITC and the grant. Can we defer back to that? Are we obligated to pay that? Is it all cycled around the grant? Because that's different than the investment tax credit,
Well,
right?
they've chosen to go the grant route. Whether they could reverse that or not, that would be a question for John, but the ITC would be of no value to us, because the ITC is a credit against taxes. We don't have any taxes to credit it against.
Right, and it would be of no value to them. Right, either, we presume.
They probably will not have any taxes to credit it against either.
Okay.
That's
And
why
does
they
the
choose.
PPA allowed for them to specifically lock in and choose the grant? So if they couldn't, at this point, it's not one or the other, it was just a grant, so there's no ITC?
No, under the PPA, they could choose either. And if they were doing, and I'm really getting into John's area here, but if they were doing a lease, the ITC would have some benefit in the lease. But I think that they've decided that the grant coming directly to them,
Okay,
the ITC wouldn't have value to them, and they probably wouldn't get enough value in the ITC in a lease to make up for getting the grant.
okay. Last question, and I promise I'll let you present everybody else, but, because this is where my head is right now. If there was a way, whether through a request of them, whether them watching this right now, whatever it is, that they either pulled back their letter setting forth the 22nd as a deadline, or we asked to extend it, or whatever, if we said, we're interested to continue talking about something that makes sense to both of us, but this timeline is hard for us, and assuming that tax equity is they've kind of realistically seen that, tax equity might not be, where it was, then effectively, if that were to happen, we're not losing, we can continue to talk about this and do the transaction into the future with the grant and everything, give it an opportunity to see how the thing works, just move forward. I mean, we've certainly have planned 2014 and are fully prepared to move forward, but nothing would stop us from doing that other than the two parties agreeing that that's what we want to do, and we would have to remove these dates somehow.
That's correct. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about the fact that they're watching this, but,
Well, then you don't need to say anything, but I mean, I think I'm saying the message that, I mean, I'm ready to talk, because, like I said, I think, I don't know if we're the tiger or the kid, but we both need fish, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Lyons, did you have more to present before we move
I
on?
did not.
Okay, any other commissioners with questions for Mr. Lyons? Seeing none, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I believe we're at the point now where Ms. Wilson
We're
and...
not taking citizen comment at this time.
When would citizen comment occur? We're 2.5 hours into this
I
meeting.
know. I hope soon.
About what time? Could we have an estimate?
Well, we want to hear these presentations.
And about what time will they be?
I don't know, Mr. Conish.
Could we find that out?
Well, I know we have some more presentations.
I'd like to find out when they'll be over with.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're at the point now where we'll have the financial update with Ms. Wilson and Mr. Mace. I would not anticipate this to be a long discussion, similar to the legal part, but you never know.
Go ahead.
If I can get the PowerPoint, the financial presentation, if it's available. If not, I do have paper copies we can put on the overhead.
For some reason, the mic is not picking up comments very well, unless I guess you have to get a little closer to it.
Okay.
Same thing happened with Mr. Lyons.
Okay.
What do you say?
I'll pull up the paper copies if they're not. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
All right.
Do we have the one that strictly is just financial in the title? And that would just be my rate slides and then a couple that Mr. Mace would cover. Yep, that's it. Thank you. Okay. The first slide is just a brief overview of what savings we could anticipate hypothetically if we were looking at a 1,000 kWh residential bill under 3 different purchase scenarios. We are looking in this example at a purchase at $620 million, assuming the grant is used, then a $620 million purchase, assuming there is no grant, and a $520 million purchase, also assuming there is no grant. Under the first one, the $620 million with grant, that assumes that we take out $500 million in debt for the purchase. And when we look at the savings along each of these rows, this is compared to what our anticipation was at the time of the 2014 budget. So just a couple months ago, using those base scenarios, comparing to these purchase options, and that is the savings that you would get in a 1,000 kWh residential bill. The difference in these that I want to point out if you look at 2015 through 2019, under the purchase with grant, that will assume that the first 5 years we would need to pay property tax. So you will see that while the debt is lower at $500 million because we got the 120, there's also property tax for the first 5 years. So because there's approximately $10 million per year in property tax that is not there in 2020, you see a larger savings in 2020. So that is why you see the stream of numbers. My pointer's not working, from 850 to 575 annually, and then in 1175 you see it jump up. There's obviously other factors in our budget, but that's one of the primary drivers there, is that the property tax goes away. So under any purchase with grant scenarios, you'll see there's a difference in the first 5 year savings compared to year 6 and beyond. We do not have numbers beyond 2020. Our financial modeling for budget only goes out through 2020, but the assumption is that we would have similar assumptions moving forward in time. And that's why we have the net present value calculations to reflect those later years that we're not showing at this level. And then again, as you can see in the second line, the 620 purchase without the grant, because there's no grant, it would be an outright purchase, there'd be no property tax. And you can see that the savings are a little more level through that period of time. They're not as great in year 2020 and forward because we're having to take out $620 million in debt instead of the $500 million. So that's why when you look at the 2020 column, you'll see that the with grant, your savings is about $1175, and it's less, down to $950 under the no grant scenario. The final line is what the savings would look like or could look like under a 520 purchase without the grant. And that really is comparable to your first line. So your first line is $500 million debt. Your final line is $520 million of debt because you're using the grant in the first line but not the last. The next few slides that you have in your backup really just take each of those scenarios that was summarized and gives you what the bill was under budget, so you have that for comparison purposes, and then what the bill would be for 1,000 kWh at each of those levels. And do keep in mind, we talked about this last week, I think on Wednesday, that there may be differences to utility tax and surcharge. So there could be a difference of a couple dollars in these scenarios, less savings if the utility tax goes up by shifting those costs from the fuel side that's not taxable to the base rate side. And these really are just more for your benefit to have to review. I don't really need to go through each of them unless you have a specific question.
Yeah, but other than this is assuming all of our assumptions are correct.
That is
Right,
correct.
okay.
That is correct. And then as we did last week, we also have some financial indicators, metrics. This was an earlier presentation, it's okay, from last week, that Mr. Mace can address looking at our coverage ratios. Similar to what he did last week, we've just included additional values that were not included at that time. So he actually has the 520 scenario and the 620 scenarios that will show with and without the grant for debt service coverage and fixed charge coverage. And again, I'm not sure if it's on the end of this presentation or not. No, it's not. Okay. We do have a paper copy. We can just use the overhead if that's easier. Mike, do you want to go ahead and address the coverages? These are all in, yeah, these are all in order, just as you sent them, so if you want to use the overhead, that might be easier.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mike Mace from Public Financial Management, and as Diane pointed out, I'll discuss some of the financial metric implications of various scenarios. We did cover what I believe is essentially this information last week, so hopefully there's nothing that is all that drastically new in terms of what you'll see this evening. We have scenarios for debt service coverage and for fixed charges coverage. And if we'll recall from last week, the debt service coverage metric is basically a measure of what net revenue you have that is available to pay annual debt service. And by net revenue, it's total revenues, less expenses, and then what's left over to pay the debt service. And we have a couple.
Interrupt real quick, Mr. General Manager. We did see this already. Are we going to see anything different? Otherwise, because otherwise this is chewing up the clock and.
Mr. Mayor, these have been rerun as suggested by the commission to not include the grant, so to show you the coverages without the
So
grant.
this will be coverage without the grant, and I would just recommend that, that then, if it's a repetitive slide, move through it, and let's get to the stuff we haven't seen.
I would describe this as fairly repetitive to what you saw. They're just additional scenarios of what you might pay, both with and without the grant. And the results are as expected. The more you pay, the more that lowers some of the financial metrics that you would see, or lowers the debt service coverage. I'd be happy to go into as much detail or answer questions as you would like.
Well, go ahead and proceed with your
Oh, okay. So just to use one example here, the first one I have up here is the debt service coverage. Again, the top line is the projected debt service coverage under the PPA if you do not make an acquisition of the resource. And we have the metrics under two scenarios. One would be that you paid $620 million and you also receive the grant to offset the purchase price. So it would be $500 million of debt, and that would be the red line that you see there. And then the yellow line would be if you did not receive the grant and that you had to fund that with $620 million of debt. So you get the expected result that the more debt you take on in the yellow line scenario, if you take on $620 million of debt, the debt service coverage metric declines because you have more debt and the same amount of funds roughly to pay for that debt. We also have numbers up here that I will show briefly, which I believe are the $520 million scenario. And here it's less debt than the $620 million scenario, so the debt service coverage, because you have less debt, is a little bit higher in all those scenarios. And again, it's both with and without the grant. So in addition to that debt service coverage metric that we had talked about, we also looked at this other metric of fixed coverage charge. And what that does, it treats the roughly $70 million of the payment under the PPA, the fixed charges, it treats those as debt. And here, we'll look at, well, I think it's probably most instructive to look at the $620 million case. And again, in this scenario, the base case, assuming everything goes under the PPA, we have this fixed charges coverage. And here, instead of just looking at your funds available to pay debt and looking at that over debt service payments, we also add in the fact that roughly $70 million of the GREC PPA would be treated as a debt-like obligation. So it calculates more debt than what you have as true debt. And the dotted blue line is the fixed charge coverage metric using the $70 million and treating that as debt. And then under the scenarios, both with and without the grant, if you pay $620 million, the debt service there is, depending on the scenario, between $35 and $45 million. And that debt service is less than the fixed charge coverage under the PPA. So with less of that debt-like obligation turned into debt, you actually have higher metrics there. So this is the same thing we talked about last week. So this metric actually improves under the purchase scenario.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any commissioners, any questions for, seeing none? All right. Thank you very much. Mr. General Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this brings us to continuation of the risk discussion. And as mentioned earlier, Mr. Kopp's available by phone from Burns McDonald if needed. But I think we're going to start this discussion out with Mr. Painter. And as you recall, at the end of last Thursday's meeting, Mr. Painter went through discussion relative to some probabilistic analysis on the benefits versus the risk. And so he's got some updates on that as requested relative to if the grant was not received. So you'll be able to see kind of the differences with the grant included and without the grant. So.
Okay. All right, Mr. Painter.
Go to the overhead, I would appreciate
We
it.
need the overhead,
John
please.
Painter with Infront Consulting.
All right.
If we could zoom in just a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, that's perfect. I wanted to link back. I showed this chart when I was here last week, but I've changed it so the labeling's a little bit different, hopefully to make the results a little bit clearer. Along the horizontal axis, as you move to the right, it's benefits in millions of dollars, cumulative present worth over the 30-year study period. The vertical axis is the probability of occurrence of any particular level of benefit. We have struck a line, a vertical line, at the point where the baseline projections, these are the projections that GRU has been presenting to you and based on which the rate impacts are calculated and so forth. But given a certain combination of grant and purchase price, this is the baseline projection of benefit prepared by GRU or presented by GRU to show you how it relates to the work that we've done. Over to the left, we've struck a vertical line to show zero benefit. Okay? So the points I want to make from this is based on a particular assumption about purchase price and that the grant is received, and it shows that the potential benefits are probably more than would occur under the baseline set of assumptions that GRU has used in their projections. There is some chance that the benefits will be less. Under this set of assumptions, we didn't find a scenario where there would not be benefits in ownership relative to continuing under the PPA. That's the implications here. In the analysis we did, the mathematically expected level of benefits was actually almost $50 million higher than in the baseline set of assumptions. The fatness of that curve has to do with the uncertainties in several areas. One key uncertainty that has a lot to do with the fatness of that curve is bond interest rates. By the time you get to closing and signing a final purchase agreement, you'll know to a much closer tolerance what the bond interest rate will be. So all other things being equal, as time goes on, the fatness of that curve should narrow by much of the uncertainty that's in there due to bond interest rates. You will also know more about what GRU will spend to operate and maintain the plant through additional planning of staff and so forth. So some of the uncertainty that we've put in there pertaining to just the level of operations and maintenance cost will also get narrower, therefore the fatness will get narrower. You should also have a lot more information about the 1603 grant. Commissioner Chase in an email asked that we present the same exact charts with and without the 1603 grant. This is chart number 11 in your packet, and I tried, so it'd be easier for you to compare them, I tried to squeeze them up and put them on the same chart. The top chart is with the grant for a particular purchase price assumption. The bottom chart is without the grant, assuming that you decide to pay the same exact amount for the plant. You don't adjust your purchase price at all because you didn't get the grant, or the grant wasn't retained, would be a better way to say it. So as I mentioned to you last week, the whole curve moves to the left, if you will, is less good, if you will, but it still is conservative, shows that the baseline projections that you've been shown without the grant are conservative relative to our probabilistic analysis of the benefits from this. I would also note that under this scenario without the grant, almost all the probabilities are still to the right of the zero axis, showing that there is, in this set of assumptions about purchase price, there's a very small probability that the cost under ownership would be higher than the cost under the PPA. Most of the potential is for benefit. And again, there is a significant level of benefit $200 million present worth over the 30-year period. I also showed this chart last week, but I don't think I did a very good job of explaining what it meant, so I'd like to just spend another moment on it. The horizontal axis, instead of benefit this time, it's cost. It's cumulative, present worth, cost. The green set of bars are the costs under the PPA. The blue set of bars are the cost under GRU ownership. As you can see, almost all the potential scenarios that were sampled, the costs were lower under GRU ownership than under the PPA. The curve under ownership is fatter because there's more uncertainty there right now. Again, as you proceed toward closing and get ready to issue bonds, there's quite a bit of that uncertainty that comes out. When all is said and done, the biggest single factor that could cause the cost under the ownership to be higher than you're anticipating relative to the BPA is higher inflation of labor and materials used in the maintenance of the plant and the periodic major overhauls and repairs of the plant. And it would take a very high level of escalation for that to, if you will, turn around the benefit picture. So based on this assumption about purchase price, again, this one assumes the grant is received.
Can you wait? A question for Commissioner Wells.
And I'm sorry, because I mean, it's relevant to the other one. If he wants, I don't want to interrupt.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Can you give me, on the high end of the power purchase agreement, there's escalation factors built into the power purchase agreement as well, correct? But they're somewhat more nuanced than maybe reality could present to us, which is more open in the blue one.
More than half of the charges under the PPA are fixed on a dollars per megawatt hour basis. They don't change over the 30 years, is what I mean by fixed. They're level over 30 years. The non-fuel energy charge is a big component of that. Approximately $54 per megawatt hour is level over the 30 years. The fixed O&M payment, dollars per megawatt hour, is level over the 30 years. And both of those rates are multiplied by the available energy from the plant, not the energy that's actually dispatched and delivered, but the available energy. The only escalator, there's an escalator on the variable O&M, that's the CPI, and fuel will escalate as the cost of fuel escalates.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Chase.
So you didn't do any kind of analysis of any dispatch modeling?
We did in the blue bars. We had, if you will, a first order analysis done of the benefits to GRU of having greater dispatch flexibility, and that added about $1 million per year to the benefits. And when I use the term first order because we asked their planning staff to make one set of production runs, and they did that for 1 year, just removing the 70 megawatt hour per hour minimum dispatch limitation off of the plant and allowing it to be down to 50 megawatt hours per hour based on the capability of the unit to be dispatched that way. And just that one change improved the energy cost of GRU about $1 million per year. So included that in the projected benefits. GRU conservatively has not yet added that into the benefit in the baseline that you've seen.
Have you done any kind of hour-by-hour dispatch model at all to see?
That's what they ran. They ran,
Is there a number- there-
and we did our own independent calculations of the same effect of lowering that, removing that arbitrary dispatch limitation, and we came very close to $1 million per year. So it was sort of a cross-check of what they did, and we confirmed it pretty closely.
So you did your own hour-by-hour for
We didn't do it
2014?
hour by hour. We used a simplified other way to get to the same number.
Okay.
They did a dispatch model.
I've heard there's one out there. Did you do any kind of analysis or assumption of any kind of retail load growth?
No. If retail load turns out being soft and actually declines from the present level, the additional flexibility in being able to dispatch the plant as an owner will actually be very helpful to GRU in lowering cost. The basic analysis here is that the loads are at least sufficient as they are today for it to be used pretty much as it's dispatched today.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Painter.
Commissioner Chase also, as I mentioned, asked for these charts to be shown both with and without the grant. So this is the same chart, again, up top here that I was just showing. Again, the horizontal axis is the cumulative present worth cost over the 30 years. And the bottom chart shows without the grant, again, exactly the same purchase price, but you don't have the $120 million grant that helps, you have to return that, okay? So you can see that the green area really doesn't change between the two, because this is assuming that the 1603 grant isn't retained by reason of GRU, that GREC received the grant. And then it wasn't able to be retained due to GRU not being able or willing to put in place the applicable structure. So again, the costs shift upward. And the change in costs and benefits due to the not having the grant is on a cumulative present worth basis between $70 and $80 million. Okay. The number that we calculated was right at 77 million to be exact, more precise. So again, though, it's important to note that in both of these scenarios, the cost curve for GRU ownership is below the cost curve for the PPA. And there's the vast probabilities that would be the case. And I would ask you to think about your decision in maybe a slightly different way. It's kind of unusual for me to be standing in front of a group like yourself and saying, let's evaluate, we've got a purchase power agreement, let's evaluate purchasing that asset. That doesn't happen as often. The more common scenario is where a study's been done, the organization has said, we need a biomass plant, we need it of 100 megawatts, we want to do the right thing for environmental purposes, we want to meet our governor's new regulations pertaining to it. We have two choices as to how to have a biomass plant. It's already built, and the organization that's built it is willing to sign a PPA with us. And here's the terms of the PPA. The organization that's built it is willing to sell it to us. Now tell me which is the better course of action. We would do exactly the same analysis, and when you looked at this chart, you would say, well, it looks like there may be tremendous benefit in ownership rather than signing the PPA. The difference is, you all, again, as I mentioned last week, I'm impressed with the amount of energy and effort that you're putting into the decision. You're struggling in part because it's easier when you're human, which we all are, you typically think in terms of this is what I have and do I want to change. If I presented you with two options and you had to choose between the two options, you would look at which one might be the better choice a little bit differently. And that's all I'm saying. When I look at this graph, when we compare two power supply options for most clients, the difference is not usually so distinct. It's usually a lot more overlap of the two alternatives. I'm going to skip over my conclusions about the 1603 grant because there's been so much discussion about it, but it's in the packet. I want to focus on the conclusions that go to what could cause this area where the benefits turn out to be quite a bit less than anticipated. And that to me is, quote, risk. And I touched on each of these last time, but I've added to it a little information to try to put it in perspective about your options for managing that risk. One of the big factors that's in there right now is the potential that there would be higher bond interest rates than the 4.8% that we've assumed in the base case or the baseline cases. But you can limit your exposure to that by, as was said earlier, the proposal can be contingent on financing under acceptable terms. And so as you narrow in and you get to a point where you're ready to close, that can be reevaluated and you can have a much tighter view of what your bond interest rate's going to be. The next thing that's an issue is operating costs. Right now in the numbers, the operating cost of $12 million per year starting out is quite a bit lower than the fixed O&M payment that's in the contract. So that could be off, and there could be less advantage, if you will. We've put a noticeable band around that $12 million. We've looked at it independently. We believe the $12 million starting number is actually a slightly conservative number. I think that's consistent with the work that's been done by your GRU staff and by the gentleman from Burns and Mack. But nonetheless, until you've done some more planning, you've really put your operational plan in place, you've learned more about the existing contractual circumstances, et cetera, you don't have enough information. But you will as you go through the due diligence, and you will prior to closing. It won't remove all uncertainty, but again, the band will get narrower. The other issue is higher inflation. As I mentioned, in the contract, it's a fixed O&M charge, level over the 30 years, but it's very high starting out. Under this scenario, you would be exposed to inflation of labor cost and material cost. There's been an assumption made that those would average over 30 years 2.5% in the baseline case. Our probabilistic analysis actually skews that higher than that, is the more probable result. But it would take very significant changes to erode the benefits completely. We went back and we looked at 60 years worth of escalation and looked at 30-year chunks. And we didn't find any 30-year period where the CPI escalated by more than 3.3% over 30 years.
Per year.
On average. Now, certainly it did in certain years, but on average over many years. So during any period, even the horrible times of the 1970s and 80s, early 80s, when you've averaged in some of the 60s and some of the 90s and late 80s, it didn't happen. So, there's some exposure there, but it would have to be a wholly different scenario that hasn't been seen in since going back for 60 years. There could be lower reductions in property taxes than have been counted on. I don't know quite to do with that, how to deal with that, except that it can be material, but largely it will be policy driven. And it seems like you as a body have some control over that. And if those property tax benefits, if you will, turn out being lower, perhaps there's offsetting benefits to the community otherwise. One of the uncertainties that are faced right now is the extraordinary cost or significantly lower plant availability relative to the baseline assumptions. The baseline assumptions assume this plant will be available 90% of the hours. We independently agree that that's a very reasonable assumption based on this technology and this type of a plant. But I've heard some concerns. Well, what if the thing is poorly constructed? And that is definitely something to consider. And we've put some scenarios in the probabilistic analysis where it operates quite a bit less on average over the 30 years in terms of availability. And it's kind of non-intuitive, but when it operates so much more poorer, the benefits are eroded because you would have some mitigation of that under the PPA. It's not that it cost you so horribly under the ownership case, it's more that you've lost the mitigation effect of the PPA. So, but for that kind of an issue to persist over 30 years, there would have to be significant issues, and the way you would mitigate that is you would very carefully evaluate the plant prior to closing during the due diligence period. And this is a type of technology. It's not ultra sensitive. It's not horribly unique. It's not leading edge. It's standard, if you will, for lack of a better word, utility power generation technology. So there's several organizations and even people on your GRU staff that are capable of evaluating it and identifying issues ahead of time. And there's some issues that they may not be able to see, not everything's exposed, but there can be, warranties and representations and liquidated damages negotiated into the contract to try to help deal with some of those eventualities. We have no operating experience to speak of today, but by the time you reach closing, you probably will have about 6 months of operating experience. And whatever teething pains, if you will, that might be there, the existing owner is going to have to be dealing with those as the time passes. So we think the probability of this thing operating outside of a very small availability range is very, very low. and we don't have any concern that your organization isn't prepared to properly operate it. We deal with other municipal organizations that have no generation operating experience. And if I was standing before one of those, I would be concerned and I would be saying so. Your organization has many years' worth of operating experience and people on staff that have done that successfully for their careers. So you're better equipped than most, and you're as well equipped as the organizations that are operating it now to operate it successfully. It isn't going to the moon. It's operating standard power generation equipment. Our analysis shows clearly that the baseline set of benefits that projections that you've been provided by GRU are on the conservative side. They're not the lowest calculation of benefits that you could do, but they're not even equal to sort of the mid-range. They're on the conservative side, and I think that's important to report to you. And lastly, for a range of purchase price that's, we haven't reached a conclusion yet about what level of purchase price may be required. But this is not the highest range that's been talked about, but it's toward the higher range. And we didn't select it to propose it or anything of that nature, but we thought with our work, we should be selecting toward the higher range of the numbers that were being considered or evaluated would be a better word. So based on that assumption about purchase price, even without the grant, our analysis shows significant levels of benefit and very few circumstances where costs would be higher under the ownership scenario than under the current PPA.
All right. That concludes your presentation?
It does.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have questions for Mr. Painter? Start with Commissioner Welch.
Another way of saying your evaluation, and maybe you could go back to the double chart with no grant.
The one with the cost or the benefits?
The double chart showing the PPA compared to the, well, I mean, maybe I'm versus ownership. I thought maybe you had them where with no grant.
That one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It has both. I mean, I was struck by your description of it because it seemed that you could either be saying, you know, this is a good action to pursue, seek ownership. I think that's fundamentally your conclusion. You recommend us to seek ownership, not at any price, but with some confidence that there is a price in which our risk is mitigated and the value is substantial.
You know, I don't
know
have
that-
all the things to consider you do,
Right, no, I
but
know
from a
the
power
things that you
supply,
considered.
from a power supply planning
Right.
standpoint, it's clear to me that ownership offers you an opportunity to lower your cost and offers a high probability that the project would lower your costs through ownership.
And another way of saying it is, we've got a heck of a steep standard to meet, which I heard you loud and clear. And if we were here today, I mean, we're not relitigating where we were. But I would have loved to have seen this graph 3 years ago. Not even mention when you guys, I wasn't here to make the decision, but 4 years ago, I just got to wonder where that comparison graph would have looked like at that point.
You know,
Obviously, there are a lot of variables that are different, and even the key factors. I mean, looking at your list of risks, what's most amazing about it is not what they include, But what they don't include, the risks that we had to look at 4 years ago, 50 or 100 megawatts, the price of natural gas, the demand for electricity, the potential for regulation. None of those are on our plate today for a very specific reason. Not because those aren't important issues still, all of those things are relevant going forward, but they're not on the plate because that green chart is there and we have no alternative. By your best assessment, your assumption actually,
Yes.
is that is what it is. That is what it is.
And let me say something. I wasn't here 4 years ago, but I was, I've been doing this sort of work with an interruption a few years ago. But my point is, I went through with my colleagues, what would have been different 4 years ago? And the world was very different. Natural gas prices were 50% higher, and you felt like there was going to be a renewable energy requirement equal to 20% of your load. And those two things alone would change the whole perception of this project in your mind. Now, biomass is a high-cost power supply alternative when you look at the cost of power that comes out of it. The organizations that are choosing biomass and solar and so forth, they are higher cost alternatives when you look at the cost of power, but they're also adding in their view of environmental cost, and they're coming to it being a better choice.
Right. And I appreciate what you summarized there, because to me, you're also offering us, why is it that we would stick with what we've got today? Those things are still relevant. They're much devalued from where they were 4 years ago, not because values have changed, but because the world has changed. But you've also told us, I think you mentioned only two major areas where there is some protection remaining. And frankly, a lot of us have been articulating, and citizens have been writing to us, don't throw out what protections you might have. Don't give away the devil you know for a devil you don't know. And I think that's what you're struggling with, all of you are struggling with, to try to bring us to. The two major ones I heard you mention were the notion that somehow or another this plant doesn't produce the power that we are contractually obligated to pay, and therefore we don't have to pay it because it doesn't produce what it claimed that it would. That's a major protection under the existing contract. And the other one was what I'll characterize as, you thought the 70s and the 80s were tough? You ain't seen nothing yet. Now, there's a lot of us who realize that that's not an impossibility, that it could be, but you've made a case that you take any 30 years since World War II, you said, I think?
We went back 60 years and looked at a rolling 30-year period.
That's World War II.
Yeah.
So that means since my father's conscious lifetime, certainly a lot more than me, there's not been a 30-year period where the conditions have been such that this contract, in that respect, on the cost respect, would be a net winner for us. Still always possible, but those are the two big protections that you're putting forward based on what your understanding is today for this contract. Not saying there's no value on the CO2 or the renewable, but the big dollar values.
Right, and on the operating availability.
Right.
If the operating availability, I think someone showed a sensitivity analysis. If the operating availability fell from 90% to 85% on average over 30 years, it would reduce your payments into the PPA by about $60 million. Okay? Now, imagine that the existing owner or some future owner is faced with an underperforming plant, and are they going to leave it there
Right.
when there's $60 million on the table? No.
They'll figure out what amount they can invest to get that back.
And it would be a very small amount of that 60 million to resolve issues.
But again, I guess, to me, I'm going back to the purchase agreement as compared to the alternative, because a lot of us, I think, it's really going to come down to in a couple of weeks, do we stick with what we got or don't we? And it's not the producing plant that I see as the worst-case scenario. It's the plant that we choose to idle because we can't justify running it. That's really the worst case, because that's 70 million out of pocket and you have nothing of value to show for it. What you just described was a plant operating and producing something of value for which you're paying more than the market is worth, but which you're producing something of value. And it's a little harder for me to see, because we just don't know the variables. The numbers that are in the presumptions we're looking at, were you the one who provided those, or was that PFM? Someone provided projected numbers that we're using for these models for the price of power as contracted versus what we anticipate the market, just sort of a conservative, reasonable guess. Can somebody recall who that was?
There was an assumption in some of the models that the price of power would be today around $60 per megawatt hour.
If we just went out today to contract
If you
it.
went into a long-term power contract today, escalating some.
Right.
Versus, double that under the PPA, plus a little bit.
Double when the...
Double
Okay, so it's like
60.
60 versus 130. Okay, so double, fair enough. And the 30-year extension of that was 122 versus 100 and...
It was something of that nature, and the cost under the PPA continued to go up because of some assumed
It's already built
inflation
in.
of fuel and
But kind of
variable O&M.
reasonable assumptions.
Yeah.
That's probably where we're going to end up. Okay. I mean, I guess... Thank you.
Let's get some other
Thank you.
comments here. Commissioner Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Wells just was going down same, very similar path I was, and I'm trying to figure out how to not, dwell too much on it, but
That's not my goal.
let me, of course, and it's not, let me first of all say that if we're given the opportunity to take the time to consider some of your information and ask questions on the side and all, I'm certainly not going to, discount your presentation, the work you've done. I still don't know anything about you, but that's fine at this point. R.W. Beck is certainly the real deal, and I'm sure that you have some former partners or something you're doing something with in addition to your love of aviation. Having said this, I will tell you what gives me the most just trouble with this entire thing is the introduction of the word probability. Because, sadly, for 2 years, we have talked about natural gas prices. Hey, they might quadruple. This PPA was based on almost a tripling at this point, now that it's up to $4, whatever it is, of these natural gas prices. You know what? I had my colleague here, who I don't blame, a year ago state that I'm crazy to think we might not sell this power. And I don't blame her, because we were never being told otherwise, because we never talked about probability. We just said, hey, it might happen. So I'm glad you brought this up. I'm glad that we're now bringing probability into the equations of a lot of things we do here at city government. But what stunned me was when you were talking about your normal scenario, what you would advise. What does that say about our PPA? What does it say about our PPA? Because what I'm trying to understand is we have heard publicly nothing but it still is a great contract. And all these things are still going to happen. And the reason I think that's important is not to rub anyone's nose in anything and not to make a silly point. It is that if these things are going to happen, I would be less inclined to take this risk, because at the end of the day, we do have this PPA. So, what are the assumptions on the natural gas? What are the assumptions on selling power? At what price and how much? And I don't necessarily think you have these things, but to cut it down to what I'm talking about is I understand it. I mean, I get this, and it's pretty compelling. But what's not compelling is what is going to happen? And at some point, if we can at least have an open and honest discussion of what we're facing, because you've got this green chart here is kind of scary. But you know what? What if we sell 50 megawatts? What does that do?
Well,
And I can understand that, well, it's going to benefit either side. Well, yeah, maybe so, but I'm still taking this risk that I'd rather not take.
well, and that's the struggle. I have the luxury of standing before you today and analyzing this on the presumption, which I've been told is a good presumption, that there's a 30-year contract that is a valid contract, and is it better than to own the plant than to continue under that contract? What is the difference in risk is what we were asked to look at. And secondarily, we, being GRU, has provided some information to our city commission. Is that information conservative, or have we been overly optimistic in that? Those were really the two questions that were put to us. So we tried to identify all the risks and focusing on the ones different between the two. You know, assuming that you continue under the 30-year contract, is it better to move to ownership? And it seems that there's a lot to say that it would save quite a bit of money, and there's a very high probability that it would. But you don't know that until you've negotiated the transaction and the final information is available to you.
So the answer to the question of what would the impact of selling the power or the carbon legislation, all these things, is you've made the point that any negative things in terms of the PPA, in terms of like fuel increases and whatnot, or the legislation impact, they're equally, or not you didn't actually, I think Ms. Tran did, rightly so. There are things that happen that could make it worse, but they make it equally worse under either scenario. So is it if we sold the power, does that equally make it better under each scenario?
You have everything like that, like environmental, new environmental regulations. You have a better ability to manage it at a lower cost as an owner than you do under the PPA. Okay. Carbon taxes. You have a better ability to manage it as an owner than under the PPA. For instance, the carbon taxes may not impact your biomass, but they may impact your other facilities. And if you own the PPA, if you own the plant and you have more ability to dispatch it, you have more ability to manage your exposure to carbon taxes on your other plants. Okay. If you would negotiate a sale to another party of some power out of the, you have more flexibility as to how to structure that sale, how to dispatch the plant to meet their needs. You have to us, a greater likelihood of being successful in making a sale to another party if you own the plant than under the PPA. So all of those things, we didn't try to evaluate them because they're sort of contingencies more than what's right in front of you. But we haven't found any contingency that is worse for you as an owner than under the PPA in terms of environmental responsibility or anything of that nature. The only possible thing that we did think of, the way there's a change in law provision in the PPA that says if there's a change in law targeted at power plants, then there has to be a renegotiation to absorb the cost of that change in law. But if there's a change in law, say, aimed at all labor, then that doesn't trigger a renegotiation. And as an owner, you would deal with that cost impact on labor. So those kind of things would be, it's really labor and materials that you have a higher exposure to under ownership than, and everything else, it seems to be a better position.
All right, well, you fuller answer than I anticipated, and not quite on point, but I appreciate the points. And like I said, given the time to spend more time with you, maybe it's something I think I may dig in. But again, I don't know if I'm the only one. If I am, fine. I do think it is relevant for me. I mean, I appreciate that Commissioner Hawkins has been talking about things that help him view this stuff, and I totally appreciate that. And, you know, again, for me, I'm still trying to wonder where are we heading? What is the anticipation of what we're heading? What are the probability of these things? Because, again, it would for me, if the anticipation is that things will get better under the PPA, that for me is a reason to maybe consider not taking some of these unknown risks. And we haven't been prior to that, and you're not here to do that, and I don't want to put you on the spot to do that. So
just keep in mind the PPA, more than half of the charges are levelized over the project. Without some negotiated change, they're not going to change.
I understand. Clearly. Thanks.
Mr. General Manager, your light is on.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think most of the points that I was going to chime in on were covered very well by Mr. Painter, so I'll pass.
Do you have any more for our presentation?
In fact, we do. We're at the last portion, and that would be Mr. Stanton, and he's going to provide a little more detail than what he had the opportunity to do in the time last Thursday night.
And then we will take citizen comment.
And I have some hard copies. I'm not sure if you have.
I would also like to, after citizen comment, ask our charter officers who've been a part of this, sort of weigh in on whether or not this allays some of the concerns they had raised as well.
John Stanton, GRU. Mayor, Commissioners, briefly, a couple of things that Commissioner Chase was just mentioning and Mr. Prince was speaking to, talking about where are some of these benefits like selling power, and if we could operate it slightly cheaper than anticipated, and if something else comes through, well, that's in here. That's in this area of the curve where we're looking at those upsides that are not built into the assumptions, and that was part of our discussion about the methodology of the assumption setting last time. And one other comment back to the paying for someone else to manage your risk. I think these charts really speak to that well. Under an ownership, you have this very wide range. It could be here, could be here. The probability is very wide. Why is this narrow? Well, because you're paying somebody to take that risk for you. And you can see that by the height of the curve. That's what you're paying to have somebody manage the risks that are spread out. It's a much wider range of risks over here. But to get somebody to manage that for you, you have to pay a premium. Now, before reviewing where we were a couple of days ago, the first slide in the package that you have there is using the words we've seen a couple of times, due diligence update. I've just got some information. It doesn't really fit here, but I think it's important to talk about. And the mention has been made, we haven't seen the fuel contracts, we haven't seen this, we haven't seen that. We've been out pursuing our due diligence, and in fact, we have seen the fuel contracts. They were reviewed last Thursday while we were in session here. And we've looked at them, not every contract in every depth, but one of the things that we have discovered in here that I think is pertinent in here is, first, the supplier's contracts. There's this intermediary company, Bioresources Management, that is procuring it's been described as procuring fuel for GREC. When you look at it, the suppliers, the wood suppliers themselves, are not contracted to Bioresources Management. They're contracted directly to GREC. But Bioresources Manager is out there beating the bushes trying to find those people. And gets to the second bullet here. Very interesting, and we talked last time, and I'll speak to it a little bit more in a minute with the other couple of slides, about the perhaps significant upside in managing the fuel as opposed to paying somebody else to manage it for us. The BRM gets an incentive for fuel that comes in at a heating content, more BTUs per pound, and has a lower moisture rate than is anticipated and assumed by the PPA. And why are they incented to do that? They're incented to it because that brings value to GREC that doesn't get passed along to GRU. Second thing, the NACE contract. The question was asked, can it be terminated? And we surmised it could. Most of those can. And so we have gotten confirmation from GREC that, yes, in fact, the NACE contract, it can be terminated. And they volunteered the comment that if the cost of terminating the contract was an issue in making an offer for the plant, they would make us whole for any of the contracts that we would choose to terminate rather than assume. Last Thursday, we were talking about risk management, and I think that Mr. Prince has just spoken to this, but I wanted to get back to the main points of that whole discussion, because it was late and we were all tired as we were going through a lot of that. And the three main points of it were, and why we went through it, was one, to just reflect on that risk is a function of both sensitivity and the probability, and the biggest example of that, and I think I gave it last week, and it was just given here again, is on this availability number. Yes, the model's very sensitive to it, but in the probability of a 30-year availability less than the 90% is really remote, as described a few moments ago. If it hits into that net power, the non-fuel energy charge, that they're going to pay for it and fix it. And under our ownership, it's the same kind of a thing. If we've got something that's causing us, just like we do, if we've got something that is impacting the availability of Kelly, impacting the availability of Deerhaven significantly, we fix it. So the probability of that it would be like having a car that you can't get it above 40 miles an hour, and you decide, well, I'm just going to live with it for 10 years. And no, you don't do that. You park it for a couple of weeks, fix the thing, and get it back up where it can go whatever you want to go. Same kind of situation. And one of the other points that we were making there is that the methodology that was used in establishing the assumptions was a conservative one. It was used to control the downside. That's why we come up with this, and there were other diagrams we were showing the last time. So that was one of the other points. And the third point is that our third party, Enfront Consulting, corroborated the fact that the model, as produced by PFM, did in fact meet the intent of the methodology to control the downside and leave the much bigger opportunity for benefit on the upside than there is risk on the downside. We talked about a couple of specific things in the operational area, and I've tried to summarize them on a sheet here, looking at the operational risk. And what we have in the model right now is the assumption that GRU can operate the facility in environmental compliance just as well as GREC/NACE can. We assume that GRU can manage the availability just as well as GREC/NACE can. We assume that GRU can manage thermal performance, the heat rate, just as well as GREC and NACE can. And we assume that GRU can operate the facility at a cost of greater than, I got that backwards? Yeah. Yes, greater or equal to $8 million a year less than the fixed and variable O&M with GREC. And that was what's in their model for the fixed O&M is that 18 million, and we project we can do the fixed at 10, and then there's some other variable O&M that's in the $2 million range there. So these are our assumptions there, and the small tail on the distribution is our failure to do so. And I think 100 years of performance with varying, technologies from oil to gas, from conventional steam to combined cycle to coal, speaks to the fact that these are good assumptions that GRU can operate that facility. And the benefit, the opportunity there, and speaks to some of the things that Commissioner Chase is saying, well, what about this, what about the other? There is an opportunity for us to improve the heat rate above 13.5. There is a opportunity for us to improve that availability above 90%. There is an opportunity to reduce that cost even more. So there's some upside opportunity far greater than what we assume the downside to be. We feel this is a good assumption. This led into a discussion of the design risk. And in here, we are assuming in the model, the facility is designed, is sufficient to achieve 90% availability and a 13.5 heat rate. We're assuming the facility is, the equipment is sufficient to achieve a 90% availability and 13.5 heat rate, and we're assuming the facility was constructed with sufficient, the way it was built was sufficient to achieve those again. And I'll note a asterisk here in the small for those who can't read it. This is subject to the technical due diligence that would happen during a 30-day or whatever period where you would actually in negotiations and you'd be out looking at every nut and bolt and going through all of the test data and everything else.
You pause, Commissioner Wells has a question.
Yes.
Just to be clear, it doesn't strike me that that due diligence would be the 30 days. That would be the due diligence if they accepted the offer, and there would be, would you really want that to be so time limited as 30 days for doing the due diligence for actual going to sale? Do you know what I'm saying?
I believe so. Normally you would do your technical due diligence within that period of time.
Because, we had earlier heard discussion of we could have 6 months of operational experience to go on, which would add to the confidence that we would know.
Correct. I think what you would normally do, you would do your technical due diligence up front in the way that normally you would approach that. There's various levels. There's the technical, the financial, the tax. There's all the different due diligence processes you look at. But you kind of draw a mental circle around the plant and concentrate on the things that cross the line, because those are the more difficult to control. The labor in, emissions out, fuel in, transmission out, those kinds of things is where you really tend to, when you're doing a plant acquisition, focus your due diligence. Most of the time, anything that's inside the circle, inside the chain link fence, is easy to fix. In my prior experience, we used to try to find the plant that was the most screwed up inside the chain link fence is the one we wanted, because that's the one we could fix the easiest. That we could handle. Trying to deal with all the stuff that crosses the perimeter, that's where you got in trouble. But be that as it may, if you do your due diligence and look at all that in the first 30 days while you're sitting there and negotiating your contract, you still have to get to closing, and you have to have a lot of things, as was said by Mr. Lyons and some others. It may be 6 months, and you can still make your bid contingent upon the availability for the remainder of that 6 months, if you get to the end there and it hasn't met that, the heat rate at the end of that 6 months, specific performance for different pieces of equipment, turbine efficiency, boiler efficiency, whatever you wanted to base that on that you found to be good and acceptable in your due diligence when you went out and looked at it, but you wanted to assure yourself that it would maintain that level of performance.
So, Mr. Stanton, you've convinced me that we should let you go do the job that you just described and go find us a really good deal. Maybe not this one, but we'll see which one. It sounds, I'm convinced that you can do that. I don't know if we're going to get this plant at the price that you just described. What did you say, a really screwed up plant? I assume you also got a really screwed up price for that same plant.
That's what we were always looking, because that was our expertise was operations, so that's one you wanted to find was not operated well. One of the other, I'm sorry, sir, was there another question?
I just said that's the private equity model, but...
That's one of the other questions that was on the list to be addressed last time. We've kind of touched on it a few people, but I'll just summarize it quickly. The future environmental regulations impacting GREC, how would it affect GRU? And I think we've come to have a number of people say it's pretty much the same either way. And I would agree with John, who spoke a little while ago, that from technically, yes, but I think under the ownership model, you have a better chance of influencing the subtleties around the corner and making some advances. But we do have that 3.2 in the contract, to change the law provisions that requires an equitable change to the contract prices if compliance with such law specifically increases the cost of generation. And on top, I've listed some of the things that we all know are out there that are, in the absolute sense, very, very important and can have large impacts, but in the sense of do they affect this particular deal one way or the other, the sensitivity isn't really there. And I think if we answered that question sufficiently. I think so.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention is, and you have this, and this is, put this together this afternoon, this is cut and pasted, and you see some handwriting on it. And that's because the analysis of risk and so forth is evolving constantly. And up in here, we've got the capacity risk. Well, something has occurred, and I believe, in my professional opinion, we need to change our assumption on the capacity of the plant. It's nominally been 100 megawatts. We knew beforehand the plant in Texas was able to generate more for extended periods of time, and we have seen GREC now, when it's on, it's running day after day at 104. Okay.
That's what it's currently doing?
I've seen it myself. It's been running, when at full load, it seems to be about 104. Now, I haven't checked with them to see if that, to throw some jargon, is VWO and MCR and something they could even get some more out of it, but it seemed to be running at 104 easily. It's extended periods of time, not just for seconds or minutes, but hours and hours and hours. And based on the non-fuel energy charge, I would say, again, my professional opinion, it's much more likely that after the dependable capacity test, they will declare a dependable capacity of 102 instead of 100. That will mean an additional, and you can see the number on there, 1,900 and some megawatt hours a year. The non-fuel energy cost and fixed O&M for that is an additional $1.6 million a year more than is in the model,
So wait a second.
under the PPA.
So if we don't need, so in the contract, it says 100%? Or is it open-ended, whatever they can?
It is not open-ended. We put protection in when the contract was negotiated. It was there's a nominal contract, this 100 megawatts. They have to go and perform a dependable capacity test, successful completion of which the next day is that thing we refer to, that commercial operation date.
Yeah.
And that's really what that commercial operation date is tied to, a successful completion of the initial, because there's seasonal ones as you go forward, the initial dependable capacity test. And so what it can run reliably at.
And so I guess what I'm getting at is, Well, kudos to them, they can get it above 100. You're saying we're obligated to buy it above 100?
Yes, sir.
At the
Capped at 102.5.
102.5.
Glad we have those protections.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's why that was put in there.
Well, I mean, would they declare 110%?
No, he said 104.
They can only get non-fuel energy non-fuel energy charge and fixed O&M up to 102.5. The contract stipulates they cannot declare, because they could end up, this was back before the unit was built, in Texas. They could have, find it, well, it's really a 98 megawatt unit. Yeah, it's really 102. It's going to be somewhere around 100. So we want them to have strict reliability and capacity rules. If they can't make that day in, day out, then they pay penalties against it. So wanted to advise you, and that is not in the model. Now, so the other side of that is because we're going to be, if they declare that, and I'm just supposing they will, that if they did, it's going to be that additional $1.6 million a year. Under the ownership model, that cost would be avoided, and that is a net present value to ownership of $26 million. I think that's right, $26 million NPV. So wanted to advise you on that. So one other hen scratching I've got down in the bottom here, where the change in risk to GRU, originally when I put this together, I had that as an increase, but not a significant one to GRU. I now personally, my professional opinion is that is a down arrow, that change, under our ownership, that risk goes down, not up, and to a medium extent, that $26 million NPV. Okay. One of the things we spoke to last time also was the benefit in the area of fuel. You'll remember this, not what it says, but something that looked like this. And what we have here, and we talked about it a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about it last week, of looking at, there is value to GREC in the factors in here that change tons, dollars per ton, into dollars per megawatt hour. And, pardon me. Carl, you got your water? Yeah. In here, there is a contractual factors that are based on some assumed heating value and some assumed moisture content. If I go back to what we found out here in looking at the contract last Thursday, that BRM gets an incentive for buying the fuel at a higher heating value and at lower moisture content. That value travels through, and I won't go through the math on it right now, but it travels through these factors and in fact causes a increase in value to to GREC in the fuel area, that in getting better fuel, the advantage of that is not passed along to GRU's customers, it's realized by GREC. And I showed this a couple of weeks ago. This hasn't changed. This is blurry because I had highlighted it a couple of weeks ago. If you get fuel that is 500 BTUs a pound, better heating value, that transfers to about $2.5 million annually that we do not realize as a result of the way the contract is laid out, but we would realize as the owners of the facility.
Commissioner Wells has a question.
And just to make sure I understand, that incentive for paying more for drier wood does not drive up our cost under the PPA, but it results in them getting much more value out of the wood that they do use for the power they sell us.
The moisture content is critical because when you burn the wood in the unit, that part of the heating value in the wood has to be used to liberate the water vapor.
Got that.
So the
But my
less.
question is it because it drives up the price of do we end up paying more through our PPA for the fuel for that drier wood that then gives them additional value? Or it doesn't affect the price that we're paying for the fuel component?
There is kind of a yes and no here, if I might. If they buy fuel for the same price, and it is at a higher heating value and/or lower moisture content, that brings value to them, no value to GRU, but it does not raise GRU's price. If, in fact, they go out and they pay more money to get wood of a higher heating value and a lower moisture content, they can pass that cost along to us and retain all the value to them.
So it's potential a double whammy.
Right. So under our, if we were the ownership.
Although it's a good thing from the point of view of the operation of the plant.
Yes. And under our ownership, we would be much more highly incented to optimize the two, to get the combination of the lowest possible cost, lowest moisture, and highest heating value to bring value back to GRU's customers.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Stanton.
And that actually concludes what I had to say this evening, and I think that it gets to either back to Mr. Hunsinger if he has closing comments or other questions for the commission.
Mr. Hunsinger?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I think we just assume there'd be some question and answer and discussion, so we'll open that up.
Commissioner Botcher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm not quite sure who to pose this question to, if it would be to Mr. Stanton, Mr. Hunsinger, or perhaps one of the many gentlemen in the audience here who we've asked to come.
We'll be utilizing the lectern
Yeah, he
probably
could
from
sit
someone from
down
staff.
if he would be so kind. Thank you. And this is going to really throw a curve. When power plants are built, and I assume it's the same as with anything, for example, when you buy a brand-new car, after the first year, it depreciates X amount, second year, X amount, third year, and so on. Is it the same situation with power plants, where you can say, power plant A will depreciate X amount over a period of time? Is that a question for you, Mr. Stanton? He's coming to the lectern, so I guess that means yes.
It may not be, but I can take a shot at it.
Okay, please take a shot.
I think there's two things here. When you say the power plant, there is.
Let's talk specifically about a biomass plant.
Okay. Well, there is, in this case, and I'm not being facetious at all, there is the bricks and mortar.
Right.
That's there. And yes, the bricks and mortar, they depreciate, but you make capital infusion to raise that back up and so forth.
Right.
But the real value here is not the bricks and mortar. That, as I think we've commented before, the real value here is the PPA and the air operating permit.
Mm-hmm.
If that plant didn't have a PPA with us and it didn't have an air operating permit, you get a bunch of metal that's going to go rusty.
Mm-hmm.
So the depreciation, in thinking of it, of how the physical asset would depreciate is significantly different from how the value of the business of GREC,
Right.
which includes the extremely valuable air operating permit and and I'm going to go a little far afield here, but this is one of the, if the world had some unbelievable change that I can't even imagine right now, one of the big values that we have at Deerhaven and Kelly is an air operating permit to site other generation that we may not even know exists at this particular time, if it is an emitting source as opposed to wind or solar or something like that. And that's the same thing that the GREC facility has, an air operating permit. There is a technology there, but you can always go in and try to modify the permit to get that. So that's an extremely valuable thing. So the depreciation in the sense of the physical asset is different from the depreciation in terms of the business. As a matter of fact, you could maybe make a case later on down the road that, given other business situations, that having a PPA with a AA rated entity like GRU would not make the plant depreciate. It could make it appreciate, relative to other businesses.
I see. Thank you so much. And I don't know if it's, pretty obvious where I'm going with this, but just kind of a thought. I'm not going to ask staff to crunch the numbers, certainly. But one of the thoughts that I had is if in 5 years from now, and the reason I pick 5 years is because that's when the 1603 grant basically, then frees it up for the plant to be sold to whomever. In 5 years from now, if we were to make a bid to purchase the plant, would it be at such a cost that it would actually be even more beneficial for us financially? So I'm just kind of throwing that out there. And like I said, I don't expect Mr. Stanton to run back up here and give me a definitive answer on that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. General.
I'll try to give a general answer to the question posed by Commissioner Botcher. Certainly, a lot of that depends on future fuel prices, future environmental regulations. So I think that might have an impact on how the plant's viewed at that time by the market. So,
right, and I guess what I probably should have qualified and to say that based upon the probability analysis and the risk analysis that's been presented to us, if things are as projected and assumed in 3 years from now or 5 years from now, would it be an even better deal for us to purchase the plant? And certainly, if we do move forward with making an offer, there's always the chance that GREC will say, that we won't be able to negotiate something. And so in a few years from now, or even sooner, we might have take another stab at it. So I'm just kind of thinking, down the road that it might not be a bad thing in either case. So.
All right, thank you. At this time, we'll take citizen comment, and please step forward, give us your name for the record, and then you may begin.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish, I have listened to an 11-hour presentation. I have unique training and education that allows me to break this down to you. I've left my son all alone, like you've left your families, but I'm not being compensated at all. So I would beg a little indulgence so I can help the commission break this down. This is a presentation that was given to the Letcher County Commission about approximately a year ago. GRU did exactly then what they did now. They filibustered, sucked all the air out of the room so no one else could be heard. This is what they told the Letcher County Commission. GRU's contract with GREC minimizes risk while capturing federal incentives. No construction risk, no performance risk, guaranteed heat rate, no renewal replacement costs, only pay when energy is available, GRU benefits from federal incentives, no GRU debt, majority of costs fixed for 30 years, small variable O&M indexed to CPI. This is what they told the Letcher County Commission, who was curious as to what's going on with this because, of course, we've paid $32 million too much for fuel, and outside legal counsel millions. We haven't even paid GREC hardly anything. This is what they told us. Of course, we're seeing now that these same people that are telling us to buy the plant got us into a lousy contract, and now they're saying they're going to fix it by buying the plant. That's ridiculous. The value of the plant is driven by a lousy PPA negotiated by the folks in this room. That's where the value is coming from.
So
now, Mr.
comment directed at us as
it's not at home. It's
it.
the PPA that's lousy, not the people that negotiated it.
Right.
Mr. Washington can give you what none of these people have given in the 11 hours. He can show you what comparable plants have sold for. You have asked for that information. They won't give it to you. Mr. Washington has it. These folks have flipped other plants, and he has the numbers for you, and you need to pay attention to them. I'd like to know how much this gentleman from New York is charging to come down here and talk to us. And I'd like basically an estimate for the poo-poo patter of legal services that will be required to validate the bonds, to set up NewCo, to negotiate a contract, to close the sale. I'd like to know how much he thinks his firm would charge us to do all that. NewCo. What these experts have not told you is, it's not an arm's length deal. We're going to own NewCo with some unknown third-party taxable entity, but NewCo, which owns this plant, is doing business with only GRU. Therefore, GRU is the major player on both sides of the transaction. We're the only purchaser of the output of this plant, and then we own the plant. So that is not an arm's length transaction. That is a scam, if not a sham. And that's probably why they can't point to anything analogous to this. It's suspect, highly suspect. We would have to buy the taxable partner in NewCo out at some point. So it's like when I got divorced. I bought a house, and then I bought it again when I got divorced. I bought it twice, and I didn't have anything.
I hear you, brother.
I know that. I know that. That's why I brought it up. It's just like that. We're gonna get married. We're gonna get married. Then we're gonna buy the plant, and then we're gonna get divorced, and we're gonna buy the plant again, a second time. Ouch. Okay, ROFO. It's crystal clear that the ROFO has been trampled by GREC, along with a lot of other things. First, Oryx spent $1.5 million trying to bring him to justice for selling it off piecemeal, failed. They held a $50 million gun to our head to give up the ROFO. Then they offered us Greg's Oryx legal fees for giving up the ROFO. Why? Because they have been outside of the ROFO shopping the plant around, which they're not supposed to do. They're supposed to announce for sale, and we're supposed to have the first right to make an offer. It's crystal clear they've trampled that provision because they've been trying to bully us and extort us into forfeiting it. I believe there's some language that GRU would have to approve of who bought the plant, even if we didn't exercise the ROFO.
Yeah, there is a list of qualifier.
So even if we don't make the first offer, we have some say in who we're having the arranged marriage with in a contract that has a nominal value of $3 billion. Your annual budget is $100 million.
If you could begin concluding your remarks.
And I will. And I would be very curious as to what state or country NewCo was incorporated in. Is this a Cayman Island operation? Is this New York where we're paying income taxes to, Oryx home state? I'd like to know that. The rate savings that GRU can point to are negligible. The risks are unknowable. GREC has not paid the business tax on the plant. They're operating without an occupational license. And according to Mr. Washington, as far as we can know, they are not complying with the contract in terms of reports that need to be made in terms of their output, their operating guidelines. At the last minute, they're showing contracts. That all should have been on the table up front under the existing contract. I don't believe they're complying with the contract. GRU hires independent experts to review the risk. Well, when I saw the orange and blue ink, I knew it wasn't independent. It's a sales job. They're not independent at all. They're not believable. And this is the last point I'm going to make, Mr. Mayor. In Florida, large companies funded by the Rockefellers and the Kennedys, General Development, they'd go out and they'd do sort of hail plantation type of things in the middle of nowhere. And there was no municipal sewer service, and you couldn't use septic tanks. So they built packaged sewer plants all over the state of Florida. A county could do rate regulation on them or kick it to the PSC, and almost all the counties kicked it to the PSC. So the PSC was overseeing hundreds of package plants, which, by the way, are banned in Alachua County. Well, they would set up these package plants, build it out, sell everything, disappear. It would be built for flipping. It wouldn't be built for operating, and these things would break down and fail all over the place. Mr. Scott can tell you how the PSC routinely would deal with abandoned sewer plants all the time. When you're building something to flip it, it's very different than if you're in it for the long haul. There could be horsehairs in the wall. GRU wouldn't find it in 30 days. GRU wouldn't find it in 30 months. They wouldn't find it in 30 years. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Make a point.
Yes, we have a comment here from Commissioner Chase.
Mr. Mayor, I may be the only one, but I just want people to know, I'm willing to potentially schedule a special meeting for a period of time that is simply for public comment at some point. So,
Sure.
well, I mean, I guess as opposed to, anyway, being here till midnight or 1 in the morning. And I think it's important that we hear from everybody before we make a decision, but I'm open to that at some point. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, please.
Mr. Mayor, Adele Franson, I would like to yield my time to Nathan Scopp. Mr. Scopp is a former public service commissioner in Florida.
All right, next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name's Debbie Martinez. These guys, Mr. Hunzinger and Mr. John Stanton, brought us the highest electric bills in the state. They negotiated this fiscally irresponsible 30-year contract, the largest and worst contract in our city's history. This is their record, nothing personal. This is business. This is their record. So I would not advise that you use their advice. It is not the responsibility of the commission to save GREC. It's your responsibility to protect citizens. I only see one person on this commission who appears to be interested in offering GREC, President Mr. Jim Gordon, top dollar for the noisy biomass incinerator that is fraught with problems and potential lawsuits resulting from the noise and fugitive dust. Countless people in Turkey Creek are suffering from annoying, irritating noise day and night. They have not been operating the plant every day.
Please no talking while someone else is speaking. Thank you.
The GREC operators have not been operating the plant every day. We never know what days they decide to fire up the plant. The county compound, Mr. Mayor, is located right next to the plant. Reports of soot and fugitive dust that covers their vehicles. These employees work outside and are breathing the fugitive dust. They have filed affidavits with the State Department of Environmental Protection. The acceptable level of fugitive dust allowed by the State Department of Environmental Protection that covers their vehicles and enters their lungs is 0. These are major problems being reported at the GREC biomass plant. The commission has been spending countless hours and dollars in consultant fees going through this brutal exercise of analyzing the risk and benefits of purchasing the plant. The 30-year overpriced GREC biomass contract is causing GRU bills to go sky high, and I do realize you are looking for ways to reduce monthly GRU bills for customers, even though it may be difficult to impossible to do so with this bad contract. Taking on all these risks and owning Mr. Gordon's plant just to be able to lower our sky-high GRU bills a tiny little bit, I believe is irresponsible. Stick with the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. And the devil comes with the responsibility of owning this plant, and this biomass plant incinerator that Mr. Gordon built to flip. We all remember the days of flip this house. Well, Mr. Gordon wants to flip this plant. With all the reported problems resulting from the GREC plant, I believe the price will continue to drop. There is no rush. Albert Morales reported in The Sun this past weekend that to thoroughly understand the noise problems, they are hiring an acoustical consulting firm to perform a three-dimensional noise study. This study should have been conducted before they began construction of the plant. It is not prudent to consider any purchase of this plant without adequate time for peer review. GREC is not allowing the commission adequate time. I spoke with Commissioner Chuck Chestnut this morning, and I believe he was given some incorrect information. Mr. Mayor, would you ask Mr. Hunzinger if the city will be liable for paying GREC for the ARR money if the city fails to purchase the GREC plant?
ARR?
Excuse me, I'm getting tired. The grant money.
Grant money.
And will the city be worse off if some other provider, like Progress Energy, decides to purchase the plant? I ask these questions because experts have told me that the answer is no, and I want to hear Mr. Hunzinger answer both questions. When GRU had a 5-year PPA with Progress, the city spent zero in litigation compared to the millions spent on legal fees already on this GREC PPA. I believe the commission got distracted because GRU management appears to be desperate, wanting you to buy the GREC plant. The focus should be on protecting the people surrounding the plant from the noise and the fugitive dust first. People in Turkey Creek are credible and are suffering from the annoying, irritating noise. I fear there will be a severe health injury related to the stress and sleep deprivation resulting from the noise pollution. They are speaking to their commissioners tonight in Alachua to take further action to help them. It is your responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. Please have your city attorney, Ms. Shalley, we spoke earlier, to restate the noise ordinance. It appears that she misspoke, or I misunderstood it Thursday night or Wednesday night. I'm getting sleep deprived. When she discussed the portion of the ordinance plainly audible, then stated, and the meter readings, the noise ordinance reads, or, not and. GPD,
Could you,
I'm wrapping it up. In conclusion, GPD Lieutenant Ferrara stated the annoying and irritating noise from the GREC biomass plant was plainly audible. The people were credible, reasonable, and not oversensitive, meaning they're not schizophrenic and hearing voices. Therefore, meter readings are not required. GREC is in violation of the noise ordinance. Would you please direct the city manager to have GPD enforce the noise ordinance using the plainly audible portion of the noise ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you.
And do you need me to write those two
What was your
questions?
question for the general manager about?
Okay. Basically, would we be harmed if some other entity purchased a plant? Like, in other words, we would be in far back, if Progress came in here and bought the GREC plant, we would suffer.
Okay, understood.
And would we
All right.
pay more if the grant was not
Right,
obtained?
will we pay more? Okay, so we'll let him have time to compose his response, and we'll go ahead. Right, we're going to take other comment right now. Go ahead.
Wilbur Holloway. I just have this fishing analogy running through my brain. There's a big old green frog going across the surface of the pond, and the city commission hit it the first time because it was green energy. Now there's a big old green dollar sign going across the pond, and y'all are getting ready to hit it again, or at least that's what they're telling you. I yield the balance of my time to Nathan Scott. Thank you very much.
I'll have to call it up on my
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. I commend the two citizens for yielding me the balance of their time. Commissioners, let's just put the cards on the table tonight and be honest. Besides entering into the biomass contract, this is one of the biggest financial decisions that the City Commission will ever make. We cannot afford to make another major mistake. What I'm seeing, and many citizens have seen, sitting through 4 hours and 2 prior meetings, is a full court sales pitch by GRU and its consultants to have this commission jump headfirst into a pool without checking the depth. Again, what we need is full transparency. What we need is complete honesty. What we need is due diligence. Now, Commissioners, let's briefly look at the big picture here, because this is very important. GRU is proposing that we pay a $220 million premium for an unproven power plant than it would have cost GRU customers to build the biomass plant ourselves. Make no mistake, commissioners, this is not savings. This is a $220 million mistake that is being overshadowed by an even worse contract. GRU management negotiated this contract. Now you're being asked to blindly trust them again. This is the point that cannot go overlooked. For those of you on the dais that have children, they will be grown and married before GRU customers pay off this mistake. We just incurred millions of dollars of additional debt and 2 additional years of repayment in the refinancing scheme. So this is additional debt. So for the benefit of the 93,000 GRU customers who might be watching this on TV tonight, let me emphasize this critical point again. GRU is proposing that we pay $220 million more for an unproven power plant than it would have cost GRU customers to build the biomass plant to begin with. This is not a savings. This is a $220 million mistake that is being overshadowed by an even worse contract. GRU management negotiated the biomass contract, and now GRU management is asking you to place blind trust in the proposals before you this evening. Now, we keep hearing GRU management say tonight, I've heard it repeatedly, as the contract is laid out, as the contract is laid out, as laid out in the contract. GRU management negotiated the terms of this very contract. So, commissioners, you have every right to be skeptical. GRU customers have every right to be fearful of the GRU proposals. The track record is not very good, commissioners. GRU is not presented well. There's too much risk, too much uncertainty, and glowingly optimistic assessments of what you're being asked to approve. Let's speak briefly to the consultants. I appreciate listening to the consultants. Some have been obviously a little bit more candid than others. But let's be honest. Consultants are paid by GRU to support the recommendations of GRU management. Unlike GRU's paid consultants, I'm going to tell you what you need to know, not what GRU wants you to hear. So let's talk about NUCO real quick. As to the GRU NUCO proposal, I would again urge you to reject the NUCO proposal discussed during the last 3 meetings based upon the substantial risk identified by the city attorney. Commissioners, please put a stop to this foolishness. Commissioner Botcher's email to Mr. Hunzinger was spot on. We don't need to waste any more time, money, or resources chasing NUCO. So I commend Commissioner Botcher for that. Now also, as shown in the financial model, the NUCO buyout structure is 80% prepay, 20% equity. The scheme further enriches GREC at the illusion of providing negligible savings for GRU customers. It's hard to understand how we own the plant when there's only 20% equity, as shown in GRU's own financial model. Now, NUCO, commissioners, requires the issuance of a substantial amount of additional debt. So in year 6, GRU won't have the capacity to buy out the majority interests because you won't have the debt capacity to afford to do so. Let's talk briefly about prepayment. Prepayment has come up. We've heard about that. We've heard about that in the NUCO proposal. Why pay up front when you don't even know if the plant will perform as designed? It has noise issues that have been identified. We have no operational experience, but we have consultants telling us, don't worry, everything's fine, we got this. And Mr. Painter also stated, GRU's consultant tonight, that you have a better ability to sell excess power if you purchase the correct plant. Commissioners, that's complete nonsense. I don't understand how anyone in good faith can make that statement. We're obligated to buy something and we can sell it to a third party, but buying a plant, again, I question that statement.
It's fair to question his conclusion. I would not question his motive.
I did not question the motive. I
Good
question
faith.
the statement,
I don't recall him
Mr. Mayor.
actually making that assertion. hopefully give him an opportunity.
I
He
was
did.
surprised that he did. Yeah.
Okay.
So with respect to the right of first offer, in response to a question from the commission at the last meeting, Mr. Stanton answered that GRU didn't have the data and didn't have the time to get it prior to making an offer. Commissioners, that ought to be a warning flag. That's analogous to throwing a dart at the dartboard and praying you hit it. Well-managed utilities are risk-averse and don't speculate with ratepayer money. We are in this situation because of the failure of GRU management to mitigate risk. So undoubtedly, GREC is listening to this tonight, but for the reasons that I'm happy to share with you privately, individually, I do support, under some circumstances, this commission exercising its right of first offer, but I will reserve that in my thinking for any of the members of the dais that would like to seek my opinion. Let's talk a little bit about the risk. GRU management and GRU's consultants, in my professional judgment, have offered a euphorically optimistic assessment of the risk associated with purchasing and operating an unproven power plant. And we looked at the risk matrix categories. Not one of the risk categories is high. They're all just, we got this, don't worry about it. In light of that, let's just look at the track record of evaluating and mitigating risk. We haven't been doing a very good job. Also, statements were made by consultants at GRU management that it's easy to fix problems. There's cost benefit. The cost benefit to fixing the problem far outweighs the cost to fix any design flaw with the plant that may occur. Well, commissioners, if history has taught us anything, it's that some problems can't be fixed. Now, I can name two related biomass plants. We could look at the one at the University of South Carolina. That's not in operation. It's been torn down. That was a problem that couldn't be fixed. Wasn't cost effective. Let's look at the one in Texas that continues to be alluded to. That plant is sitting idle. It's been curtailed. It's not cost effective to operate. So when I hear GRU management and consultants make reference to a plant that's sitting idle, that's another red flag, because there's a lack of operating performance data and performance history justifying some of the things that are being said. So also we've heard concerns, or GRU management allude to the fact that they've been out at GREC and we've seen the plant operating at this condition, we've seen this, we've seen that. That's preliminary data, commissioners. That's a snapshot in time. That's not long-standing operational performance data like we have for Deerhaven. Let's talk about the 90% capacity factor. Whether the plant will achieve that or not, it's anyone's best guess. We don't know. It's designed for a certain design point, but operational history, that's a different story. We also heard tonight that the biomass plant has a 13,500 heat rate, and I wanted to say that that's double that of a modern natural gas combined cycle plant. And if we look at a Siemens H-series turbine, I called up the slide. See a heat rate for a 60 hertz thing of under 6,000 versus the 13.5 on the biomass. So again, great way to generate power. Natural gas is more efficient. You get more with less. We turn back to my comments, and then I've got a few different
right.
slides.
You're on the last reserve of time.
I think this is the second, right?
No.
This is, okay. All right, I'll briefly conclude. Let's talk about Deerhaven. There's been a lot of discussion about cycling base loads and cycling the biomass plant and turn it on and turn it off. Base load generating units are not intended to be cycled like peaking units and intermediate load units. I mean, there's things like thermal stresses that, and particularly if you've got a combustion turbine-based technology, you can only do that so many times without having to go in and reblade and repair the hot section just like an airplane engine. So one of the things with respect to Deerhaven, and I'll come back to just some slides and then I'll conclude, if you believe what people are hearing from some GRU employees who work at Deerhaven, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, GRU management practices are compromising the life and the reliability of the city's most valuable generating asset. And if that's true, that's very disturbing. But The fact is Deer Haven is proven. It's the workhorse of keeping the lights on in Gainesville. And when it runs well. It's run well for many years. But because of biomass, we're having to do things that Deer Haven was never designed to do. So I'm going to switch real quick to slides, if I can, and I'll just conclude with that. These are some of the slides that were presented last time, and I hope to use the computer, Mr. Mayor, but I can't bend the thing this way. It's somebody else's computer. But these savings that GRU's projected, whether to purchase the plant under NUCO or to purchase the plant outright, and again, I do support an outright option at the right price for reasons that I'll speak to you individually of. But this financial model has energy price assumptions in it. The contract price is escalated now in 2014 to $133.93 per megawatt hour. In 2043, it's $170.65 per megawatt hour. The market price is assumed for electricity, 2014, $60, escalating at 2.5% to an ending price of $122.78 in 2043, 30 years from now. So under this model that's being used to project savings, commissioners, the future cost of electricity expressed in dollars per megawatt hour in 2043, 30 years from now, is lower than the initial price of the contract that GRU management negotiated. Now, under this financial model, again, we keep hearing we're going to own the majority of this plant. That's not what this model is showing me, commissioners. And that assumption has been unrebutted in many hours of testimony from GRU management and its consultants. It's clearly stated in the model, and I can call that up if we need to, but the structure of the buyout is 80% prepay, 20% equity. It's not 100% ownership interest. Property taxes now escalated or assumed to be $10 million based on a GRU update. Initial contract price we covered at, and they're using a very optimistic discount rate, 4.5%. Again, you start increasing the discount rate to reflect risk. You start increasing the discount rate to reflect your borrowing cost of this new issuance, the savings don't materialize. So that's something you should consider. Again, one thing that also we need to be cognizant of is what happens if this plant does not come online and commence commercial operations by January 1st, 2014. As we know, according to the testimony of the former Assistant General Manager before the Florida Public Service Commission, it goes up if they don't get the grant. And it goes up by $12.50 per megawatt hour. So Mr. Reagan said, based upon before the contract change, it was $8.10 per megawatt hour, which was like subject to check. It's cut off at the bottom, like $6.50. It's more like $9 or $10 per year, per customer per month, or whatever the slide was. So we need to get, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, I'm just merely saying that's what was said in sworn testimony, and we have yet to hear GRU management state with certainty what will happen if this plant does not come into commercial operations by January 1st. They've already slid it to December 2nd. What happens if it slides further? We don't have a lot of margin there. And so I will briefly conclude with that please, commissioners, please heed Commissioner Botcher's recommendation in her email. It's one of the best things I've seen in a long time before this commission. Please shut down this NUCO foolishness. If we want to move forward with the right of first offer, we can do so and make an offer for outright purchase, and I'm happy to discuss my rationale with you privately as to why we should consider doing that to preserve our rights under the contract. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Don Glendenning. I thought that today we were basically going to discuss the considerations that would weigh in on determining how we should look at valuing this plant if we or someone else should choose to own it. First, I want Mrs. Rawls and any of you not to feel ashamed if you didn't understand a lot of what the consultants presented. Many of us here understand the statistics and don't really understand how their presentation related to your decision tonight. It was more, if it's done, how much is it going to cost us or how much is it going to benefit us, but doesn't talk about what the value of the plant is. the plant comes down to what is the plant by itself worth standing on its own as electrical generating facility. Just like if you were to buy a used car. You've got the car, and then after you decide what the value of the car is, you decide what a maintenance contract, an extended maintenance contract would be. So what's the value of the plant standing on its own? What's the value of the 1603 Renewable Energy Grant and the probability that we'll get it? And what's the valuable to some taxable entity of the PPA contract? So what's the plant, the biomass plant itself, worth standing on its own? Well, this to me has 5 different answers, or 5 different considerations. What did GREC itself say that the value of the plant was for when they asked for the pre-qualification approval for the 1603 grant? I'm guessing, based on the fact that that they were getting $118 million, that they basically said that that plant was worth $354 million. Now, it may be a little bit more, there may be a little bit more enhancements, but when they qualified, and none of us, I never saw it, I don't believe you ever saw the pre-certification when they went to try to qualify for the plant. So I'm guessing that they told the Treasury that they thought that the renewable energy part of the plant was worth $354 million, maybe a little bit more. So I'd like for you to find out from them what the value of the plant is according to GREC's own valuation model that GREC submitted to qualify for the grant. Then we have an operating an O&M company. What does that O&M company think that it's worth? Now, they may not be in the business of doing appraisals for us, but they were identified as people that operate power plants. So if they could tell us what 2 facilities that they have that most closely match our facility, and what is the value of that facility. I'm sorry. There are only a few companies that Jim Gordon could sell this to, a few utility companies. He could sell it to Southern, he could sell it to Florida Power and Light, different people. Send out an RFP and request Southern the price that they would offer the city for a 100-megawatt power plant. It's recently been reported that Lake Worth got I don't know if it was 100 megawatts of energy, but they got it at $42, and this was guaranteed renewable energy. And then this next part is sort of theoretical, but what is any out-of-the-money facility actually worth? GREC is going to provide us power at $134, and when I wrote this slide, I thought it was a 64 megawatt hour world. I've heard that people are selling power for 50 and lower, but of course it's out of the money now. But is it going to be out of the money for 10 years? Is it going to be out of the money for 15 years? Is it going to be out of the money for 25 years? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. The production facility with this much undefined risks would trigger a discount valuation. The extra risk, that is the disturbing noise, the additional particulate matter that's emitted to Gainesville and so on, would add extra cost, diminishing this $354 million value shown.
Okay, and you could bring it to a close.
If I might interrupt, Mr. Mayor, I'm Mickey Milam, and I would like to relinquish my time to Don. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so that was what is the biomass plant worth? Standing, just the bricks and mortar, standing alone, if you were going to build it today, what is it worth? Most of the savings that GRU is presenting to me is really inaccurately called savings. It's actually what, if GRU would have built the plant, this is how much This is their negligence in developing the contract, the PPA. They're telling us now what they could have built it for if they would have built it themselves. If we buy it, we would be in the same position as if GRU had contracted with Fagan or whoever the contractor was. So these aren't savings. These are excess negligent costs due to the BPA and are referred to now, later on, as savings. But they're not savings. They were negligent costs that we shouldn't have occurred in the first place. So is the PPA contract, the next part of the valuation is the PPA contract itself. Okay, is it worth the paper that it's printed on? One is the contract fair. There's been a lot of discussion as to whether this was an accurately drawn arm's length contract. Was the contract validly executed? Were all the city commissioners who voted for the contract fully informed what they were voting for? Were there any fraudulent statements made to any commissioners to induce that person to vote for approval of the PPA contract? Was the public informed? Was the contract approved in the sunshine?
How does this relate to the proposed purchase? Because we're done with the contract. Yeah, we got the contract. Those are great questions 5 years ago.
Right. Okay. And those were and the consultants that we now bring up, those are consultants we should have brought 5 years ago. If they told us 5 years ago what they told us today, we would never have been in the PPA contract. All right, a prospective buyer, depending on whether this is a blocker corporation or not, any legitimate buyer like Southern Corp or anything in between, any investor would have to assign some level of risk to receiving the benefits from this contract. Well, I already said, was it arm's length? Does it meet noise requirements? Can it be operated commercially? Would it have to be shut down, just like the Austin plant was shut down? In other words, is this commercially viable? Were there any fraudulent statements made to any city commissioner to fraudulently induce that commissioner to vote for or to approve this contract? I'm going to, Currently, noise is the immediate problem. Residents are currently made aware of this problem, bringing forth many citizens' complaints. But what's next? Once the other ugly parts become visible of the biomass plant, the smoke, the many trucks delivering fuel, the much higher utility bills, the particulates being dropped on the road, and so on, the City Commission is likely to hear much louder and more consistent complaints. And everyone, rich, poor, small businesses, large businesses, Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between, all are going to have to pay more for this excess cost and endure the extra dust, smoke, and truck traffic for a facility that no one has shown to us has any measurable benefit. It's
Okay. You can bring it to a conclusion.
Okay. So what is the value of a biomass plant, any biomass plant, if it were to be built today? A bunch of stuff about if you were doing this independently, would any of you up there buy this plant today? Because that's the consideration that another taxable entity is making when they are bidding against you. Would they buy the plant that you have sitting before you today at any value above $400 million?
And I'd invite you to submit your remarks to the clerk, and it'll be part of the written record. Okay? Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Harold Save. Good evening, Commissioners. I'd like to make sure this really goes out over the air. I've had reports that the video link does not extend to the television audience on a lot of these very consequential slides. In 2008, we saw Ed Reagan right here at this lectern tell us that the biomass plant would burn natural gas if fuel were not available. You asked that question today, and said, oh, no. But why is the reason no? Is it because there's no money in it? The PPA contract in 4.4.1 says that natural gas is required to ignite the woody biomass and not to run it so long as to disqualify from the carbon emission credits. So the natural gas is already in the plant. Let's don't fool anybody. We need honest answers about the natural gas question. How much does it cost? $220 million? I heard that number floating around. Could we build a natural gas plant for $220 million? This is a recent photograph of the biosmog in the area of the biomass plant taken in Hague, Florida, that demonstrates something more than just wood chips are coming from that plant. This is a smog and a haze that was taken by a photographer who could not sleep, got up with the camera, and that might look like fog, but this is represented as specific to the biomass plant emissions. And these are the emissions that Dr. Bill Sammons came to Gainesville to talk about. The nanoparticulates that some people I hear giggling over because it's a 6-syllable word, that will infiltrate the lung, cross the blood-brain barrier, and increase the likelihood of severe transgenerational sicknesses, illnesses, and neurotoxins. So that's what we're looking at. Tomorrow we're going to hear the county take this issue, and they may end up taking full ownership of the operation of the plant due to the excessive noise and pollution emissions. Department of Environmental Protection may take full ownership of the way this plant operates. These are the liabilities of this contract. They are real, and they are coming down on us like Boeing 747, Flight 800. So this is the liability that I wish to present. We're going to present this again tomorrow. I'm not here representing the Environmental Protection Advisory Committee, although I sit on the board. I've collected this data and more. Some of it has already been talked about. And we're going to present this tomorrow. And the county is going to be involved. The city of Alachua is already involved tonight while we're talking. It's no stretch, Mr. Mayor, that the city of Alachua is contemplating pulling the plug on the GRU contract that they currently have in order to go to Duke Energy in hopes of pulling the plug on the biomass plant, if you understand the drift. So they have a duty to protect their citizens in the city of Alachua. And these cross-territorial boundaries are going to be adjudicated one way or the other. And this is the liability that I hope that this commission takes into consideration. And the government is still shut down, and we really don't need to make any decisions about anything until we know that it's going to come back up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Mike McCasey, Mr. Mayor. I've sat through 14 hours of you don't want me to say what I think of it. It exceeds, I believe, the filibusters in Washington, D.C. Without the opportunity of any of those stuff that was presented to be rebutted. I believe that we all recognize if the citizens had been allowed to see this contract rather than the redacted form of it years ago that were produced by this same staff, or was negotiated by the same staff, that we wouldn't have been in this today. But the citizens are expected to do their rebuttal within 5 minutes. Now, I completely agree with Commissioner Chase. I think it would be a good thing to do to have a time that the citizens could have some unlimited time to address some of these issues, specific issues, which I can't address right now. I'm not prepared to. But I do see one thing that is very clear, sure, that Commissioner Botcher's email, I read it just now the first time, and Commissioner Botcher exhibited less hesitation to abort than Commissioner Todd Chase ever exhibited when he aborted an aircraft on takeoff. I think that's complimentary of her. She has done a miraculous job in writing that memo, and I believe that we should take some serious consideration about what we hear. We hear the recommendations now that we should buy it. We heard the same people recommend to us that we shouldn't buy it, and now they want to recommend that we buy it and that they do the due diligence. The same people that have made these recommendations all along are recommending now that they do the due diligence. Well, I can tell you that would be a waste of time, because I can tell you what the due diligence would produce already. It's a foregone conclusion that they're going to say, hey, we should buy this plant. Now, why? It makes a lot of people wonder why we're doing that. But, Mr. Mayor, I think that one of the biggest injustices we've seen around here lately is this 14 hours that we've suffered through. Whenever we go back and consider that if the citizens had been allowed to see that contract unredacted 4 years ago, we wouldn't have been into this mess now. And if there's a possibility of going into this thing, and I would retract my just say no, if there's a possibility to go in there and achieving something or finding out something or getting a better position on it, but I doubt that that can happen as long as we use the same people that have got us into it, have changed the stories, and continue to do this. Now, Mr. Mayor, I want to argue with you about something else right now. Whenever one of these people back here makes a comment or talks or says something, you call them down, and you should. But they've sat back there and had conversations going on all continuously between staff, and you didn't call them down. You didn't ask them to stop. And as far as this sound thing goes, this little bit of noise back here is a good example of irritation. And you can't measure it with a sound meter, but it is irritating. And if it was, if you brought the policeman in here with his meter, he couldn't measure it, and he'd say it was okay, and you need to listen to it, just like a mosquito flying around your head. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I will try to be more fair in calling out all talkers who aren't recognized. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, Juanita Miles Hamilton, and I will be very brief. But I was sitting there and trying to recall a situation during the time that Mr. McKeechin was the mayor of this city, and I was an employee with the city of Gainesville, and we had a workshop through Human Resources that lasted for about 6 months, and it was called Modelnetics. And one of the examples that they gave was slot machine management. And this is a clear example of one. But I would like to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Ray Washington, if he's needed.
All right, thanks. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, Commission, for the time. My name is Daniel Westling. I live right on University Avenue. I've been a GRU customer for probably getting close to 20 years, and probably I'll be another 20 years. I'll just tell you personally, the devilish deal that we have, that's been thrown around, I think is better than the unknown one. we should remember what's in the rear view mirror, and focus on what's in front. Don't discount, there's a lot of people here who you might have personal animosities or just differences throughout time. If they have good information, if it's good information, it shouldn't really matter who it comes from. And I'm just, asking everybody to be open-minded. I'm not saying I'm 100%, about 99.9% that I would not think that just all the unknowns. I'm not as much of an expert. A lot of people have put in a lot more time than I have. I've been following it from the beginning. I'm not going to throw a bunch of numbers at you. Just consider all the personal time, citizens have put in there. I don't think they're here to make your lives, it might make your lives a little more miserable, but I don't think that's most of their intents. I would say if we do purchase, this is my 0.001%, if we did so at a lower price that's offered by any other entity, if that's not allowed under the contract, then maybe we could get a concession from Greg, because it seems for some reason they're very desperate to unload this. I don't know why, but that's beside the point. That's kind of what I've seen. So maybe if they're willing concession-wise, and the two big numbers that I heard, it was $8 million a year. Mr. Stanton said as far as savings, every 10 would be 80 million, 16 million, 24 million. I'm sorry, 240 million. And Nathan's throwing around another number there. So, if you could take whatever, let's say, FPL or somebody would offer and lower it by half that, something to consider, 120 million, less than, and I don't know if that can be done, it's just an idea. And I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Ray Washington. Thanks for your time.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to add that up to, say, 12 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Pushing it, but let's get to it.
I'm hoping that this commission will take some action tonight. And based on what I've heard, there have been a lot of thoughts among commissioners. And I'm going to quote what I think are maybe the two extremes. Not saying there's anything bad about being extremes, but these are positions that have been made. You've had one commissioner who said, I think we should be relatively risk tolerant, which would mean that we should tolerate an offer price somewhere near the high range. The staff has investigated where the net present value starts to get squeezed, because we can do a good job managing that. In other words, just jump in and say that life is full of risks and go forward. That's one extreme. The other extreme I see in Ms. Botcher's letter, and her points are very convincing to me. I hadn't actually arrived at these before, but her points are, number one, she doesn't support any further discussion involving NUCO or an assumption of the 1603 grant, that it's attainable. And number two, she doesn't think we should spend any more time, energy, or resources trying to make an offer of purchase to Greg. And she explains that really clearly. She feels that there are too many assumptions that are far from certain, and not enough advantages as far as we need them to be. And so she's recommending let's stick with that and leave any interest owning in the plan for future consideration. So those are two people sitting on the ends of the dais with two separate positions. I don't advocate specifically for either of those positions, although Ms. Botcher's position has really convinced me. I'd like to suggest that there are two directions that I would like to see the commission consider voting on tonight. Two votes. One, to reject NUCO, and to, by doing so, sort of save the community from payments to Oric, Foley and Lardner, Burns and McConnell, Infront, and all the rest of those who we're paying a lot of money to. Secondly, this is not quite as far as Commissioner Botcher suggested, and I said I agree with what she said, but I do know that there may be something to be gained by getting more information. And so I would propose that there be a second vote to tell GREC that we will not negotiate unless they agree to waive the October 22nd deadline. And those could be very informal discussions, and I would hope that maybe Commissioner Chase, who's had a lot of experience with this, would take the lead in having those discussions. Now, obviously, GREC does not have to do that. They don't. And that would be fine if they chose not to, but I'd like to give them the opportunity. We can't read tea leaves, but you can sort of reasonably assume that GREC is not in the position they would have been had this commission caved into their original demands. When that September 23rd deadline went by, it seems logical that the higher value so-called equity investors disappeared. So it seems logical that now there's the possibility of GREC either continuing owning it, as they actually told this commission or the previous commission that was their intention to be here for the long haul, or they could sell it to another company. And if, has been speculated, it's Southern Company, that might not be a bad thing for this community, because Southern Company is a hard negotiator. They bought out all of GREC's interests in Texas, or the Nacogdoches interest, for $50 million. They got the land, they got the permits, they got the PPA. They're hard negotiators. And one of the reasons they did that was because they wanted to get into that market. My understanding from a source on the Austin Statesman American is that the Southern Company did subsequently negotiate a slightly better deal with Austin Energy when they got it, and that's possible. It could happen here with Southern Company. At the very least, we know that Southern Company is a large company where this isn't all of their profits. And so that's all I want to say about the future going forward. But I do want to talk about the past only in the context of how it might lead to assessing some of the information that's been presented here tonight. And I went back and I looked at Mr. Reagan's testimony before the Public Service Commission and his statements to this commission. And I'm not just going to throw out all those things, but many of them are directly opposite from what have been presented here tonight. We cannot, these are his statements, we cannot possibly efficiently acquire forestry. We don't have any experience at that. That's why we want the PPA. And of course, it's been transmogrified tonight into exactly the opposite. Mr. Reagan also said, we've never operated one of those plants. Mr. Stanton has said, oh, it's a piece of cake, they're easier. So I'm not criticizing either of them, but consider the type of advice that you've been getting when it's diametrically opposed. Mr. Brady was on the commission on the 28th of April 2008, when, in order to sell this commission on the Nacogdoches plant, Mr. Reagan, with Mr. Hunsinger's direction, said Nacogdoches is the best buy because they've built and they're currently operating 5 biomass plants. Of course, that was totally false. Not only was Nacogdoches not doing it, but they had one of their principals who 20 years before had built a 15 megawatt plant that closed down for 14 years. That was it. And so, for whatever reason, this commission bought into a belief that this company was this up-and-coming company that had all this experience. It didn't. And in fact, one of the reasons you may be able to get a good deal now is that American Renewables, despite its ever-shrinking webpage, has no other products. We're it. They've never built another plant. They have no intention of building another plant. Their website now gives their address as, I guess, the construction trailer up near GREC. So I think there is at least a good enough chance to get value for this community by saying, we'll deal with you, but let's get out of all these contractual things. Let's deal straight up. You know, what would you tell us what you want? I don't care if we have a right of first offer or not. And get rid of the the October 22nd deadline. And he probably didn't mean to mislead, but Mr. Hunzinger was asked earlier tonight, you know, are we at risk if we don't get that AAR grant? And he said yes. It's not true. We're not at risk at all. The contract provides very specifically it's either the ITC grant or the ARA grant. And if they voluntarily choose not to get one of those grants, there's no court in the country that would penalize this community for it. So we have no pressure from the very beginning of this process. And I was involved in some of those things, the earlier environmental hearings, the PPA hearings. The story was always, we got to get it done now or we're going to lose the grant. And it was never the case. I did note that in some of the risks, and then I'll wrap up, you know, hopefully that the recommendation not even to go there will resonate with some of you. But some of the things I think weren't really considered or brushed off are the interest rate risks. It has been presented here that GRU has a 14% variable rate, so that's not a big risk. That's not exactly true. Between variable rate commercial paper and what are known as synthetic fixed rates, about half of all the GRU debt is variable. And those swaps don't work. Before Kevin Crawford resigned, about a week before he resigned, I asked him, how much are those swaps underwater? He said, well, you don't have the exact numbers. And I said, well, is it $50 million? And he said, yeah, it's about that. So we are at risk, and that risk hasn't been accounted for. And then finally, you know, we told our brethren on the county commission and on the school board that we were going to be giving them some money. Well, that money is disappearing from the community, and that's not being accounted for. There's a lot that's not being accounted for. I ask you to consider those two votes tonight, and I hope you will. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Go ahead.
Mark Bensky, near South Neighborhood, Gainesville. Mr. Chairman, I've heard many citizens bring up some outstanding points this evening. I have to admit that many of them I did not fully understand and am very eager to consider them further. Sometimes the speakers are rushing their presentations, making their points harder to grasp. I do want to commend Mr. John Painter for his very slow presentations, which are have been invaluable in grasping what he's been presenting, regardless of the critics in the room of his presentations. I'm not a fan of biomass electrics. Pardon me. Electric on a large, still not working. I'll keep going anyway. You'll have to put up with the scratchy voice. On a large scale, without complete removal of microparticulates. But under the predicament in which we find ourselves with this contract currently, the prospect of ownership becomes an option that we should at least consider. And the biggest thing that I've grasped from tonight's presentations is that we can make the negotiations conditional, according to the attorney from, the voice is getting worse as I go. Thanks for offering. I've got water back here. Maybe I'll let if it continues, I'll let Don go before me. We can make the offer contingent upon what is discovered during the period of negotiations. That can be part of what we do. So all of the concerns, my understanding, that have been raised by the critics tonight, I think could be addressed during that time. And if anything becomes very disadvantageous, thank you, live on air, thank you. As long as I don't inhale an ice cube, I'm okay. All of the concerns that have been raised, to my understanding, and now disappears, could be addressed during that time, and we could alter any offer that we might make that would, in effect, in the end, make for a lower price for electricity to our customers. Those deficiencies in the plant that would need to be fixed would become obvious not only to ourselves but also to the operators of GREC, and they would realize that they could not sell it to someone else for a higher price, and they could probably sell it to us for those reasons. So I advocate that we not dismiss the option of going forward in negotiations, but requiring that we would contingent on altering any offer, ultimate purchase offer on what we learned during that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name's Donald Shepard, and People's Representative. And as a People's Representative, we heard a lot of good comments here tonight. But seeing the pictures that were illustrated tonight really got to me as a citizen. To see that pollution in the air and to see the pictures that Nathan Scott brought here and showed of the wood chips flying out on the road and that, and driving down that road, and you can be driving and you can hear the wood chips hit the bottom of your vehicle, would be inkling enough to take and put a stop to this. But those pictures proved it. As they say, pictures prove everything. Well, it's just like if you drink Kool-Aid. You drink Kool-Aid and it's got chemicals in it, well, you're going to drive, so don't drink the Kool-Aid. And another thing is that if we are being Southerners, it'd be iced tea. But getting back to the point here, this here has all been held under an umbrella. As Pepsi states, all their financial goals and gains are under umbrellas. As you call bullets, they called umbrellas. And as we can take and state here, if I heard right, Mayor Bradley, you were in office at 2008? Oh,
Not as mayor.
Not as mayor.
Not as Brad.
As a commissioner.
That's our senator,
Brad.
state senator.
But go ahead, yes.
But anyhow, and you hadn't, I'm asking a question, you hadn't seen this biotreatment plant in action anywhere?
Yeah, we did have a proposal for a biomass plant. So I did see.
Had you
not
been out to see the Deer Haven plant in operation?
Saw the Deer Haven plant, yeah.
And did it have the same kind of pollution coming out of the air into the air like that?
Deer Haven uses a different fuel type, and we put scrubbers on, $150 million worth of scrubbers on it.
Well, why is now, being our mayor, would you allow this to continue in your city, being our mayor? Seeing those pictures, it should be proof enough that we need to shut this plant down today. This proposal, this vote, you stated 3 to 4 votes to say yay or nay. We don't need no horse leash to lead anybody to those votes. We don't need the big broom that I offered you to take and sweep up behind Mayor Lowe. We need right now is your good leadership and put a stop to all this nonsense and vote no against all of this and brush this dust that's coming from the biotreatment plant off our hands and put this money not into the Robert Hussensberger's hands or GRU's hands or Greg's hands. Put it into a man who stand before you and people that stand before you and put that money in their hands. Right there, that man has came here and spelled it out letter to letter for you. So has the people in this room. But I guess we're in church. We can listen, but we can't hear. And with that, I'll close. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's one of your more lively comments, so appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Joe Beatty.
First of all, I was glad to hear finally that GRU has seen the fuel and the O&M contracts. I would ask you now, I'm making an oral public records request to have those either posted, emailed to me. Now that they've been seen by GRU, they are public records, and the public deserves to see them. We've been asking, and I'm glad finally they considered that something that's important to do.
Request is noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
Number
if you don't get what you've asked for, make sure you let me know.
I will definitely. I've got a few others I'll let you know about too that are still pending. Mr. Washington made two suggested motions. I think that those should be brought up tonight and acted upon. I also want to say that, as you, Mr. Mayor, pointed out last couple of meetings, I think, and some citizens have noted, for years the citizens have been coming before you and trying to talk, and we've been right on just about everything that we've said, or everything we've said. And I would ask you now not to dismiss us. I am a little dismayed that while the citizens came up, most of us having sat through 11 to 14 hours of presentations with little, if no, opportunity to talk, that many of the commissioners, some of the commissioners, really haven't been seeming to be paying attention to the different speakers. Right now, I appreciate that I seem to have your attention, but some of the others haven't. I think if there is a meeting, as Mr. Chase suggested, for citizen input, I would hope that there would be some dialogue and some questions asked. You have people here that have put a lot of time in and with different kind of expertise. And I think that, just as you ask questions of the paid consultants, I think your unpaid consultants, the citizens who have a lot at risk now, deserve more than just to speak to you, but to be recognized. And I can't imagine that you don't have some questions that you would benefit from the answers of their expertise, if nothing, to balance what's said. Also, the other night you had the charters here. As I understand Mr. Wells' motion, when you started to look into buying it, of including the other charters in what I presume to be was a committee, I would expect them to be continuing to participate. I thought the other charters raised some really important and valid points. They only spoke once. I've heard in now 2 meetings, I've heard presentations from GRU or GRU's experts that seemed directed at making, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with the word, of denying that their concerns were really concerns. And so I think that it would be important. I hope that we'll hear from the charters again, and that we can all work together. You really need to weigh and balance the pluses and the minuses. And as when this contract was initially accepted, we only heard the rosy scenarios that we expect, we hope, we wish, whatever. Now we really have to do a good analysis of it. And so I will close with, once again, asking you to hopefully put the 2 motions that Mr. Washington suggested, which I think also have been mentioned by different commissioners.
Right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to speak tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Rob Brinkman. And frankly, one of the things that concerns me about meetings like this and about the proposed meeting to take input from the public is the misinformation that the public that watches these meetings will get from listening to them. As an example, I've heard numerous mentions of the dust pollution from GREC. Well, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection investigated this, and this commission, the Alachua County Commission and the Alachua City Commission, received an email today that detailed the results of that investigation. Basically, it's unfounded. They went to the complainant in Turkey Creek to inspect her porch, and they did not find the dust that she claimed was from Grec. They went to the Public Works compound, and they found one vehicle parked at the eastern boundary of the property, looked like it had been there a long time, that might have had wood dust on it. And they drove around the Grec facility and did not see any fugitive dust issues. Similarly, a picture was displayed of supposed pollution. Actually, it looks to me like water vapor. The cooling towers of power plants, when the temperature and humidity and dew point are at the correct values, puts out huge amounts of what appears to be steam or water vapor or fog. In fact, in the industry, cooling towers are known as cloud makers. That cloud could have been from Grec. It could have been from the Deerhaven coal plant. It could have been from any number of things. I've seen the Deerhaven coal plant generate clouds out on 441. The point is, you cannot go based on a picture you don't even know the provenience of as evidence. I happen to have, on I think only one occasion, been behind a truck hauling wood chips to Grec, and I do know it went to Grec because it turned into there. And it was a covered vehicle with a screen back. I didn't notice anything flying out of it. Some people may see it. I can't say that it doesn't happen. As to noise, all the reports that I've heard, including those from your police department, say that they have not measured a noise level higher than 45 decibels in Turkey Creek. The city standard for nighttime noise is 60 decibels, 66 during the day. The interesting thing is, according to the paper, the typical air conditioning unit on a home is 60 decibels at 100 feet. Now, there are people who've stood before you tonight and said that you need to enforce the noise ordinance, and it says and, not or. So anything that's plainly audible needs to be shut down. Well, I would suggest you might as well close the city of Gainesville, because that will be the effect of telling everyone that they can't run their air conditioning units. I don't think too many people are going to really stay here as long-term residents if they can't have air conditioning. So, and air conditioners operate at a level that is in excess of the noise limit at night. Maybe you could just tell them not to run their air conditioners at night. I don't know. But the point is, it may very well be annoying to some people. Frankly, the Kelly plant Saturday morning was roaring every bit as loud as the Grec plant. Power plants make different noises under different situations. My final point will be this idea of comparing this plant to that plant, the Nacogdoches plant, a plant up in South Carolina, etc. Virtually every power plant is unique, built to specific specifications for a specific site. For instance, the Nacogdoches plant is very similar to Grec, except for the state of Florida required greater air pollution control requirements than the state of Texas did. And by the way, as to the economic viability of the Nacogdoches plant, the power markets are not comparable at all. Texas is the only deregulated electricity market in the United States, and it is also has, I'm sorry if I'm wrong, Mr. Scott.
Go ahead and continue.
But I was just responding to the complaints that were out of order.
You have the floor.
But the fact of the matter is, Texas also has an abundance of very inexpensive wind energy that is simply not available in this market in an economically practical manner. I conclude.
Thank you for your comments. See, it looks like we got two more speakers. And I meant to say earlier that for those of you, if you came for the general fund transfer item, we will not be getting to that tonight. That'll have to be continued to another meeting.
Mr. Mayor, before my time starts, can I ask that these be shown on television, please.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Armando Grundy. Mr. Mayor, I want to remind this body from the dais, one of my former colleagues who just spoke from the Charter Review Commission, I want to remind him of some statements he made regarding noise. And I think sometimes we have what's called convenient memories, or it's convenient when it affects certain folks, especially when it's noise. Noise is noise is noise. My former colleague from the Charter Review Commission, a man in good faith, felt that it was important to bring before us a vote on noise from airboats. And it was annoying folks. Airboats do put out a lot of noise. So much, in fact, that my former colleague on the Charter Review Commission wanted to inform folks that it was disturbing the mating habits of animals. Fish, roaches, birds, deer, animals. Now, as laughable as that may come off to some, there's some truth into that it was disturbing. And it was also disturbing people who lived on the lake, and that it was affecting residents. And so much that a citizens' initiative was pushed, successfully passed, and we have an airboat ordinance in Alachua County. Now, it was important for folks that it was affecting the noise. That noise was affecting from airboats. I submit to you, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. So if there's noise coming from airboat ordinance, now the residents of Turkey Creek, the residents of Hague, the residents around there, they are complaining about noise. So are we going to just say, well, for some elitist groups that if a noise affects from airboats, this noise really is negligible, it's not noise. But to some, the noise of airboats that they were living on the lakes for years was negligible too. I guess it's depending on who you ask to certain groups. I think that it's more of an elitist issue, or it comes off that way. I also submit to you that if we can push a stringent airboat ordinance as we did in 2010, that's successfully passed, I think that I agree with one of the commissioners, specifically, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Botcher's statement that Grec needs to be a good neighbor. They do need to be a good neighbor. And if this is a kind of noise that we have, we need to explore making more stringent noise ordinances on industrial areas, specifically. Because everybody has a duty to be a good neighbor. Absolutely. I also submit to you that this picture here reminds me something of out west. Some of you may travel. It reminds me of Los Angeles. That's not very, I don't think that's fog. It looks like wood being burned, which is what's being burned, incidentally, at Grec. Mr. Mayor, the point of the matter is that I understand some have a vested interest in seeing this, but to take lighthearted humor from some in the community, I understand. Mr. Brinkman, I've served with Mr. Brinkman on Charter Review, and in some areas we agree on some things, and some things we don't agree on. I don't think that it's fair to say to some, especially when I know my colleague, Mr. Mayor, who was on the Charter Review, pushed for something like an airboat ordinance, and he passionately did, and it passed. It was not laughable. It was important to him. Well, there's noise that's affecting people, and it's important to them. And to me, I think, Mr. Mayor, we have a duty in government. Your constituents are saying to some of you, this isn't about campaign finance reports. It's about you doing your job as elected officials to represent our interests. It may be important to some. It may not be important to others. But we're here tonight to talk about whether we should purchase the facility at hand. That's what we're here to talk about. I also have, Mr. Mayor, some concerns about the viability of this plant being purchased. I agree with one of the commissioner's emails to Mr. Hunzinger, in that the viability, in that we don't know whether really we're going to have maintenance contracts or what the maintenance costs are going to be to maintain this. Do we really have the staff? I heard the word assume from Mr. Stanton, from many of the consultants, the word over and over, assume, Mr. Mayor. And there's an old adage, at least my father taught me, what comes from the word assume, the first three letters. Take it for what it's worth. I don't know that this is a viable plant to be purchased. I think that we need to go back to the drawing board. I agree with some of the commissioners. I think we need to slow down, Mr. Mayor. I think we need to take a look at this, but I do not see this as a viable option. I also heard, Mr. Mayor, let me remind you, some of your colleagues say sometimes when it's convenient, Mr. Mayor, that, well, we need to look out for the ratepayers. This is one of those times, folks. This is one of those times. I spent, last month, I spent under 700 kilowatts of energy. My bill was still high. Mr. Mayor, I think it's absurd to say to me, I should turn off my air conditioner. I've done everything I can do, LED lights, and it's still high. But we're not talking about what I should do. But it is having an impact. I am, Mr. Mayor. It is having an impact on those of us that work hard for a living. And it's not just Armando Grundy. There's many other folks that work hard, Mr. Mayor, that is hurting. So we don't need to further hurt folks anymore by buying a plant and spending possibly millions of dollars on maintenance contracts. I thank you for your, I conclude the balance of my time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ernesto Martinez. Mr. Mayor, the public is understandably very anxious to know what information may or may not be being communicated to those of you who will ultimately be making decisions regarding Mr. Hunzinger and Mr. Stanton's apparent plan to have GRU ratepayers bail out Grex speculators and assume even more risk. Will you please ask each commissioner if since September 19th meeting up until now, have they been in any communication with any representative of PFM, that's Planned Financial Management? Those are the advisors that Mr. Hunzinger has brought at our expense. Would you do that, Mr. Mayor?
I'm not going to ask commissioners are free to disclose what they want to. I'm not going to
All
grill
right,
them.
very well. If I may move on then, I would like to just briefly remind you of the striking similarities of what we're going through here with the Enron debacle. This NewCo, or new company that has been described as being very complicated, has been described to us in very, very simple terms. We never once heard the words adjustable rate financial instrument, credit default swaps, just to name a couple of the most popular tools to finance these risky ventures that are being floated here tonight. One of the gentlemen I heard say, if the debt gets larger, the payments will stay the same. Doesn't that bother y'all a little bit? It bothers me, but I distinctly heard that. I hope y'all did too. The word is Enron. I know it sounds like a four-letter word, but it's 5 letters. It's E-N-R-O-N. Just Google it. And if you'll read it carefully, there's a real good chance you'll see G-A-I-N-E-S-V-I-L-L-E. You'll see Gainesville in there. It may be disguised as G-R-E-C, GREC. I hope y'all understand what I'm trying to tell you here. But some of the terms we've heard here, PPA for $130 for kilowatt hours for 30 years, and then they come along and say, well, 720 million over 3.1 billion, huge financial risk. Please don't go forward with this. Net present value, I heard 203 million, and then I heard 720 million. Where did these numbers come from? This is given a brand new definition to fuzzy math. We've had consultants, we've had experts, we've had engineers. I mean, you name it. We've had so many people in here over the last 12, 14 hours that we've lost track. But the other thing that caught my attention was the fuel contract, fuel cost. And I thought I saw up there $1.32 per ton. Is that what y'all saw?
I don't remember what the number was. 132.
Oh, per BTU. I knew something was wrong with that. Thank you there, brother-in-law. I want to tell you briefly about prepayment. Prepayment is a bad idea because you don't know what you're going to get from an unproven power plant. Unlike Publix, where you prepay for gas and get a 20% discount, GRU should be negotiating a 20% discount. And I'm going to finish this up by telling you, man, consultant after consultant, expert after expert, that's dollar after dollar after dollar. I don't have to tell y'all who's going to be paying those dollars. We are. I hope we don't do this again tomorrow and the next day and the day after that. This has really turned into a bad joke. I mean, we must move on. And I certainly hope I haven't exceeded my time. And I briefly want to apologize for my little short conversation over there earlier. That was totally out of line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Looks like we have one more speaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Paula Stamer. I have a great deal of concern about the discussions that have been taking place with regard to this ROFO and NUCO issue. To my mind, we're all about to go over Niagara Falls in a barrel, and instead of discussing how we can not go over Niagara Falls, we are discussing, well, do we want to go down in a stripped-down version or a fully loaded version, something that's a little more comfortable and we won't feel the brunt of the impact quite so much, or do we just go ahead and take our lumps? We should be talking about how to avoid the plunge over the falls. We should be talking about how to nullify this contract. We are stuck with a PPA and a plant for energy we have no use for, energy we cannot sell except at above market value. We're going to be increasing our CO2 emissions. We're increasing our environmental degradation. We're impairing the community's health. We're increasing risk exposure to carbon regulation and carbon taxes. And on top of that, we've got the unconscionable noise that people have been complaining about. This is not the deal that the city supposedly approved. We should be talking about how to nullify the contract since it no longer serves the public interest. It is no longer compliant with city or state public policies, especially regarding the reduction of greenhouse gases. I expect no one's going to be building woody biomass plants in the next few years, at least not on utility scale. But we will still be paying huge penalties in carbon taxes, other regulation, costs, and consequences. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, woody biomass plants are among the dirtiest technology for generating electricity. GREC will emit at least 25% more CO2 than our coal-fired Deerhaven 2, and at least 50% more CO2 than the newest coal-fired generators. The presumption of woody biomass being a truly renewable fuel for utility-scale projects is fast losing currency. Similarly, the notion of carbon neutrality is being debunked as well. We need a more penetrating discussion on whether GREC is actually an asset or a liability, how to properly value it according to its actual burden on this community. So I urge you to vote against this NUCO proposal. I hope we will have more discussions about the true value of GREC. And if you'll allow me, Mr. Mayor, I do have a question I would like referred to the city attorney, and that has to do with the impact of HB 85, which was recently signed into law this past summer by Governor Scott. My question has to do with whether there are strictures in HB 85 that would impinge upon the formation of a NUCO or its eligibility for a 1603 grant. HB 85 is about formation of joint public-private partnerships. and this may not be a question you can answer tonight, but they did have a lot of elements in it that I thought might have an impact on the viability of something like NewCo.
Okay.
So that's
All right,
just for
thank you. I
future
think she
reference.
probably got
Thank
the
you.
gist of it, thank you. Okay, and I think we're at the end of citizen comment. I see Commissioner Poe, your light is on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple quick comments, and then I'm going to try to put a motion on the floor so we have something to discuss. First of all, for any frustration at all of the GRU staff and outside counsel about length of presentation, direct that at us, because they were responding to questions and information requests that we asked and the public asked for that they were bringing back to us. So if it took a long time, it's because we asked a lot of questions, you guys asked a lot of questions, and they were getting that information to us in as direct a format as possible. So your ire is most properly right up here. My interest is to keep the lines of communication open. I think that it's important that we allow our staff and the experts that they have contracted with to pull together this information to continue working. It is still apparent to me that there is significant benefit for ratepayers if we are able to structure a purchase under the right terms. And so I would like to move, Mr. Mayor, that we direct staff to continue to prepare an offer to purchase GREC. Included in the analysis for that would be brought back to us would be factors of the offer that would be contingent upon due diligence, what those factors would be that we would be able to consider and make contingent. An analysis of interest rate sensitivities, an opinion from our city attorney as well as other qualified advisors on the implications of Article 7, Section 10D of the Florida Constitution as it relates to the NewCo portion of the offer, and an analysis of the tax benefits and losses with the grant and without the grant to the other taxing entities in Alachua County.
Okay, there's a motion.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Okay. Recognize Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to first thank you, Commissioner Poe, for putting a motion on the floor. That's something I've been thinking throughout the evening of doing, and what I had outlined was nowhere near as comprehensive or as well stated as what you just did. Thank you very much. I was mostly going to ask staff how to approach some of those. The 4 points that I heard in the motion were an outline of the due diligence process, an analysis of interest rate sensitivities, a report from the city attorney on the constitutional implications for the NewCo structure, and an analysis of the tax benefits and losses to other governments. Is that correct? I don't think this needs to be in the motion, but I would suggest to staff that we structure the due diligence outline in the form of the offer that we would actually make to the Gainesville Renewable Energy Center. We'll be close enough on the 17th that I think we should see some sort of a draft of that, so that we know what that document looks like and that information would be there. And then finally, the motion began with this statement that we continue to prepare the purchase for the Gainesville Renewable Energy Center. I would like us to ask more specifically for price guidance. I commented, and Mr. Washington sort of quoted a small piece of what I said out of context. I commented at a previous meeting on sort of how I was thinking about maybe getting towards a price, and after the information that we've heard, most specifically the updated potential rate savings from Ms. Wilson, and even more so the presentation from Mr. Painter, see that there's a much more nuanced and better way to go about kind of picking a price. And where I'm thinking I would want to see us make an offer would be somewhere at a price point where on the chart that shows both the kind of uncertainty curve, if you want to describe that line, for the PPA and the uncertainty curve for purchasing the plant, I'm comfortable making an offer where the right-hand tail of the purchase curve overlaps substantially with the PPA curve. In other words, we have an expectation of substantial savings, but our expected worst-case scenario brings us with, in terms of price, our expectations under the PPA. And to me, that seems like the way to not undergo this process unless we expect substantial savings, but also to make a price to make an offer that's going to be competitive with the other offers that GREC might be entertaining. So those are my thoughts, and I support the motion that's on the floor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all the staff and the citizens, as well as the commissioners who have put a lot of thought and comment into the questions that we've gone through these, I guess, however many hours, somebody said 14. And I want to ask Commissioner Poe, even though I know I seconded the motion, if you might consider a couple of additional tweaks, particularly on the attorneys. As I understand, basically asking the attorney to assess the legal implications related to the Florida Constitution and this structure. And I was wondering if you'd be willing to loosen that up just a bit to give our attorney, who's so aptly come and helped us at various points, a little bit more leeway and other legal assessments as she may deem appropriate. And I'll tell you, there's one very particular thing that has not really been addressed, and I'd hoped it would be. I asked, you might recall a couple of meetings ago, and frankly, I don't remember if it was the last one or the one before, about the legal risks, an evaluation of the legal risks. And there was some thought that would come back, and I don't know if folks didn't understand where I was coming from. But
I'm happy to, I would imagine she'd provide a full analysis of the legal risks anyway, but I'm happy to include a broader definition in the motion. And I also want to make it clear to you, Commissioner, that I was asking not just for her opinion, but
the full team.
Yeah, because, and so we can weigh the differences of opinion.
Great. And when you say the team, the charters,
the
contractor folks that are contributing to this, as well as staff.
Anybody with expertise in that area.
Right, okay. And of course, we will receive that from our citizens. They have demonstrated a commitment to doing that, and I thank them for that. Okay, so that's a little broader, not just the attorney and not just on the constitutional question, but certainly to include that. Okay, we're still tight enough on this. I mean, we're not coming back at this point probably till the 17th, Mr. Mayor?
Right, that would be the next time we would.
And I know several folks asked the question, could we at least ask our contracting party to consider extending the October 22 date to give us additional time to prepare ourselves? Because I believe we're moving in the direction, but I think it would not, I don't personally see much expectation that they're going to do that, but I would hope that they would give us some more time. And can't hurt to ask, so I would hope we would also include in this an explicit request to extend the deadline that's been provided in the contract.
That's fine.
And I don't know, is there a particular length that's reasonable to ask?
I mean, I have a motion set. I would prefer to be separate because it's.
Okay.
I think it is.
Specifically on that item?
Absolutely.
Well, I'd be hold it off then.
We
That's
can
great.
divide the question.
I'd be happy to separately do that. Thank you. Finally, and I guess this is just to staff, and look, I'm not telling you I know your job better than you do. And so whatever I ask out in the hallways or in our meetings or citizens ask, I don't think it should ever be taken as a comment or an insult. I mean, you're professionals, you're paid well for what you do, all of you are, and the reason is because you're good. And that doesn't mean I think all the decisions are made are good, or that we don't make, issues.
Restrain from sort of.
And that's why I wished a whole lot of this would be stop, I've said some pretty tough things about this power purchase agreement tonight, but I'm as much responsible now as anybody. I've been here, even though it wasn't here when I didn't vote on this thing. And I'm fine with that, but I think we've made this a whole lot more complicated than it needs to be to at least understand where the potential value comes from. I, sitting here tonight, still don't have a clear understanding of how much of this value is just the property tax issue. And, we've talked about it being a significant amount of the value. That's kind of silly, because at the end of the day, if we step back from this, the value of this baby ain't because we are or not paying $10 million, because it's still coming out of the ratepayer's pocket, going into the tax-paying entity, or it's not. So I'm very frustrated that we're looking at valuations that still have that wrapped up in there. And I don't understand why that is. I got to believe that staff understood the distinction there. I know you did. You're much more sharp than I am on this. I can't fully vet out the valuation of this with that totally wrapped into there. I think fundamentally it's the interest rate sensitivity, and I think it's pretty simple to take a number that we're going to offer, to put an interest rate on that, and then tack on the additional cost for all of our advice that we're going to get, which we know is going to be expensive, and give us an honest number of here's what it's going to cost for its 30-year deal. And it's pretty simple to compare that to something that takes out all of the issues that you guys are concerned about noise and smoke or traffic or wood chips falling on the highway, for crying out loud. And it is already in the contract that we've got. It says $70 million, am I right? $70 million if the sit plant is a piece of artwork sitting on GRU's property. That's the comparison. That takes out all of those variables. It's sitting there, it's decorative, we're paying $70 million. How much would we pay for that same piece of decorative artwork if we borrow the money? That's the comparison I would like to see on October 17th, clean and clear. And then if you want to tell me, well, there's also some tax issues, if we do or don't have a big old fight with the school board and the county over whether or not we're going to pay that for 3 years, but don't wrap that up into this fundamental decision, because that, to me, that is just so complicating what is fundamentally a pretty straightforward calculus. Now, I'm going to show you this outside of this when you guys want to talk to me about it, and you tell me I'm full of baloney. I'd be very happy to do that. But I just think we've made this so much more complicated. And I have to tell you, I so much appreciate all of the staff, and you've done a lot of stuff, and the contracting staff that have come in here, our attorneys and PFM and Mr. Painter. Frankly, Mr. Painter's presentation, I think, should have been the thing that was given to us first before we did all this, because it was the most clear in terms of giving us those ranges of risk. What are the 4 or 5 things that are critical, not the 20,000 things that we could consider? And I'm hoping that when this is finally presented, if we do consider this on October 17th, that's the kind of the lead way that we approach trying to present a very complicated problem. Because if we don't simplify it, we're never going to be able to make a rational decision. And maybe we'll make a decision, but I don't know that any of us will feel very good about it. I don't know. I don't feel like I've contributed much to the conversation, but that's how I am.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Wilson, you have. Commissioner Chase.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I think that one of the points that Commissioner Wells brings up, for me, that's important, but probably at a later date, is figuring out kind of the timeliness of some of this information. But, at this point, we are where we are. It is, I've heard of some others, it is pretty amazing that we all thought we were fairly far down the road on this during the arbitration and mediation. And so, but I'm glad we have it now, and it works into my concern about the timeline. And so, like I said, I think that for me, for a lot of reasons and over a long course of time, certainly there's a part of me that would probably unfairly question some of the work of the consultants. So I've tried to listen to it in a more open manner and plan on thinking about it openly as well over the next few weeks, because it's too important. So, I think you mentioned that, but at some point, I think it is certainly valuable. We did get an email, at least on one of the consultants, that we had to, I guess somehow we de facto approved an increase in the limit by virtue of receipt of an email, but, so we know it's at least 50,000 or more than that, I guess.
To pay the consultant.
Yeah, y'all didn't get that email? Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
over 50,000.
Correct. So it would be good to go ahead and get our,
It's over 50,000.
and that was for one of them, but
That's for one.
it would be good to get those costs and fees and just kind of understand it, because we all seem to have the same. So I have a question for the city attorney, because I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and your answer's fine, whatever way, but, you know, I will ultimately probably very much rely on your opinion on NUCO and NUCO's structure and NUCO Florida law and all that stuff. Do you feel at this point like that you're able or ready or want to have an opinion on that for us? Or I'm certainly not, again, hearing what I heard tonight, we had some people with a lot of experience, and what I know of you at this point is I think you'll vet everything out very fully and come up with an opinion. And if you didn't have that opinion yet, then I'm certainly willing to continue some period of time to where you can.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners. I gave you all my opinion last week, and that opinion was informed by conversations that both Ms. McNeil and I had with Mr. Eliason, Mr. Lyon, and members of his firm. I think I laid out for you all pretty clearly where I still think where the legal issues lie and where the risks lie. Some of those, and to begin with, I guess, and one bit of information that I have more this week than I did last week, I have some cost estimates for if you go the route of making an offer, and we will have to rely heavily on outside counsel because we have resource limitations in our office, both expertise and man-hour. So I obtained some estimates of fees. If you were to go, and I'm going to speak in ranges, and the lower end of the range is if you make a straightforward offer, meaning an outright purchase. The higher end of the range would be setting up a structure that's more complicated. And then, of course, those ranges are also contingent on exactly how much talking we have to do. You know, do we talk for 30 days? Do we talk for 60 days? Because all of that adds time to this. So to get through the 30-day negotiation period, meaning that you would make an offer and then there would be some higher level, whether it's a term sheet or a purchase and sale agreement. And again, I'm speaking only of legal fees, not any of the other consultants. We would be looking for a more simple transaction. The lower end of the range would be $100,000. The higher end would be $300,000. Then to get you all through, assuming that out of that came a purchase and sale agreement, to get you all through to the, actually through the acquisition would be somewhere between $500,000 and $1.3 million. Now that doesn't include the bond validation and some additional other legal expenses that would be done by other outside counsel. But that's sort of a ballpark figure for you. So there is cost involved. That's one of the things that I talked about last week. The other, and one that Commissioner Poe has raised, is the issue regarding the Constitution. The issue there, and I'll be glad to, I've talked, as I said, with our outside bond counsel here in Florida, and I'll be glad to get an opinion, but the issue there is the Constitution limits our ability to be joint partners with private entities. It does provide a limited exception for electric power projects. But there's a statute that was then enacted to carry out that constitutional provision. And the statute says that we can partner with, it very clearly allows us to partner with another electric utility, that being an investor-owned utility, a cooperative, or another municipal or other governmental utility. So if our 1% owner in Nucor is one of those electric utilities, the chances are better that that would be allowed under the Constitution and the statute. If our 1% or whatever percentage partner is an investment banking entity or some other type of entity, it's not very, I can't say with any likelihood that that would be allowed. And the reason is there's just no case law there. There's no case and no one that has tested the requirements that you have to fulfill under the statute in order to avail yourself of that. So while I'm glad to go out and get the opinion of an outside counsel, if we were to go that way, there's not a lot of surety that can be given to you on that issue. The other issue you've heard, and Mr. Eliason and Mr. Lyon are definitely, and members of Mr. Lyon's firm are definitely the experts on how you would set up a corporate structure to retain the 1603 grant. The important thing for you all, as I said last week, is there's going to be costs to set up and run that corporation, to make sure that it's run appropriately, because the most important thing is whatever structure they set up, we have to adhere to it. And a big part of that is, of course, negotiating how it is that we don't have full control of it in a way that would disqualify us from the grant, but yet again would maintain some level, as Mr. Lyon talked about, of our ability to dispatch the plant and those type things. And finally, the issue of the property taxes. I think a big part of the savings that was shown does rely on non-payment of property taxes after year 5 or 6. And that's simply something, as I said, we can't assure. The property appraiser will, at that point in time, make a determination of whether he thinks it's taxable. As I said, based on the fact that the day before we owned 99% and then now we own 100, and is in his mind, does that meet the test under the Constitution? And there's unfortunately some somewhat negative law in Florida for municipalities. So we would be, at that point, arguing and making that case. So those are, my opinion has remained unchanged. And like I say, we will have to rely heavily on outside counsel, obviously more so when you go with the corporate structure, NewCo, and try to avail yourself of the 1603 grant, because that's just expertise that we don't have.
Okay.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it would be your recommendation as our city attorney to not move forward with the NewCo transaction. That's what I'm looking for, is not, I mean, I know you gave all these concerns, but I mean, so at some point, again, at some point I gotta look at you and go, I mean, should we do it, or are you just going to tell me that's up to me?
It's up to you. It is up to you. Some of these things, as I say, you can get answers to some of these things along the way. The constitutional issue and the statutory issue through a bond validation. Some of these things could be ferreted out during due diligence, so I'm not saying they're insurmountable. Some things you could get more comfort with as the transaction progressed. Other things, like the property tax, we simply can't give you much assurance on that.
Okay.
We're going to need to extend the meeting, Commissioner. We have Commissioner Henson Rawls' light on, and
I guess I'll vote to extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Second?
that would be 11:15.
Okay, that's
Not 15 minutes from
19
10:56.
minutes. That's 19 minutes.
Okay.
All right, well,
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion?
whoa.
Well, this is.
That wasn't why I made,
No, you get the chance to talk. You just want
oh, this is the vote. I thought, you usually go without exception. Okay, go
Hello,
ahead.
Mr. Clerk, we have a motion on the floor. Can we take up just this motion to extend the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, okay, well, all right, then I guess I'll just have to read your tea leaves and come up with what I think
They're
is...
not hard to read, though.
So, no, they're not. So that is why I quite frankly asked, one of the things that surprised me a little bit tonight was, although I couldn't quite tell, but it looked to me, I mean, the charts look similar, grant versus no grant. But was it the gentleman that, Mr. Painter, it seemed to me the peak of the grant scenario was at around 200 million, and the peak on the no grant was around 120 million. There still is, if you believe in this whole thing, there still is savings, I think, with or without the grant. You know, I have personally said from the very start of this that I'm open to learning about and discussing buying this plan at the right price under the right conditions, and I still feel that way. I believe tonight that, for now, I'm prepared to say that one of those conditions will be not with NUCO, and recognize that I'm potentially giving up savings. I'm just going to say this, I think it's important, and I think it's only important because I've seen and experienced it, so I do have concerns over this noise. I think they're legitimate, and I think there's more to be played out on that. So we need to think about that. I want to ensure going forward that our charter officers are all involved in the sense of the spirit of the motion that I think that we made several weeks ago. If we are going to ultimately make an offer, then, and we're going to negotiate for 30 days, I think it's important that we, as a body, specifically outline who will be part of that and how that will go down. But having said all that, I'm going to make a motion in a second to hopefully extend it. I think that we all hear things differently, but I heard some things tonight that actually would lead me to believe that the motion that I'm going to make may actually be received well by GREC. Actually, I feel much more confident now than I did going into the meeting. It's interesting that we've seen the fuel contracts. Let's see. So, I mean, I think the motion, I'll ask for it to be repeated, but if others are ready to not move forward with NUCO, I'm on that side for now.
So, all right, so
I don't know what the motion says, NUCO. Well, does the motion say NUCO? It's silent on NUCO, really.
Yeah.
And I didn't know if we needed to be.
That element of the motion just asked for the various opinions, sort of to be consolidated about that, and just out of the spirit of the motion, I'm leaning towards an offer that would not include that structure, but I don't want to take it off the table now because I want to see all of those elements when we finally come to a decision. So that's why it's still in there.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Henson-Rawls.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. As disappointed as I am that the benefits of purchasing this power plant to our customers is very, very low, I still believe it's in our best interest to move forward. I am not interested in any circumstances involving NUCO, and I will not, I would like it eliminated from the motion, but that's up to the motion maker. If it's included, though, I will probably vote against it. High-priced experts are only as good as they are clear. We can't use information we can't understand. All the information contained in the motion that Commissioner Poe just made may require more experts. So my question is, how many experts do we need to get all the information that you just put in that motion?
We need enough experts to get all the information I put in the motion.
Which is all these $50,000 people?
I don't want to be cheap on our analysis, so we don't have all the information we need to make a good decision.
I understand what you're saying, so I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Henson-Rawls. Any other commissioners wishing to comment on the motion? Commissioner Wells?
Could I just ask an explicit question? That exploration could include non-NUCO options for 1603? There's nothing about excluding that in there?
No, I mean, we haven't heard anything about a way to do it without that, but
Right.
I don't.
I wouldn't mind if you'd at least include in there an explicit authorization to staff to look at that, not to spend $1 million on it, but to vet non-NUCO 1603 options.
That, I'm fine, I'm happy to add that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I believe Commissioner Wells was asking that.
Mr. Mayor, we got a conversation going on over here, and the public would like to hear what is being done between these commissioners because it's critical. They're on opposite sides of this vote.
Mr. Clerk, the motion was to include, in addition to those 4 points, an analysis of GRU benefiting from the 1603 grant that did not include the NUCO structuring.
Did you get that, Mr. Clerk? Yeah. Okay. And if there are conversations
that's possible,
going
but that's
on
what he's asking
relative to what we're about to vote on, that should be made public to everyone. We will not have time for citizen comment on this. We will, would like to hear from the charter office. I mean, we heard from Ms. Shalley. I certainly would like to hear our city auditors here in the audience and our city manager. I want to hear if their assumptions have been in any way, or were their comments from the last meeting we have been in any way changed by the testimony they've heard. Mr. Gottschalk.
Gottschalk, your city auditor. I wouldn't say anything that I said the other night that I would change those. I think the point of reference I was trying to provide to the commissioners were the sensitivity of the 4 key variables that I brought up. I think a lot of that has been confirmed, that those are very sensitive variables that we need to monitor and keep an eye on. Encouraged to hear a lot of the testimony or the input from our consultants tonight in terms of the ways that some of these could be mitigated and why they don't believe they will go into the negative side, that there's that they believe there's a greater probability of those being on the positive side. Certainly those things can go either direction, but I just wanted to make sure the commission knew how sensitive and how significant those changes could be. Probably the one, I'm also encouraged to hear that we've gotten copies of, or at least access to, the correct contracts with the fuel providers. That was one of the variables that I spoke about, that certainly we would need more information to know exactly how that compares from a purchase versus continuing in the PPA. The interest rate assumptions, we talked a little bit about that, and there was a lot of discussion about that tonight, that those can hopefully be mitigated through contingencies and due diligence and things of that nature, so that's good. The O&M costs, I think one of our consultants talked that was still one of the most significant sensitivities that we have. Again, I think our role as charter officers was to ask a lot of questions and to try to gain understanding of what these projections were based on. Again, for that one, you've heard a lot of numbers go around that, that GREC has an $18 million number for the fixed O&M costs. We're projecting at this point a $9 million number with some growth per year. Again, that percentage of growth, that percentage or that dollar amount with which you start, is significant to any variance that may occur with your net present value. So again, I would, to summarize it, I think there is a price that this would be, would optimize or would enhance the value to the utility, but that, I think, hasn't been talked a lot about in terms of how you reach that price, and I think that's really where you're going to turn to now, obviously, and I'm not. Hopefully, you'll have good input from your consultants on how to do that as well. And I don't know that your charter officers will have a great amount of input into that, as that's not really our areas of expertise in terms of how much to offer to buy a power plant. So hopefully that's helpful for you, and I hope we've brought some value to the process, so that more of the questions that we've generated have been answered tonight and in your last meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions?
Mr. City Manager, or anyone have any questions for the auditor? So, Mr. City Manager, how about you?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, from the information that I've heard tonight, as well as other information I've gained through this discussion, I do think the City Commission should consider negotiating, but certainly that is price sensitive, and that you've already identified that. But also, I think there are a number of conditions that would have to be met, that I would recommend to you. One, I do not recommend that you use the conduit financing, the NewCo idea. I think there are risks we've identified as well as unknown risk, both financial and political. I think any offer should be conditioned among a number of key variables. One is your interest rate should be bracketed and controlled. So, that's the major aspect of this transaction that is volatile, and any offer should be conditioned upon controlling that interest rate. I think you also need to look at conditions under the fuel purchasing. You need to verify the operational performance of the plant, including its ability to get all required permits, and also that the plant must comply with all federal, state, and local laws. And those ought to be conditions of any offer. I think certainly we heard from one or more of the consultants that any offer would include a number of conditions. Those are some of the conditions I think that would be critical. But no NewCo and bracketing or controlling your interest rate, I think would be critical. And then the conditions, certainly that you would expect of, complying with all federal, state, local requirements, and the plant's got to be working.
All right, thank you. And, all right, Madam Attorney, in terms of, we have a motion on the floor, and what I understand the law, the Florida law as it relates to public comment, is that the speakers are to be recognized, public's to be recognized per the agenda item as opposed to per the motion. Is that correct? Or, and I'm doing this simply because I'm trying to manage time here. Madam Attorney, what's your interpretation of that?
Yes, Mayor. Even the new, we recently sent a memo informing you of the new law, which goes a little farther than it did. And even what that speaks to is that citizens be heard on a proposition. It doesn't have to be the same meeting at which you're taking official action on the proposition, as long as they can comment sometime during the decision-making process.
Thank you. So we will not take comment on the motion. I apologize for that, but we have time limitations, and I know Commissioner Chase, if this motion should pass or fail, I believe Commissioner Chase has a motion he wants to make, and I'm interested in taking that. I, too, will not support the motion as outlined. I think Commissioner Henson-Rawls outlined some pretty good reasons not to. I'd encourage us not to dig deeper into this hole and to just move. I think we can move forward without moving in this direction. I'll reserve my times out for that sense of brevity. All in favor of, or do we need to, we should have it restated.
Please,
I'm sorry. Let's restate the motion to Commissioner Poe. Good point.
Direct staff to prepare an offer to purchase correct, conclusive, and the analysis would be the factors of the offer that would be contingent upon due diligence efforts, the analysis of interest rate sensitivities, various opinions on any constitutional factors, and included in that, Randy, was whatever you added, a complete legal analysis of the various factors. Analysis of the tax benefit and loss without grants to other taxing entities. And finally, any potential analysis of taking advantage of the 1603 grant, not using the NewCo conduit proposal.
Okay, got that, Commissioner Chase?
I think so. I mean, I don't want to go down NewCo, so therefore I should.
It'd be nice if I think there's four commissioners who want to take it off the table, but until a motion gets made to that effect, it's on. With that in mind, with this motion, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion fails, 3-4. And now I'll entertain another motion if we specifically want to remove NewCo.
I'll make the same motion, Mr. Mayor, removing any attempt to create the NewCo conduit.
Second. Okay, we have
Clarification?
Okay, clarification question.
I think that there's something at least that should be evaluated for the ability of qualifying for the
That was not
1603.
removed from the motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Henson Ross?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do want to, as much as I've heard that wasn't clear, I did insist on clearing up a lot of things. So to pay people to come back and repeat information that I believe I've already heard and understand, I just don't see putting another cost to this. So I'm sorry?
Yes, I agree. Good.
Oh, that was you said that. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out if there's a way. I want to support this motion without the NUCO, but I want to figure out, can this information come back to us without flying people here and paying them $50,000? Mr. General Manager. Did you? Let's line up the motion and see if we have enough information to get back the analysis of Commissioner Poe's request without more experts, because they've given us a lot of information. We've got it. I mean, I've got it. If I've got it, everybody else should have it, because I'm the one digging for information. So I'm wondering, does staff have enough information to bring back these analyses from the motion that Commissioner Poe requested? Mr. Mayor, can you answer?
Mr. Mayor, I move we waive the rules to continue the meeting until 11:25.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To try to address Commissioner Henson-Rawls' question, we will do our level best to bring back the information. There is voluminous information embedded in that motion, as you heard, and it's going to take a lot of work to put that together in the space of 10 days. I believe that's the 17th at this point.
And that's the day, that's D-Day, the 17th?
That's the next scheduled meeting for the commission.
I mean, is that the day you need,
The 22nd is the
but
timeline.
don't you need time to prepare your offer? So the 17th needs to be the day that you get final direction, am I right?
Mr. Mayor, unless there's other meetings scheduled, that's the next scheduled meeting.
Right.
So I think tonight we've gotten direction, depending on what happens with this motion, to bring back information the commission can consider. If, certainly if we have that information before the meeting, we'll get that out, or parts of it that we can, to make that more simple, or, to at least have the ability to see that prior to the meeting. There's going to be a lot of information wrapped up in it. It's going to take a lot of work to get there.
Well, I think by removing the NUCO piece from consideration, I think it does at least allow us to sort of channel the focus a little bit more. So, Commissioner Henson-Rawls, you still have the floor. The city attorney's hit her light, so what she may have may be helpful to what you're at. Madam Attorney?
It was a point that was made prior to Commissioner Henson-Rawls.
Oh, okay.
Light, sorry.
So I still want to address it, but Commissioner Henson-Rawls can continue.
Commissioner Henson-Rawls, you still have the floor.
Well, I'm trying to find a way to support the motion, and the motion is, for me, the problem with the motion for me is still paying a lot of people to fly here to help us address areas that we've already heard considerable information on, and it may even be just a repeat.
Commissioner Poe's hit his light. He may want to clarify.
Okay.
Commissioner, I'd be happy to add to the motion to ask our city staff to not incur any additional costs they don't believe vital to
All right.
bringing us the correct information
I
that we
can sleep
need to
with
make
that.
the decision.
Thank you. I can sleep with that.
And Thomas
Thank you.
needs to be here to accept
You
it.
have to wait for Commissioner Hawkins to return, but of course, we'll need, I guess staff will have to be willing then to explain to us what vital is.
Yeah, I mean,
what should we ask?
Mr. Mayor, I understand the sensitivity here, but we constantly depend on our staff to consult with outside experts on any number of cases, whether it's an RTS, traffic, litigation, or whatever it is. And this is such a huge, important thing that I don't want to handcuff them so that they're unprepared, making us unprepared. So if they can keep costs down, excellent, but whatever is vital to us getting that full suite of information is important to our decision-making process.
Okay, thank you. And now I'll recognize the city attorney. Oh, wait, let's actually get Commissioner Hawkins. Oh, there was a modification to the motion, and it needs your concurrence, I guess.
It was to keep, direct our staff to keep expenses minimal and only incur them if they're vital to gathering information that is critical to our decision-making process.
I trust staff in the normal course of, all of our staff in the normal course of each person's normal duties to keep costs down. I think when we're making a decision of this magnitude, with net present values that are measured in numbers with 8 zeros behind them, it's prudent to do more due diligence rather than less. And I want to leave that. If Mr. Hunzinger has a conversation with Mr. Lyons or Mr. Painter or anyone, I want him or any of our staff in that position to be able to ask for more information without having a second thought as to whether it meets that standard. So I wouldn't accept a friendly amendment.
Modification?
Are you agreeing with his modification?
I'm hesitant, I'm reticent to.
Commissioner,
We could table the motion.
Well, I think that was what Ms. Henson-Rawls needed to be comfortable with approving this overall motion.
Okay.
And I think that we still are allowing our staff the discretion to take whatever measures they need to bring us the information that we need.
All right, I accept the modification.
Now I'd like to recognize the city attorney, Madam Attorney.
In an effort to deal with one of the items, which was, is there any non-NUCO way to keep the 1603 grant? I think maybe that can be answered tonight, and I would ask either of our outside counsel if they can. And the reason I say that is because that's what they were asked for their opinion, is how could we structure a deal that you could keep the 1603? So I think what you saw in the memo from Oric, and then you heard from Mr. Eliason tonight, is the way that it needs to be done. So if they have any other, or if either of you think that it's worth further time investigating some other, and I hate to put them on the spot,
This is a real simple yes or no, because the purpose of the motion is to flesh that out over the next several days and not get it all answered tonight. So,
I didn't know if you were trying to eliminate.
Mr. Lyons, is there, yes? Is the answer yes? It can be structured without NUCO?
Need to come to the microphone, please.
And now, and we're, again, looking at that clock.
And
5 minutes.
And if we need more time to do that, we can. I just thought if it could be answered tonight, that would be nice.
The purchase of the plant while retaining the grant, I don't think can be done without NUCO. There are other structures, they have more.
Finish up.
There are other structures that have some benefit. You've got trade-offs. I think one structure that I would think of, you probably could keep the grant but wouldn't own the plant, but would get many of the benefits of ownership, but you probably couldn't use tax-exempt debt. I mean, there's a lot of different things that can be done. But if you want to buy the plant, you're going to need some type of block of corporation.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Commissioner
Would
Wells.
Mr. Elias be willing to provide, at least hazard a guess as to whether or not it's worth pursuing what I raised with him this evening?
Mr. Mayor, can I make it just to make motion?
I don't necessarily know if I want to.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, can we extend the meeting till we're done? Is that possible?
No, I don't think we're in.
I don't either, but I think we're here, and we've just
Well,
got
I'm not disagreeing with
we've got a
that.
few other things, but I just think,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay staying till we're done. but-
Yeah, I'm okay with that too, but I don't know if it's the best way to go about
Okay.
good decision-making. I'm sorry.
I don't want to rush it, that's, okay, no motion.
Mr. Elias?
It's
Eliason.
Eliason.
It's not strictly.
I think there's a lot on the line about the grant. Okay, I know the NUCO structure. I don't like the NUCO structure. Okay, that's a result of current law. Okay, so the question, I think, is if there's an opportunity to use the fact that we have a government shutdown to talk to our legislature about getting, our legislators about getting a, either a clarification or some kind of change that would allow the city to be able to benefit from the grant without using a NUCO structure. That's a long shot, but it's an opportunity, and it's one I think you should consider.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Chase.
I was just going to make the motion I was going to make the
Well-
motion to extend the meeting, but I don't know
I think we're done with lights.
until,
So we, what, do you have any comments?
oh, no, I don't.
Go ahead.
No, I don't have any comments.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wells.
Let me, are we at least able to explore the option that Mr. Elias mentioned? And I do think, I get the uncomfortableness with the NUCO structure, but not having, I guess we're just simply saying they can't go develop the idea further. It doesn't say they can't come back to us with an honest recommendation that some,
Commissioner, that's embedded in the motion.
I just want to make sure I understand what is on there
It's
or
in the
not.
motion. It's in the
Okay,
motion.
Fine.
Okay, so we have a motion, and the motion essentially the same as before, except for,
NUCO.
what's that?
Except the NUCO.
Except the NUCO piece has been removed. Okay.
Keep expenses minimal.
And the effort to keep expenses minimal vis-a-vis our consultants. All right, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. All right, that motion passes, looks like 5-2, Commissioners Botcher, Mayor Brady in dissent. Okay, Commissioner Chase, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Well, yeah, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until we're done.
Second.
We're supposed to have,
Silly, really, we have to have a time?
Here's my recommendation, just pick a time, just pick 4 AM or something.
Okay.
4 a.m.
Just pick a time, yeah.
11:45.
Second.
motion and second, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-2, Commissioner Hawkins and Botcher in dissent. All right,
Okay.
Commissioner Chase.
That's right. 'Cause So before I make this motion, I think in the direction that we're going, that, I have a lot of ideas, I have a lot of thoughts, but bottom line is that we have been focused on this NUCO and this grant, and all I would say is that, we're going to find out soon whether we're going to get a chance to negotiate and discuss this or not. And I think that once we learn if that's an opportunity, for me personally, everything is kind of still on the table in the sense of, at least we have time, because we're being asked to follow this clock that's running out. And so I will tell you that I've thrown out a lot of ideas over the last couple of years, and I understand that they're just ideas, and I'm just one commissioner. But I have tapped into my business school network. I'm attempting to reach somebody at Google. Google does large investments in renewable energy. I'm just going to try to test the waters and see if this is something that they're interested in. They've got the ability to do some of these things. I think there might be others. I don't know. I think we're all trying to help here, and I've got tons of ideas. I've got ideas that say we don't have to buy it for 5 years, but we can put something out there that is a structured deal that gets through the grant, that gets us something. I just think the sky's the limit, and at least we can try. So that is the intent of the motion that I'm proposing, which says, I move that the city commission direct the city attorney to approach GREC with a request that they withdraw their notice of intent to sell the plant and ask if they are open to discussions on possible acquisition scenarios between the city of Gainesville and themselves. If not, then we request an extension of our ROFO until December 6th.
Okay, there's a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second.
The reason I picked December 6th is that I feel that it gives us some time. It is the day after our first meeting in December, and we can see where it goes. I don't think there's magic to the date, but at some point, we're going to have to find out if this tax equity timeline is real or not, or if there's an ability for us to work together, and that's how I feel.
I want to first ask if the city attorney understands what's being asked, and if she has any objections to that or clarification she needs.
I'll restate it just to make sure. First is for us to ask GREC if they will withdraw the notice that they've given and just simply negotiate with us. And if not, if they will consider extending the time frame, the one that will normally expire on October 22nd to December 6th, in order for us to make the offer.
Okay. Is that correct? All right, so we got that understood. Commissioner wells.
Only concern I have is explicitly asking them to withdraw the ROFO, which means essentially all of that they don't ever have to come back to us again. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't be just better to simply ask for an extension and an opportunity to negotiate directly. I mean, do you see the merit of that's how you're going to get them to talk to us sincerely for the first time since I've been a commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, listen, this is the game we play, so I'm open. We got a whole bunch of attorneys in the room, so if anyone's got an opinion, I just want to try to open the door, so feel free.
I get it.
It's a good point.
I get it. Mr. Stanton had one piece of information that totally missed me, and I don't know if it missed you. Do you mind if I ask about that, Mr. Stanton? That one little fact that you seem to have elucidated, but I didn't catch it, so others didn't either?
Mayor, Commissioner was referring to the offer from GREC that if, after acquiring, if in our due diligence, if we determined that certain contracts would be better off terminated, and if the cost of termination was an issue, that they would be willing to make us whole for that cost of termination.
Meaning that sometime in what period of time we have been communicated a concession by GREC? Because as I understand it, the one concession we've received, which was the $1 million offer to reimburse us for the Oric firm's time, is off the table right now. So at some time as part of this discussion, they communicated that they would be prepared to cover any costs of contract cancellation if we ever get down to a point in the future of buying this plant from them.
That was like last Wednesday or Thursday, I forget which.
Okay, and I think that's what you're talking about in terms of a message, that and the fuel contracts. Did you all pick up on that?
I did.
Yeah, I picked up on the termination of the contracts, and that GREC will make us whole.
I don't have any value.
But I
Do you have
didn't
any idea
understand that to be what he just said.
Does anybody know what the value of something like that is?
I assume from what Mr. Stanton said that the termination clause was relatively, maybe not de minimis, but that it wasn't a substantial enough cost that it would compare to the numbers with all the zeros.
But I think that's the context of why I'm making a point of this, okay? We had a $1 million offer on the table, and what did all of us look at that and say? Ain't worth piddly compared to a $1.8 billion net present value contract. In the last week, they've seen fit to communicate to us that they're willing to waive in some uncertain future that we may actually offer, and they may actually accept, a negotiated offer for purchase, a concession that is worth,
We don't even know.
I don't know, $50?
We don't know what it's worth.
I'm just saying that strikes me as significant. I don't know how to interpret it, but at least it includes the possibility that they maybe are willing to sit down with us and have a conversation. And so that's why I'm supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So you are in support of the motion, okay.
That's why I said.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
You asked the question.
I'm concerned about walking about the ROFO, but
Yeah, I understand.
Commissioner Wells asked questions, so I'm open to city attorney's opinion or anyone's. My only thought with taking the thing of the intent away to sell is that to me, it puts us at the table of just talking without timelines and different things, but if that doesn't make sense to anybody, that's
All right, Madam
fine.
Attorney,
I just want more time.
you want
That's the
your
bottom
opinion
line.
on that?
Yeah.
I would say just offhand, if they withdraw their notice, it doesn't mean that for a year they get to sell to someone else. They would then, what it would basically acknowledge is that they don't have someone else to sell it to at this point. I think if they took that action, because otherwise, if they wanted to reinstitute it, they'd have to give you notice again. Now, maybe they're willing to do that, so I don't, at this point, see any legal harm, but I can certainly talk it over with the other outside counsel and Ms. McNeil and Mr. Hunsinger, and we can determine.
I also think another important point is by approaching them and talking it over, that still doesn't commit us to anything. You still have to come back to us and tell us what was said, and then we decide if.
and to approve it.
And then we decide if we're going to approve it, right? Would that be
I
correct?
don't think that's how she's interpreting it.
No?
Well, you're asking them to take one of these two actions, so
Right.
to the extent they do you want it contingent on your subsequent approval of them doing that
I
action?
think if we pass the motion, we're signaling we want it approved. So,
Right, that's what I thought, because you set a certain
Gotcha.
date. I mean, the outcomes were pretty clear.
Understand.
And the city attorney's explanation of potentially withdrawing the notice to sell was actually exactly what was in my head, so.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, I had the question when I hit the light, are we asking Ms. Shalley to draft this correspondence for our review and approval, or are we asking her on the basis of the motion to make the request? And my understanding, based on the conversation, is that we're authorizing her to make the request now. I'm not comfortable with that. I think, along the lines of everything that was in Commissioner Poe's motion, I think we should consider this at the 17th when we've seen correspondence drafted by Ms. Shalley, and we can discuss it. And if at that point we don't feel comfortable with the additional information that's presented by staff, then we can make a request, some alternative mode of asking for more time, or whatever the intent of Commissioner Chase's motion is. But I can't support changing the course of action based on a proposal that we've heard at 11:30 at night that we haven't heard in the 3 meetings we've talked about. But I would support a request that we get Ms. Shalley to write something up and present us for our consideration.
All right, thank you, Ms. Shalley.
And
Is that a new light or?
No, that's
Yeah,
a
she
like,
wants
it's
to know
not,
how it
It is a
not to
new
belabor the point, but since you all are working under a deadline of October 22nd, I would think if you did want to send correspondence, we would need to get it out very quickly and possibly give GREC a deadline to respond, similar to them having given us a deadline to respond when it was important to them, so that you know how much more time and effort to put into making an offer if in fact they're not willing to do either of these things. So we can send the correspondence tomorrow if we get the commission's authorization.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, my simple intent is to ask for extension of time at a minimum, and the first part is, and I would encourage, quite frankly, if you've got the material, the ability to have a conference call so you look at people in their face, but pick up the phone. I mean, I don't need letters. I personally don't, just ask. That's all I'm asking for. I don't need to see the letter. It's not changing any course. It's asking for more time. And if they're not interested in withdrawing their intent, that certainly is fine with me. If they're interested in the other thing, and if they're not, that's completely fine.
All right, I understand the motion. It seems very reasonable to me. I'll be
Can we divide these two?
All right, we certainly can divide the
request
question.
for extension of time and the request to suspend the ROFO and sit down with us.
All right, Mr. Clerk, what's the rules on the division of the question? Does it need a second?
I think it's
Usually
fine if it's okay with the body. They want to divide these two questions. Let me just make sure I understand the two questions. The first question is going to be ask GREC to withdraw notice and open discussion with negotiation with GREC. That's one question. And the second question is extend till December 6th.
Right, with hopefully you do the vote on the date is the first, and the second would be to ask them to do the ROFO thing.
The chair, which way you want to vote on, I don't care.
Well, we can divide the question. What's Commissioner Chase?
I don't care. You know, I didn't mean for anything to happen with the intent, but I don't, and quite frankly, I anticipate a phone call and they go, no, not December 6th, November 20th, or something. So I don't, it just doesn't matter to me. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
And I don't mean anything by it, just, they can say no, certainly, and.
I think that's all the better reason to divide the question and make it clean.
So you just do the.
Okay, so
Do
the
the date
first,
first.
I need you to restate the first part of.
City
what-
Commission direct the city attorney to approach GREC with a request that they withdraw their notice of intent to sell the plant and ask if they are open to discussions on discussing possible acquisition scenarios between the city and GREC.
And all of that is one question?
That's the first part.
That's the first part. Can
Is
you?
that correct?
Commissioner
Yes,
Chase, would you
yes.
consider having it be the date first, just to make it very clean? Ask city attorney to contact GREC and ask them to extend through December, what was the date?
I picked the 6th because it's the Friday, so we could have our meeting in December. Sure. The motion would be request city attorney contact GREC and ask if they would extend our ROFO until December 6th.
Okay. So that is the motion. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote. Seeing no other lights, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Okay. Motion carries 6-1. Commissioner Botcher in dissent. What is the second?
5-1.
I'm sorry, 5-1. Commissioner Poe's left. What's the second motion?
Move the city commission direct city attorney to approach CREC with a request that they withdraw their notice of intent to sell the plant and seek discussions on possible acquisition scenarios between the two parties.
Okay, Commissioner Henson Rawls.
You know, I do want to see if they would consider negotiating these scenarios, but I don't want to withdraw whatever that is. That
Again,
Lose the ROFO?
Right, the ROFO.
divide those two.
I was almost hoping you put that negotiation thing.
Yeah,
in
you know
there.
what, so somebody jump up, slap me, say something, you just said something that rang a bell, and so, I mean, that's probably not a good idea.
I don't
That's a good idea.
No,
Meaning hers is a good idea, yours.
Yeah, right. It's probably not a good, so
their
take the
notice-
ROFO out and let's move forward.
We haven't,
Their
I don't need
notice of intent to sell letter grants us rights under the contract. And there's a question I don't know the answer to.
understand.
If we ask them to withdraw the letter, are we waiving future rights that we would have if they were to give us a letter in the future? And maybe that's a silly point, but at 11:30 at night, I can't analyze that. I mean, that's a question we would want Ms. Shalley to answer.
I think he's agreed to
removed the
withdraw it.
resolution. I withdraw the second.
The second motion, so there's no
I just-
motion on the floor.
Again, I wish
Is
someone.
implicit in it that you're going to be, hey, would you be willing to come negotiate more with us?
I'm just looking for more time.
I don't think we need a second motion.
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk,
And-
we need to continue the second item on the agenda for tonight, which is the
Do we need to
the
give a
general
date
fund
certain?
transfer.
I move we
Date
continue.
certain?
Mr. Clerk, do we continue it, or do we just set it aside?
I would just start over again. We
All right.
have no date scheduled for that
Right.
meeting. It's going to take some research, so I'll just say we'll bring it back to you and have the mayor sign a call at the appropriate time.
Okay.
That'll work. All right.
Can I ask you a question?
Commissioner Chase has his light.
I just feel I mean, we're all going through a lot of stuff here, and so I just want to, so no one thinks I'm pulling anything, but I have made a determination to myself that I won't be able to make any final vote on this unless I have the opportunity, as a commissioner, ask myself to try to speak with Jim Gordon, and I will be reaching out to him to do such.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner comments?
Is there any question as to whether or not we might need another meeting before the 17th if staff feels the need to have us? And is there a way for us to at least leave that option open by
If
designating
Mr.
a date?
Yeah, I'd say if Mr. Hunzinger
I hate to put
feels
it-
we need to have a meeting prior 17th, please let me know, and I'll call the meeting.
How quickly can that be done?
Commissioners, if you feel, I look at the email, so,
But I mean, just what are our rules required for that to happen? If we name a
just make
date
a
right
call.
now, it can be done, and we don't have to notify anybody, right?
but I don't think we need a date right now.
I'm
until-
just saying,
time, we need
I'm asking if you have an
42,
option.
preferably 72 hours, 48, preferably
Minimum
72.
42.
Okay,
Maximum 72.
72.
Okay, so with that, I think all of the business is concluded. This meeting's adjourned.
I'll be glad to be next week.
Y'all get the plate?
Well, you too.
That'd be great. Thank you. I canceled the trip, so I'm here. I am in town at a time that I wasn't expecting to be.
I'm not meeting you.
So maybe tomorrow at 9, and then we'll reschedule. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I really appreciate it. Thank you.